Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the virtual Bioprocessing conference brought to you in association with Artisan Biosolutions. To start, I would like to thank our expert lineup of speakers and panelists who will discuss some of the key issues facing our sector, including vaccines, digitisation, sustainability, and future skills. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our colleagues at Irish Manufacturing Research for their continued support and for their help in delivering this event. The presentations are mostly pre-recorded. However, the presenter is available to answer any questions you may have. Your registration allows you to choose your speakers and topics of interest during the day. Why not visit our exhibition area on the left-hand side of your screen by clicking the Expo icon. You can also enter our networking area by clicking through to the networking tab on the left-hand side of your screen. Keep an eye on the top right-hand side of your screen where you may have received a direct message. A red dot beside the envelope icon will indicate if you have a message. We all have been living life and interacting with people and brands in many new ways. It has never been more important for businesses to stay connected. Premier Events has been building strong relationships for over 25 years in the UK and Ireland. We understand your business. We have come to regard many of our clients as colleagues and even friends. We have worked hard at building strong communities and relationships through our live exhibitions, awards and media products. And now, Premier Studios has the technology and expertise to help you to remind your customers that you're thinking of them, that you care, and are open for business. We provide a multi-camera setup with skillful editing, combined with a large variety of green screen backdrops and virtual sets. Just a few ways we can channel your message to customers and communities involved in manufacturing, construction, tech, health, sustainability, retail, and much more. Let us bring your brands to life, allow your products to be seen, and your services to be discovered. Premier Studios is ready to connect you wherever you are. living life and interacting with people and brands in many new ways. It has never been more important for businesses to stay connected. Premier Events has been building strong relationships for over 25 years in the UK and Ireland. We understand your business. We have come to regard many of our clients as colleagues and even friends. We have worked hard at building strong communities and relationships through our live exhibitions, awards and media products. And now, Premier Studios has the technology and expertise to help you to remind your customers that you're thinking of them, that you care, and are open for business. We provide a multi-camera setup with skillful editing, combined with a large variety of green screen backdrops and virtual sets. Just a few ways we can channel your message to customers and communities involved in manufacturing, construction, tech, health, sustainability, retail, and much more. Let us bring your brands to life, allow your products to be seen, and your services to be discovered. Premier Studios is ready to connect you wherever you are. I would like to introduce Jonathan Downey, Managing Director, Artisan Biosolutions. Over to you, Jonathan.
Thanks everybody for joining us here today. We have a fairly packed day. This conference was hastily arranged. I suppose the idea first came up about 6 weeks or 2 months ago to hold an online kind of educational and informative get together. In the absence of us all being able to travel to events, we kind of took the lead and spoke to Premier Publishing about hosting this event. So many of you have seen the agenda. It was initially intended to be primarily an Irish event for Irish biopharma companies. And at the risk of stealing, I know Martin Shanahan is going to give a talk just after me, but at the risk of stealing his thunder, you know, as I've navigated into the industry over the past kind of couple of years, the biopharma industry in Ireland is absolutely enormous, as everybody knows. Ireland, believe it or not, is the third largest exporter of biopharmaceuticals, and it's an 80 billion export industry a year. So we just wanted to kind of bring everybody together. There's nothing salesy about this event. It was just to pull everyone together. So we enlisted the help of our friends in Irish Manufacturing Research, and I know some of those guys are moderating some of the panels, whether they were volunteered to do it or volunteered themselves. I'm sure they probably have their own opinions on that. But you know, it's with the help of the IMR, IDA, and Premier Publishing that kind of made this event possible. I just this morning learned that there's 1,100 people attending, so I hope I don't kind of fluff my lines, but I'm sure I will. As I said, look, it's the intention of the event today is all about kind of educational networking. The panel events, our open table, kind of round table events with good moderators to discuss the challenges and the needs of our industry. So we would encourage dialogue. You know, feel free to ask questions. There's online polls, all that type of stuff. So just very quickly in terms of the agenda, there's a welcome address by me. So here we are. Martin, the CEO of the IDA, is up next. We had attempted to enlist a government minister, but I suppose with everything going on, those guys are otherwise occupied. So at 10:30 after Martin's address, we have a plenary session being moderated by Barry. And you know, if you look at the people that are involved in that panel, I think there'll be great insights into the challenges and the opportunities in our industry in Ireland. We have Brendan Paul, Gary, all kind of leaders of some of the biggest operations in our industry in the country. And, Rory brings many years of experience to the table in that discussion. And then Christine Gebsky from Repligen is going to get up very early in Boston to take part in that panel. So there should be some energized discussions there. We've a couple of presentations then, and we very carefully handpicked those. So topical issues, for example, first up is Professor Luke O'Neill from Trinity College, who's kind of Ireland's go-to guy recently in terms of the development of vaccines and COVID-19. So Luke is going to give a presentation from a higher level on the challenges there. In terms of the single-use technologies, we've managed to enlist Jim Vogel. Jim has been around the bioprocessing industry for probably longer than he cares to remember, and is an expert in single-use technologies, which I know is a very hot topic for a lot of attendees. It's certainly Artisan's area of expertise. On the cell and gene therapies, then Nina is up at 12:25. All these times are probably subject to change, but we'll see how it goes. Mike is then giving a presentation on tangential flow depth filtration. So obviously a far smarter guy than I am, because I'm sure I learned something there. Then in terms of, we've the 3 panel discussions this afternoon, and we did toy with the idea of running these kind of in parallel, but we felt that running them one after the other was better, and not to fill the day with panels about everything. So I think, in my opinion anyway, the 3 panels around skills, the game changers in biopharma, and digital, they're 3 very topical topics, and the moderators there, in fairness, very high quality. So we have been very lucky that we got the folks that signed up to sign up and take part in today's event. And finally, Jerry Byrne, Professor of Engineering in UCD. Jerry is something of an expert on all the advantages for companies investing in Ireland, setting up operations, scaling operations in Ireland, what the different advantages are. And it's not all just about, the tax, the corporate tax rate. It's about the network. It's about, it's about knowledge. It's all those soft things that are hard to measure that Ireland offers our industry. But Jerry's going to give a talk on that. And then, unfortunately, you're going to have to listen to me doing the closing remarks, but I promise I'll keep those very, very brief.
Thank you to Dr. Jonathan Downey for inviting me to speak to you today at this bioprocessing conference, which I know is exploring the impact of the industry in Ireland, and looking forward to the future opportunities that it presents. So delighted to be with you. I'm going to talk a little bit about the sector in a few moments, but maybe just first to look at, I suppose, where we are at now in the economy and with foreign direct investment at this point. So it's obviously been a very challenging year for all businesses, and foreign direct investment is no different. We have seen a situation where large parts of the economy have been closed since March, and that has meant that business has been impacted, and we see certain parts of the economy in particular more impacted. Those that are domestically trading, areas like hospitality, retail, construction, those connected to the travel industry or the aviation industry, and tourism. And then on the other side, we see sectors that are heavily dominated by foreign direct investment, like technology, like pharmaceuticals, like medtech, international financial services, which are proving to be much more resilient and not obviously immune to the impacts of COVID, but certainly more resilient to them. And that has had the effect of supporting the Irish economy through both the exports from those sectors, but obviously from the income tax take, the corporate tax take, and employment in those sectors has largely held up to this point, albeit again not immune to those impacts, and we undoubtedly will see job losses in the FDI sector as we're seeing elsewhere, but not to the same extent. As I look at the pipeline for the coming months, it is going to be very challenging. We see a situation where the global predictions for foreign direct investment are that the global flows will decline by up to 45%, and we're seeing some of that become a reality now over the last few months. That means that Ireland is competing for a smaller pool of global investment, and the amount of investment coming into Europe is expected to be heavily impacted. That means that we're going to be competing for a smaller amount of investment coming into Europe. Having said that, the fundamentals that investors are looking for remain the same. They're looking for stability, consistency, a talented workforce, access to innovation. And they're all things that Ireland does well and has a great track record in. So in that regard, I am optimistic that Ireland can continue to compete. We have a long track record, over 70 years in attracting foreign direct investment. And we have targeted the sectors which really underpin a modern economy. And obviously, biopharmaceuticals is one of those sectors. And the performance of that sector has been excellent. And we've seen an evolution as well, I think, over the period where, moving from a focus on active pharmaceutical ingredients and small molecule, which we still have a significant presence in, through to biopharmaceuticals and large molecules, through to areas now of cell and gene therapy and ATMPs, which we are looking at and want to do more in. Ireland has seen significant investments over the last number of years in biopharmaceuticals. We see huge capital investment going into plants in Ireland, with over 85 plants operating and over 50 of those FDA approved, with a great track record in Ireland. The pharmaceutical exports from Ireland are a key part, obviously, of our economic model, and we are a significant pharmaceutical exporter. From an IDA perspective, our role is obviously to support companies that come to Ireland and support them while they're here in Ireland, and we have a long track record of doing that, and we've built up really strong relationships and partnerships with the companies that are based here. And we have seen many of those companies thrive during this period as they have stepped up, and we can absolutely say that the pharmaceutical sector and biopharmaceutical sector has stepped up during this period in order to respond to a global need. And many of the companies that have an FDI presence here are to the forefront in developing vaccines, developing therapies, and indeed in the medical devices area, developing and producing the devices which are needed to combat COVID. We have obviously invested in supporting the sector in Ireland. A real example of that is NIBRT, the National Institute for Bioprocessing Research and Training, where we have a situation where in 2019 over 4,000 people went through NIBRT and received training. And I think it has now really become an exemplar on the global stage as to how we do this. And we will continue to build that ecosystem, which is constituted of all of the parts, those that help to design facilities, construct facilities, commission them, the laboratory services that go along with this, as well as our own regulatory environment. From my perspective, biopharmaceuticals are a key sector going forward. IDA will continue to support the sector. We will continue to support individual companies. We very much welcome this gathering today of those who are sharing experiences in relation to bioprocessing, and I wish you well for your the rest of your conference discussions.
I'm going to hand over to Barry and let you take it from here, Barry. I think we're right up on time now.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan, and congratulations on the event. So far, I know all the work that you and your team have put in there, so very much appreciated. So thank you. Really looking forward to the rest of the day. On our panel here today, we have Christine Gebski. Delighted to have Christine join us at the unearthly hour of the morning over in the US. Christine is the Vice President in Product Management and Field Applications and Director for Repligen Corporation. Don't be fooled by Christine's surname Gebski, because actually she her maiden name was Garrity, so actually has got a lot of Irish roots. From down the southeast, which is very interesting actually, because the great news is that Repligen are moving into Ireland and down into Waterford over the next number of months. So Christine, delighted to welcome you back to the Irish family. Fantastic to have you here again, and we're looking forward to hearing your perspective on the challenges that are facing this particular industry as it grows over the coming few years. By the way, Christine's CEO Tony Hunt is also has got strong Irish blood in him as well, so a very strong connection there to Ireland. So great to have you here today. Next up is Gary Hartnett. Gary is General Manager and VP of Janssen Sciences Ireland. Gary is an avid marathon runner, coaches to GAA and local hurling and football and soccer clubs for both adults and his kids as well. Brendan, who is going to join us in a couple of moments. I think there's just a little bit of a technical glitch there. I might come back and introduce Brendan when he joins us in just a second. And we've got Paul Keogh. Paul's plant director with Takeda, again another avid fan of the GAA. I won't hold this against him, but he's a member of Nafina. I'm a good Lucan Sarsfields man myself. Loves coaching, actually. Children as well, but he's actually an executive coach as well outside of the GAA circles, which is fantastic. So it gives a huge amount back to the community, and is the proud father of two boys. And we've got Rory Mullen here today, head of biopharma in the IDA, and Rory again from a pastime enjoys the choir, and I believe Rory, his years of experience within the IDA, it has been said that he's brought more deals to Ireland than Messi has scored goals. So it's great to have you here, Rory, with us today. And as I say, Brandon's just come in here. Brandon, you're very welcome. Delighted we got you in. Brendan is the site head and vice president of manufacturing for Wuxi Biologics. He loves cycling, running, and is also a great GAA man, vice chair of Fingalians, and I don't hold that against him either. Loves playing rugby. Has two girls and a boy, and amongst other things, has climbed Kilimanjaro and Mount Blanc. And after I went through all those things that this panel are doing in terms of keeping healthy and well, the only thing I can say to my name is that I did 5,000 steps yesterday, according to Samsung Health app. So anyway, you're all very welcome. Good to have you here today. Christine, I might just start off with yourself, if that's okay, from an international point of view. The biopharma industry, there's some very big inflection points coming with the particular industry now, going for this towards this more cell and gene type therapy, or the monoclonal antibodies versus viral vector plasmas, this single use versus these big stainless steel batches. Is the industry going? Where is it? What are these fundamental changes, and what's driving these changes?
Yeah, thank you, Barry. And apologies to all. I'm having a challenge with my video camera, despite actually looking pretty good for 5:30 a.m. in the morning. So yeah, let me discuss a bit what we're seeing in Repligen as a supplier into this industry globally. So I think a few trends, right? The first is that based on the type of biologics that are being produced, companies and looking for efficiency and productivity gains, companies are looking to actually reduce the scale of operations. So we're finding where a commercial scale of biological production can be a 2,000 liter reactor, maybe even a 5,000 liter reactor, a 500 liter reactor, right? We have a customer doing a commercial drug, 500 liter continuous process. That's the largest scale of cell culture. So companies are scaling down, scaling out. It allows for ballroom type clean room layouts, right? Where there's a lot of flexibility within the clean room manufacturing space. I think that's the first trend. I think the other trend is on the cell and gene therapy side, where we have, viral vector, plasmid type therapies, and there you can find the largest scale of production down in the 200 liter range. Certainly, there's variation based on biological needs and process goals, but I think those two trends are very much happening in the industry. And that allows, flexibility, efficiency, productivity gains as well.
So I understand from maybe a productivity point of view, as some of those big changes that you just said in terms of the physical layouts, and that's a big change, going to this kind of whole ballroom type structure. But in terms of this smaller batch size, and you kind of said scale down, scale out. Could you maybe just talk a little bit about that for us in terms of what that means in terms of what's happening with medicine today? What's the customer looking for? What's the changes that are taking place now that's driving the scale down, scale out?
Yeah. So again, getting if you're working with continuous processes, right, you can be moving from a batch to a continuous process, just gaining some efficiency, productivity with that scale and type of operation. So you don't need to go to a 20,000, 30,000 liter stainless steel reactor. You can be in that 1,000, 2,000 liter scale and be producing continuously for 30, 60, 90 days, producing from your end reactor to some stage of downstream in a more continuous fashion. So it's just allowing that flexibility, and so those types of approaches allow you to have two 500 liter reactors, for instance, versus this customer that I'm thinking of. They scaled that their second gen process looked like that versus a 10,000 liter fed batch reactor.
Good. Thank you for that, Christine. Paul, I might just bring you in on that topic as well. From your perspective, what do you see in the direction of the industry going at an international level? Would you agree with Christine there, or would you see any differences?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with Christine. And then I suppose I'd add on top of that, excuse me, the drive towards personalized medicine as well, especially through CNG, cell and gene therapy. What we're seeing is even smaller scales factories. We have a new cell therapy plant in Grange Castle here in Dublin, and it's a 2,000 square meters of a plant producing 4,000 doses per year for patients. And that's not a lot, but we're shipping that all over Europe and Canada. And it's got a 72-hour expiry, so it has to get to the patient on time with a particular level of hours left to treat the patient with as well. So it's personalized medicine. It's really complex supply chains, and we see other products in the likes of oncology that's becoming. The batch sizes are getting smaller. It's high potent. You're up to OEL levels of 4 and 5 as a matter of normalcy now as well. So the plants and the type of plants we're building are changing. The first plant we built in Grange Castle over 15 years ago was a 5-story, 37-meter gravity-fed bulk pharmaceutical, API pharmaceutical plant. The typical type of plant you saw here 20 years ago in Ireland. Now we're moving towards, much more contained manufacturing, isolators, RABs, smaller units, more flexible control rooms and clean rooms that we can change the processes. So in particular, when I think about our cell therapy process, we have to transfer it like from one of our sister plants. And, we use a modular build actually, to make sure that we could add on and build onto that plant in the future to add more clean rooms. So we could look at, as Christine was saying, the next generation. So we're using incubators at the moment, but we want to use move to bioreactors, but they would be basically 100 liters max. So that flexibility around engineering, manufacturing, operations, and then the developments around R&D, tech transfer, development, and talent as well then needs to be to change with that as well.
So maybe can I just build on some of that you just asked me? So Takeda made a strategic decision to come into Ireland, and I know the IDA are here, and Rory will talk a little bit more about some of the role of the IDA later on, maybe. But and we always hear about attractive tax incentives and things like that. But you and I were having a chat there during the week about some of the other really important reasons as to why you made that decision to move into Ireland that was built more than just, saying the tax rate. And, you were talking to me a little bit about some of the challenges that you might find globally around kind of supply chains and things like that. So something you'd like to add, Dennis, to why the biopharma is growing so strong in Ireland? What are the other things that are underpinning the decisions that big corporations like yourselves make in moving into Ireland?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, intuitively, choosing Grange Castle, Dublin as the site for the first cell therapy plant, which, as I said, has when we first invested, the expiry time on the product was 48 hours. So now it's 72 and increasing. So it's counterintuitive to say you put it on an island somewhere off the west of Europe, and having to use flights, but Ireland has a really fantastic infrastructure and critical mass of biopharmaceutical companies. And talking about talent, the infrastructure that the IDA and others have built, Enterprise Ireland's, the SFI. So we have a really close-knit community that operate and work together, within reason to support each other through the likes of IRDG. You've got BPCI, and we're all in contact, supporting each other, helping create these spokes as well of expertise around Ireland. So there's a really good infrastructure and foundation for building that has built our biopharmaceutical industry at the moment. And now we're moving towards cell and gene therapy. And again, groups like IDA, Enterprise Ireland, NIBRT, one of the single biggest investments that we put in Ireland, most important strategic investments that we put in Ireland for making sure that the biopharmaceutical industry here was supported and for future growth. And now we're looking at cell and gene therapy through NIBRT as well. So again, the Irish government, IDA, have really been forward thinking and making sure that not only do we rest on our laurels, I think we have 20 out of top 20 pharma companies based in Ireland with manufacturing sites, but we're looking towards the next level of investment and securing that in Ireland so we can continue to improve.
And you mentioned, I just draw on something you said there about NIBRT, and I think you'd also spoke to me about NUI Galway as well, and there's some of the key work that they were doing in cell therapy, which is quite impressive. I hadn't been aware of that myself. I'm a tech head, so I don't come from the biopharma industry. So, but NIBRT, as I understand it, is a absolutely unique in the world in terms of the setup that it has there, and the training, international training that it can offer along with the R&D programs that it has there. Is that something you'd agree with?
Absolutely. I mean, you'd have to go a long way to find a pharmaceutical company in Ireland that hasn't used NIBRT, a biopharmaceutical company in Ireland that hasn't used NIBRT for some form of training. And what they also do is, they're very good at upskilling people that have come from the traditional small molecule manufacturing setting to move towards biopharma. So they have a lot of courses to make that change. So again, NIBRT have really focused on that niche and that area of development that was required to move people from small molecule, traditional organic chemistry manufacturing that Ireland's success was based on, to move into bio, and now, as I said, focusing on cell and gene therapy into the future. So critical to Ireland's success, definitely.
Yeah, so Brendan, maybe I could thank you, Paul, and Brendan, maybe I could just bring you in there, if that's okay. So, would you like
absolutely,
to add Paul said in connection with, why did WuXi come and set up here in Ireland, in this side of the world? What are the things that underpinned Ireland that gave us a differentiation, building on the good work, I know, as I said earlier, about, the IDA, obviously they do a phenomenal job out there on the international stage and bringing in companies like yourself. And we've got high skilled workers we know about. We've got some tax incentives which can really help. But was a lot more than that. And you and I again had chatted about that during the week as well. I think in the context of the supply chain area.
Yeah, thanks, Barry. When the site that we're building here in Dundalk is Wushi's first manufacturing facility outside of China. And when Wuxi were searching for a suitable location, it was at the request of some of our customers, and our potential customers were looking for a location and a facility that could be closer to them. If you look at supply chains and access to markets and time it takes to move product, particularly some of the products that we will manufacture are very dependent on temperature control supply chain. So the request initially was how can we move closer to those customers, and so obviously Europe then became an option because if you think of the US and you think of China, Ireland is Europe is naturally in the middle. And then as our CEO looked around Europe, Ireland kept coming up in conversations. And, for a lot of the items that you mentioned previously in relation to, the supply chain, the companies that you need to build a facility like this and to support a facility. And you look at one of the youngest populations in Europe. We have a very strong pharmaceutical and a growing biotech infrastructure and companies in Ireland. And then, you look at the work that the IDA does in attracting companies like ourselves here. And one of the things that sold it for us was the IDA advanced site. So we purchased a site that had existing planning permission on the site, which meant that, our ability to, buy the site and get construction started, was much quicker than if you had to go down the traditional method of buy the property and then apply for your planning application. So it was all of those, and then obviously Wuxi is a very China-centric company, or has been up to now, and has its sights set on building and operating in countries outside of China. So Europe and a position in Europe was key to that strategy.
Yeah, and you'd also spoke to me as well about part of the challenge. These facilities are not trivial to build. They're complex. They require an awful lot of competent, skilled labour with expertise in specializations, maybe in clean rooms and things like that. And again, I think in the chat that we had, you were commenting that, or maybe it was yourself, Paul, I can't remember, around the fact that there's such a depth of that expertise built upon, if you like, companies like the semiconductor industry, the clean room technologies that they bring in, the clean room technologies that you need in the biopharma industry, having that depth of expertise that surround the constructing of these kind of facilities were significant and important in terms of the decision making. Is that true?
Absolutely. I mean, we're building 500,000 square feet here in Dundalk, so it's a significant facility. We've approximately 1,800 to 1,900 people on site every day, and the majority of those are construction related. And it's important that a lot of that can come from Ireland, and that those companies that have that expertise, that they've got a proven track record in delivering projects, delivering the type of infrastructure that's required to operate a facility like this. And the scale of what we're doing is quite significant. And for some of the companies that are working with us here, there's been a big jump in the size of what they're doing. But when you look at their key competencies and their key skills in delivering what we need, they have that experience, and that's proven through the many companies that have worked with probably a lot of the pharma companies here in Ireland already. So that comes from starting with your pipe work right through to your equipment and your clean room. So it's that full integrated approach, as opposed to just having one or two niche companies that can deliver parts of what you need. It's having that depth of experience across all the different trades that can deliver a facility like this.
Yeah, so, no, it's fantastic. And by the way, Brendan, just congratulations to you in terms of your many highlights. But and I hope I don't embarrass you with this one here. But Brendan was the first employee for Wuxi here in Ireland, and the leader here in the country for that international company. And the number of people who are working today within the facility, just that's a phenomenal achievement. So well done to you. How do we do?
Thanks, Mary.
And genuinely mean that now. It was just a phenomenal story. And again, I had the privilege of having a chat with you all about the challenge that you faced there, doing all that work. But now that we've achieved what we've achieved, and the biopharma industry has achieved what is achieved here in Ireland, and the idea of doing a great job and brought all these great companies into the islands, how do we ensure that we keep biopharma vibrant in the country? What are the things we need to do here now? I'm conscious that the cost of labour can be quite expensive, and we may have some salary inflation and things like that, and along with all the other global challenges we'll talk about later on, like viruses and everything else. But specifically about the Irish challenge, what are things we need to be conscious of and need to be considering doing different?
Well, I think one of the key things we need to do is how do we get involved much earlier in the process. Ireland has a very good history of being able to manufacture at a very cost competitive and efficient manner. But we need to improve and deliver on more of the value that we can bring. So what can we do to do more at early stage? So how can we link in our universities, R&D, and try to do some of the things that companies are doing outside of Ireland, and develop that infrastructure and that knowledge base here. So that's one. I think the second thing is, and Paul talked about it earlier, the expectation from our customers is that we bring a greater flexibility, that we are more agile. So how do we, set up manufacturing plants where you bring that agility and flexibility? Because, as customers look to develop new products, and we're a CDMO, so we don't manufacture our own products, but our customers want us to be able to deliver products that are early stage, in smaller volumes, and then be able to maintain that support through the growth of the product. So how do you start off on a small scale and then move into the larger scale or volume manufacturing? And that's where that flexibility and agility comes in. And that has to become cost competitive. So one of the key enablers of that is single-use technology, and that's what we're focused on here in Dundalk. All of our bioreactors are all single-use bioreactors. So we're moving away from the traditional stainless steel large-scale bioreactors.
Yeah. And Gary, if I could just maybe thank you, Brendan, if I could draw on your experience there as well. You've had been with Johnson & Johnson in many roles over the number of years, both in the med device side of things and now in the bioprocessing pharma side of things. We've achieved an awful lot in J&J of significant presence here in Ireland, and you've led a lot of that charge. What are the things that we need to be doing here to try and hold what we have here, and not just find that we've a business that we've brought in that suddenly becomes a race to the bottom and it's all just about cost, and then it goes to a lower cost region? Is there other things that we should be looking at here in the context of trying to secure these industries and retain them in the country?
Yeah, I think there's a lot we need to do. Yeah, I think if first of all, it's probably worth saying that we need to continue to deliver what we've been doing over the years to date. A lot of why we get the investment is there's a lot of trust in Ireland, particularly from a supply chain perspective, to be able to deliver reliable, good quality supply of these critical products. And that's the workhorse of our industry, particularly when you think about biopharmaceuticals. A lot of the workhorse of the industry are kind of monoclonal antibodies or existing products, and even in 10 years' time, they'll still be generating a lot of the volumes and revenue for the businesses. So, part of why we invest in Ireland, back to some of the points that Paul and Brendan touched at, is because we have a very strong reputation of being able to deliver those large-scale projects really, really well, and being able to find the talent to run them in a very reliable manner. So we deliver. So we've got to make sure we continue to do that, and we continue, even within our existing businesses, to invest in ways to continue to drive value. And that's the stuff such as being, driving a more agile supply chain, investing in technologies. Because if you think about our industry, a lot of it is investment in technologies, whether that's process intensification, getting more grams per liter, getting more out of what you have at the moment, whether it's modular, whether it's small scale, whether it's, I think the other piece that supply chain can do is how does supply chain be really value add? Because really a lot of what we are driving is supply chain presence with some obviously R&D. So supply chain driving value add and connecting ourselves to the commercial end of the world a bit more, because with some of the new technologies we're seeing, such as the CGT, etc., the customer becomes closer. If what Paul is talking about there is, you've got hours, okay, from when you make it to get it. So if you think of if you take out into the future, Barry, and you're looking at that world and that space, the supply chain, everything is going to shrink, and even within the monoclonal antibody world, everything is shrinking. So time, to develop products, time to move products through, and in the connection with the customer, and in the middle of all of that, if you think of technologies and you think beyond the cyber physical technologies to maybe digital, the digital thread that you have from when you have a new molecular entity or a new product all the way through to the customer, and the feedback mechanisms the whole way through that, and actually investing more in that. So investing in those technologies. So to pivot on that then, Barry, what I would say is that, if you think about what's unique about Ireland, and you have skin in the game in this, Barry, as well, in terms of the advanced manufacturing centers. How can we use the ecosystem we have in Ireland? Brilliant ICT sector, really strong medical device sector, great partnerships with academia, and some of these other bodies such as NIBRT and others, right, and Amber and etc. And actually start to really get them to work, right, to create that kind of ecosystem where we can innovate in Ireland. We can innovate within supply chain and use supply chain and beyond to innovate in a different way that has value from a customer perspective, but also has a broader business value as well. So I think there's a real strong piece in there that I think we're starting to build out with some of these different nodes that we have. But I think we have a lot more to do there to strengthen those partnerships to offer the real high-end value add.
Yeah, and so if I gather what you're just saying there, you're bringing two very important points. It's not just about manufacturing, is what you said. It's about the entire global business and services and supply chain, and it's with short lead times, along with personalized medicine and other, the business is beginning to fundamentally change. It's not just about digitization, as in connecting sensors into factories and measuring performance of tools and systems and machines, but it's about the whole digitalization of the business, and that that transformation that's happening in the business side of things, that really Ireland needs to be looking at trying to bring some of that in here, that competence and expertise, and then needs to develop out partnerships with other parts of the supply chain, other companies, and the research ecosystem within Ireland to try and enable that to happen. Would that be summary what you're saying?
Yeah, you summarize things really well there, Barry. I would say one other thing to maybe add to it, right? If you go back maybe 20 years ago, and if you look at the different sectors we have, and if you look within the healthcare sectors, some of the things that companies were doing in terms of value add outside of what you would call pure manufacturing at the times was some of these global business services, so a lot of global supply chain centers of excellence. As an example, you see that throughout a lot of companies, right? Not just in the healthcare sector, but if you think about global business services in the new world, some companies and areas are working on something like, control tower for clinical trials.
Yeah.
So if you think about what you're connecting a few dots here, Ireland isn't hugely strong in terms of being a real test bed for clinical trials, and there's a lot of reasons for that, right? There's maybe population, diversity amongst other things, but there's a lot more we could do there. But outside of that, using the capability between maybe the technology, between the ICT piece, and why wouldn't we add value add, with the capabilities we have, about utilizing some of those expertise that we have in maybe global supply chain centers of excellence or control towers around that, in terms of how we move our product, to using that same expertise and applying that to something like having a control tower for a company or for Europe for how we run our clinical trials. And then you can imagine then you have bills out there then where you can connect into the different hospitals, groups, etc., etc. So one example of maybe a global business service opportunity that companies in biopharmaceuticals should be looking at.
Absolutely, real food for thought, because it was interesting actually. And Brendan, I might just bring you back in there for 2 seconds in this. I had asked you the kind of similar question that Gary's just covered here in the context of R&D, and you were talking about the kind of fundamental R&D that goes on in terms of next generation, medicine and whatever. You just mentioned to me in Wuxi City, in your own facility there, how many research engineers are actually just working on the next generation products. What was the kind of number again there? Brendan, can I bring you in?
Yeah, so absolutely. So the headcount we have in Wuxi City, which is where our main manufacturing facility is in China, the number of heads on site is about 4,500, and of that, just under 1,300 are scientists, and they're all working in research. So that's the scale of investment we have, and the focus we have on providing that research infrastructure for our customers to help them, to develop and identify molecules that we need to develop for some of the diseases that we know of already, and then some of the diseases that we know don't have medication or suitable medication identified for them.
Yeah. And Paul, can maybe just, I can draw you in this conversation as well. Is there, would you agree with the observation though, from say Brendan's point of view, that, the deep scientific research, next generation medicine, maybe a little bit trickier for us to do when you can compare to the scale of what's going on in other facilities around the world where, there's a centralized R&D program going on, that maybe the way we should be doing it is really looking at Ireland's advantage here with the collaborative nature of the island, the companies that are all here, the ecosystem that we have, looking at it maybe from a more broader business kind of supply chain area. Would you see that has been an opportunity for Ireland?
Yeah, you've said it all there, Barry. Yeah, and exactly. I completely agree. I mean, I would think myself from looking at the landscape in Ireland, we don't really have that foundation for real R&D. I mean, we in Takeda we call it small or big D. We do a lot around development, and as Gary said, getting that last gram out of or per kilo, or yield increases, or making the process faster, cheaper, better. But in terms of R&D, we don't have that critical mass like we do in manufacturing excellence, because for lots of different reasons, clinical trials, most of the big pharma companies like Takeda and others have created hubs around the globe, and that's the model. I mean, what we can do is we can look at, there are a lot of other small companies and innovators, and what you see now with a lot of R&D is alliances and partnerships, because the big pharma simply they can't keep up with the technology.
Yeah.
So you've got to partner with smaller groups, and there's lots of small groups within Ireland that are specialists in very specific areas. And if we incubate those companies, maybe we get some R&D and some IP and new developments out of those.
Yeah.
And eventually they get taken over or merged with big pharma. So that's an opportunity. But in terms of, as Gary was saying, we need to protect what we have and keep doing what we're doing and improve on that as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great. No, thanks for that. Rory, I might just bring you in here if that's okay, on the back end of this particular part of the conversation around the what's needed to attract the next generation of MNCs in the bioprocessing, biopharma industry into Ireland. Do you have any thoughts around the innovation ecosystem and any recommendations that maybe for the already existing players who are in the country in terms of what they should maybe consider doing?
Sure, and innovation isn't just about the newest medicine. It's about innovating, as some of the guys have talked about already, about ensuring that you remain relevant and remain competitive in the industry. First of all, I'd like to welcome Christine, welcome Repligen, which is our newest client in Ireland. So we've been working with Artisan, and we'll be very happy to continue working with you. And really, that is what IDA does best, is look at the long term, take the overall industry view. And there seems there's a lot of talk around cell and gene and advanced therapeutics, and it is the latest development in the industry, and we have to ensure, and the investment that we're continuing to make in NIBRT will continue to ensure that we're relevant in that space. But just as importantly, whether it's on the biologics, the biologics drug substance side, like Brendan's investment in Wuxi, or whether it's even in, we have small molecule plants that have been operating for over 50 years. And the amount of innovation that is involved in them continuing to innovate, invest, and continue to make them relevant. So a large part of our job is ensuring that what has come into Ireland in the last number of decades continues to remain here, continues to remain relevant, has generally and utilized. I mean, everyone's been talking about the agility and flexibility, and I think that's really important. And I think what has happened as a result of COVID, and as the response of the biopharmaceutical industry to the development of a vaccine, of a number of vaccines, and get them through the regulatory process in less than a year, is just incredible. I think the effects that COVID is going to have on supply chains, whether it's on a renewed chauvinism coming in, that companies will want not only within their bloc, not only within the EU, perhaps within their own countries, they'll want certain activities taking place. That's a challenge and a threat for us. The reliance, particularly on the small molecule side.
Maybe come back on that just for a moment, because that's an important statement you just said there, and I'm glad you brought it up. I was going to ask the question about COVID in a few moments, but since you tackled it, there's been a phenomenal change. You know, okay, this year is like a year most of us in our lifetime have never seen, but you know, some extraordinary positives were that the pharma industry could get global partnerships going in a way that would be unheard of 2 years ago. Less than year deliver a vaccine. And multiple vaccines, by the looks of things, now come. Walls were broken down, alliances were made. Ireland, you know, because of the nature of these kind of companies that sit within the island, and Irish people are very good at networking, as you know. Is there opportunities here that we should be looking at to try and continue with some of that now, that goodness that's, you know, we can show it's possible by getting the partnerships going. Is there an opportunity here for Ireland that we really should be, you know, the business leaders that here who are here today on the panel, and now that they've all been, if they didn't know each other before, have all met, and that we should be gathering and having a conversation about this?
Well, I think there is that I think the flexibility and the agility that the industry in Ireland has demonstrated is we are certainly at the forefront of that. It probably, COVID has encouraged other people to react with more flexibility. So it's both an opportunity and a threat. I think particularly on the small molecule side, the reliance on a very long supply chain, perhaps with the original ingredients coming from Asia, that I think people will be examining that. I think a lot of our small molecule plants here now are concentrating on new products coming through, as Christine was mentioning, on scaling down and shorter runs on new drugs. I mean, there's still a very strong pipeline of small molecule drugs. So we're trying to look at, okay, yes, we need to win cell and gene projects, and we need to work out how, just as we did with the small molecule API plants and the biologics plants, how are we going to be competitive in the cell and gene? But we also need to ensure that we keep our small molecule API plants, that we keep our biologic plants. Yeah. And as some of the guys are mentioning on the services side, I mean, we've already had a good deal of success with the CROs in PPD, IQVIA, these companies in establishing services operations in Ireland. We've several of the large pharma companies putting global business services practice in here. So in addition to the manufacturing across the three sectors and the services, we're trying to be active in that, and to ensure that we, not just through IDA, but that the government ensures that we remain competitive, that we have strategic sites that somebody like Wuxi can move into, that we do invest in NIBRT, so there is a training facility to ensure that people can get the people we want, that we have the most competitive tax regime in Europe, you know, that we have a business-friendly visa regime to bring people in. So although a lot of the talk is about the newest therapy and what's the most exciting and it's the combination of manufacturing across small molecule, large molecule, and cell and gene. It's the services in addition to that, and making sure that infrastructure is there, and that we continue to, as a country, show the flexibility and agility that I think the industry has shown.
And as the interface between business leaders and industry leaders here in the country, particularly the M&C side of things, and government, and what's happening there, and I know you have your ear close to the ground. Post COVID, do you think there is likely to be legislation that will come in around local a demand for having more local supply chains? I mean, we saw the issue happening with PPE, for instance, and shortage of supply of certain critical ingredients that were needed for certain industries and businesses, say even on this island, and getting it in here was a bit of a challenge. Is there likely to be legislation or a desire politically really to have much more local supply chains? And if so, is there an advantage here for Ireland being at the edge of Europe and last stop to the US, would you say? Or is this something we need to be kind of, watching very carefully and be careful we don't get frozen out? Where do you think we're positioned?
I think it's a very fine line, and I think you make some very good points there. I mean, we've seen the strength of being part of a large bloc like the EU. The EMA may be taking a little bit longer than the UK's legislator is more in timing with the FDA in the US. But as part of the bloc, as part of the EU bloc, that is what is getting us our access to vaccines. And I think hopefully there will be a coordinated approach across the EU in looking at the supply chain issues with regards to PPE, our essential medicines. I think in terms of crisis, people can get, and countries even can become very selfish and look, no, we need this, we must need this now. And we saw some decisions taken like that at the beginning of the crisis. Hopefully, we will have a more coordinated response. And I think Ireland would certainly be encouraged the EU to take an EU-wide approach. But it is something that we have to keep an eye on to ensure that and I think there will be more pressure for the US, obviously, with President Trump was very keen to retain as much manufacturing in the US as possible, and made changes in their taxation regime to do that. I think traditionally the Democrats have also, I mean, all political parties in the US will be very anxious to ensure that they remain competitive, and we just have to be aware of that. And we exist in a competitive world, and we aim to be competitive versus the US and against all other countries. So I think hopefully it will be a multilateral approach, but I think it will have some effect. I don't think you will see the total reliance on using PPE as an example, the total reliance on the free for all, the Wild West activities that took place trying to get PPE from China. I think our contingency planning hopefully will be better, but hopefully it will be as a block.
Yeah, good. No, thank you for that. I'm going to just change tack here for a moment, if I may. And Gary, I might draw on your experience here. In the whole area of sustainability, while we've been all focused on COVID this particular year, and nobody would have believed, we saw it in the movie, the pandemic, and we said, yeah, oh God, great movie, enjoyed 2.5 hours. That was scary, it won't ever happen. And of course it did, right? And we had a year that none of us have ever seen, as I said earlier, in our lifetime. But, the elephant in the room, we've 7 years and 80 odd days before we hit a tipping point where scientists, the best scientists in the world, are telling us we can't go back. The world will never recover. Climate change is upon us. We and business leaders need to get engaged in this particular challenge, global challenge. And this whole area, what legacy should MNCs and some SME businesses leave? Is it just about the profit margin for investors and the products that they make, or should it be something more than that, about the overall impact that they might have on society? What's your thought around that?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think it's a great challenge. I think particularly when I think about healthcare companies, and a lot of folks on the line today, we understand better than most, right? That human health and environmental health are inextricably linked. The healthy people need a healthy planet. Okay, it's in our DNA. So I think we have a massive responsibility to lead in that way, and a lot of multinational companies, or even indigenous ones, do understand and get that, and a lot have ambitious goals and targets. But I actually think the COVID situation over the last while has actually kind of brought that link to the fore, maybe a little bit more even about healthy people need a healthy planet. And I've certainly felt a lot more conversation, a lot more good, challenging conversation, certainly within our company and even within the sector about what more can we do and what are we doing. And a lot of companies will have goals around carbon neutrality and carbon reduction, etc., within their plants. If you think about it from a manufacturing perspective, and we've done a lot of work in that space for J&J in Ireland, and wind turbines and various other efforts to try and reduce the carbon neutral buildings, etc. But I think we've probably got to be bolder as leaders and as companies in terms of setting those challenging targets. And I think other things that are coming to the fore is, what do we really measure? We measure a lot in terms of revenue, we measure a lot in terms of sales, but what do we measure in terms of our impact on the environment and sustainability, and bringing those kind of to the fore a little bit more. And maybe different in different ways. There's an element of what gets measured gets done. I think other pieces as well that companies are thinking about is, a lot of our focus, and a lot of this is evolution. A lot of our focus initially, when it came to responsibility in terms of sustainability, is really about your carbon footprint. And a lot of what we do is focused on our buildings and kind of type 1. Our scope, different scopes, but now we're starting to think about our responsibility really end to end, and that's kind of back to an earlier question that yourself and Rory spoke about there, which is, do you have more glocalization? When you're thinking about your distribution, if you have a supply chain end to end, and you have a material that you're making from a sub supplier in Asia, that's been sent over to the US to get another part put on it, from a main supplier, and that supplier ships something over to you in Ireland, and you use that in your product, and then you ship that back over to the US. And if you think about all of the different carbon footprint impact you're having from a scope perspective, companies are starting to look at that more closely, but we're probably more early days on that, Barry. So in that respect, in terms of kind of direct impact in terms of the main focus on carbon for sustainability, carbon footprint, we've done a lot of good work and we have ambitious targets, but we're only at the tip of the iceberg in terms of the real impact we have with our full life cycle of the products we make.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there, Gary. And it goes for other industries, not just obviously the bioprocessing industry. Absolutely. And with that in mind, actually, Christine, I might bring you back into this conversation. Gary just talked a little bit about the supply chain, and your company, are critical suppliers into this industry and business. Are we doing enough, for sustainability, or is it still at the stage of, when I was at another conference there recently, that this question was asked, and one MNC, not from your side of the business, was asked about the whole sustainability, and said, oh yeah, we have a great program going, our CSR program is excellent and we're doing great stuff, but the CSR budgets are 0.2% of the corporate turnover, right? They're tiny, right? That's not going to game change or change the planet. What's your thoughts around this? Are we doing enough as an industry and as a business?
Yeah, I will draw a bit on what Gary was noting. I don't think we are. I don't think, to Gary's point, we're making the right measurements, right? There's lots of measurements, analytical work done in a bioprocess, and then in the supply chain, right? But if you're not, to Gary's point, if you're not measuring it, then you're not aware, then you're not going to address the challenge. And even so looking at those sub processes, right? What is the supply chain around a given tool or technology around a given product, right? And here I mean not a biologic, but a technology or a device that's used in bioprocessing, right? So if you start to look at those sub supply chains, and to Gary's point, the carbon footprint, or where those can be optimized, I don't think that's the goal right now, right? The goal is to deliver technology, deliver products, so a biologic can be made, right? So I think there's plenty of room for deeper assessment and therefore deeper impact.
Yeah. And do you think actually there's a need at the board level within companies that the whole issue of sustainability plays much more center stage, or do you think it is getting now it's starting to be heard at the very least at the board table?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak on Repligen experience, right, and what our initiatives are. So we're a small to mid-size supplier in this industry. I think an impactful supplier with the technologies that we've developed and bring to the industry. But this is a concept that we've just recently taken up within the company, right? Our whole ES&G initiative, and we're just at the stage of figuring out, okay, what do we measure? What are all the, if you want to talk about a complex, it's not even regulatory, but influencing body of companies that are driving sort of the terminology and the goals. It is very complex, and so we're just in the process of figuring out, okay, how do we, what do our goals need to be, right, on the environmental side? How are we going to measure what we need to measure to demonstrate an impact, and that we are, addressing this responsibility. So it's not even, our board is aware of these activities, but there's, to your earlier point, there's not an investment into making change yet, right? We're at the, what do we know, and what are the, what does the investor community, right, require us to be doing, right? So we're very much at the beginning. It's important, but we're not at the level of investing, right, to make a change, right? You invest in R&D to make a change, right, to make new product, develop new technology, improve your supply chain. We're not investing yet.
Yeah. And Paul, I might bring you. Thank you, Christine. Paul, I might bring you in here as well. What are your thoughts around this? They say, strategies where you put your resources, right? And is at the board level, would you say, or at senior level, even in Ireland, the whole issue of sustainability, does it feature? Is it something we need to be doing more of?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be pretty depressing now at the moment, and I'll take it back even further. I mean, as a society, as a species, we're consumers. I know in films you've seen this, the human race being, compared with, locusts or whatever. It's what we do, and it's a cultural change. And in all of our companies, all of our sites, we talk about a cultural change. I mean, this for the world is a cultural change. We've been talking about, climate change for so long. I think some people have stopped listening. A lot of people maybe have stopped listening because it's an old message, and so we have to rethink the message. I mean, if you think going back to 2 years ago, if you draw COVID, you wouldn't have had the level of collaboration between pharma companies. It was a burning platform it was the burning platform of COVID-19 that's made us, change our behaviors. Unfortunately, by the time we realize that climate change is a burning platform, as you say, it'll be too late. So big companies like pharma and other industries really have to be game changers, really have to be influencers here. And again, our millennials, our younger generations, they're used to this concept of influencers, and that's what big pharma needs to be, any big company. So we have to set ourselves really challenging goals, really focus on what's here. And I mean, again, all pharma companies, including Takeda, the first line of our what is Takeda is we're a values-based company. That's largely we're talking about patients, but patients are people. People are living on this planet, and as Gary said, if we want healthy people, we want healthy planet. So it has to be joined up, holistic thinking. It can't all be about cost per kilo or cheaper medicines. We have to, as companies, add more value whilst maintaining costs. And value just doesn't mean healthcare and our medicine. It means the overall, as you say, CSR, climate change, carbon neutral. Takeda have set a goal for ourselves to be completely carbon neutral in all our operations by 2040, but also to have 50% of our suppliers being carbon neutral. So again, that's extending it out past our own control. So we can't control the supplies, but we can certainly influence them, and that's one of our goals. And I think we've a big part to play there for patients, for society, for the planet.
Great. No, good to hear. Brendan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, similar to Paul, and I think, you know, to bring it, to link two topics that we've talked about, COVID and this. I mean, as most of us, you know, over the last 8 months have cleaned out garages, cleaned out attics, cleaned out wardrobes, you know, we realise how much waste and we have and what things we don't use. And I think it's changing that mindset at an individual basis, and then you see the sea change in the company. So, you know, when you look at, you know, waste recycling, I mean, I look out here at the site here, we've 1,800 people on site. We still, you know, we've a waste stream for all of the different waste that's created off the site. We recycle where possible. But it's how do we get people thinking about that on an individual basis, so that then, you know, collectively we can come together and make that change. You know, we've located in Dundalk. A lot of people ask me why Dundalk. You know, there's a lot of advantages to it. But at the moment, you know, of the FTEs we've hired, nearly 70% are local. And I have very good examples of people who have, you know, for example, they had 2 cars, both were working and both were traveling maybe down the M1 onto the M50. And I have a couple of cases where, you know, couples have been able to sell a car. And in one case, you know, the guy that I employ got a bike and he cycles to work. So not only did they reduce the use of the car, but he now gets his exercise coming on going to work. So I think people through COVID are going to look at alternative ways, and, you know, work can be done a different way. People can work from home. We don't need to travel as much. So, you know, there are choices that we can all make that can help, you know, the environment. So I think, yes, there's a focus on what companies can do, but I think also there's a realization that, you know, a lot of us, or all of us, have a very key part to play in making the world more sustainable.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think choosing where facilities are set up so people can live in and work in the community, and is something that, you know, in the overall context of thinking about sustainability, that's something that needs to be considered. And we're rapidly running out of time now. I'll just move on to another subject there, where we talk about people and our workforces and that whole side of it. Brendan, just in terms of from a training and development point of view, are there some things that we need to be cognizant of now in terms of skill sets that we need to be doing for our people? Is there changes that we need to be considering to try and make sure our workforce stay skilled enough for the next generation of products as they're being developed?
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a couple of factors here, and we've touched on some of them already. So, you know, NIBRD offers a fantastic opportunity to train and upskill people. You know, there's different types of training. So it was covered earlier that, you know, there are people who want to transition from small molecule to large molecule. You know, we need to facilitate that. We need to look at how do we get people who, you know, don't necessarily have a pharma or biotech experience, how can they transition into this industry? You know, there's about 60,000 people in our industry only in Ireland, so it's quite small in comparison. And then it's how do we continuously train people? We're in Dundalk, we've made a, you know, strategic relationship with you know, DKIT, Queen's University in Belfast, Dublin City University. So we're looking at how can we connect with the third levels that are around us, and then how do we make, you know, what we do attractive to schoolgoers? You know, if you think of you know, teenagers in school, how do we make science and working in the pharma industry, how do we let them know what that looks like? You know, teenagers know what an accountant does, they know what you know, a teacher does, a guard does, but how do we share and educate people around and say what a microbiologist does? You know, yeah. And how do we make, you know, career options more attractive in our industry? And you know, where, you know, we have to look at how do we open up some of our facilities to bring in third level students or secondary school students to see what we do, so that then they can, you know, possibly choose a career in our industry.
Yeah. Christine, in the US, what would you see? Would you see a similar situation here? You know, is it a challenge to get kind of skill sets that are needed for this industry as it's rapidly changing?
Yeah, I think on the supplier side, we can have some challenges, right? We look for a a wide variety of skill sets, right? Down to some assembly type work, right, which is a bit different than the bioprocess industry, where even in the manufacturing side, there's a certain level of skill set and education perhaps required. But yeah, I think there is so there's some differences there on perhaps on the supplier side, and there's a lot of competition, right, both on the supplier and the industry side for skill sets. So and especially in the Boston area where we are, which is a hub of both, right, of technology development as well as biological product development. So I think there are certain areas where we do have challenges finding folks, right, and we need additional maybe community college type training programs that introduce, the basic science concepts or the supply chain concept, and then, the maybe the GMP work type environment.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's something that can be a challenge, specifically in this area where we are.
Yeah, and I think we see the same in Ireland, and I know Gary and his team there have had much similar type conversations as well, with the need to have technicians or apprentices, etc. Highly skilled for the industry and the business as well. That there's a big gap there. And I think it's a challenge for ourselves here in Ireland. And folks, we've just thank you for that, Christine, and we've just come to the end of our plenary session. I'd like to thank everybody for joining in today. In particular, I'd like to thank our panel, Christine, for the unearthly hour of the morning that you had to get up and to share your thoughts and ideas with us. Really, really appreciated. Gary, Brendan, Paul and Rory, really appreciate your time and your valuable insights. It was lovely to meet you and chat to you during the week. Look forward to meeting up with you again very soon. Thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
I want to thank all the panelists for giving your time. I know you're not exactly people sitting around with nothing to do. And thank Barry for moderating it. Barry, as expected, you played a blinder. Well done. Thanks, everyone. And next up, we have Luke O'Neill, Professor Luke O'Neill. He's chair of biochemistry in Trinity. I actually saw in the Sunday newspapers, Luke has offered to take a vaccine live on television, such as his fate. So we'll hear what he has to say in about 10 minutes after a brief coffee break. Thanks, everyone.
We all have been living life and interacting with people and brands in many new ways. It has never been more important for businesses to stay connected. Premier Events has been building strong relationships for over 25 years in the UK and Ireland. We understand your business. We have come to regard many of our clients as colleagues and even friends. We have worked hard at building strong communities and relationships through our live exhibitions, awards and media products. And now, Premier Studios has the technology and expertise to help you to remind your customers that you're thinking of them, that you care, and are open for business. We provide a multi-camera setup with skillful editing, combined with a large variety of green screen backdrops and virtual sets. Just a few ways we can channel your message to customers and communities involved in manufacturing, construction, tech, health, sustainability, retail, and much more. Let us bring your brands to life, allow your products to be seen and your services to be discovered. Premier Studios is ready to connect you wherever you are.
Okay, welcome back everyone. We're now starting into some informative presentations. First up is Professor Luke O'Neill. So Luke is Chair of Biochemistry in Trinity and in some cases has become the go-to guy in the country for advice and inspiration on this whole pandemic. So I'm going to hand over to Luke straight away.
There we go. Hope you can see that. Great. Thanks, Jonathan, very much. I'm going to give you, I guess, a 20-minute or so talk on this dreaded COVID-19 that we're all so familiar with. My lab is working on this. We've got 4 projects actually working on COVID, mainly on the therapeutic end. We don't do stuff on vaccines. We're mainly working on novel therapies, I guess. I mean, COVID in many ways is an inflammatory disease, and I've spent the last 30-odd years working on inflammation, mainly in diseases like arthritis or Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, Crohn's. But then I've worked on infectious diseases. You can't really avoid it if you're an immunologist. And I've worked on sepsis and septic shock, for instance. So my lab back in February, we realized we could begin working on COVID because, you know, obviously it was the big crisis that was happening with a few ideas. I'm going to tell you towards the end about our own specific work on possible new therapeutic avenues to follow. And of course, as we all know, there's the dreaded the virus that emerges in Wuhan in China. Of course, it's a staggering business that a tiny thing like this, that's magnified 30 million times, has caused such devastation around the world and so many issues for us all in so many ways. And it's worth just at the very start explaining. The virus emerges in Wuhan and in China. Doctors spot this virus because it's causing severe disease, much more severe than other respiratory diseases. That's how they realize there's something funny going on. And they realize it's not like the flu. It's not like other RSV or other diseases. And this became a debate, and it's still going on in some people saying, it's the same as a severe flu. That's not the case. Here's a recent paper actually came out in Nature about 2 weeks ago. This is the infection fatality rate. All these studies on COVID in red, and these studies on seasonal flu, and you've got the fatality rate. Look at this, it's 13.2 times more fatal if you're 80. Now, clearly, if you're younger and you're 30 to 40 years of age, it's like flu. It's a pretty benign disease. But as you age, it gets more and more severe. So this is a very serious disease, and that slide just illustrates that, I guess, as a general point. And the other thing to mention is it became clear early on, probably back in March now, I suppose, that this wasn't like SARS or MERS, which was in the family, and it wasn't like the common cold. 4 of the coronaviruses will cause very mild disease, and we've all had them as a cold. SARS and MERS, of course, were much more severe, and they go into your lungs, whereas the common cold is up in the upper respiratory tract. This one is a hybrid. It's a bit like a common cold virus, and SARS had a baby and called it SARS-CoV-2, because it can live up in your upper airways, and that can be a mild disease with no symptoms hardly, but some people it goes into your lungs and causes very severe disease. And this is what's been the most pernicious aspect of this virus, asymptomatic spread, because people are walking around with no symptoms and they're spreading the virus. That made it very difficult to contain. Unlike SARS, because SARS was just symptomatic spread, and that can be controlled quite quickly because obviously those with symptoms can be isolated. With SARS-CoV-2, widespread lockdown was needed to control it. That's why we had lockdown, because of asymptomatic spread eventually. It happened initially because it was a new disease that looked very dangerous. But the real reason for global lockdown is asymptomatic spread. That's the only way to stop it spreading. And we're just in the middle of one ourselves in Ireland. And that's a feature that's worth emphasizing as a unique aspect. And then the other thing that's quite unique about it, or at least more prominent than other viruses, is what's called long COVID. And that's still a work in progress. People report long-term symptoms going on for 3, 4, 5, 6 months. Things like lack of concentration, shortness of breath, hypertension, all these things. And the big question is, how many people get this? And we still don't fully know. Some studies are showing as many as 1 in 3. Others, it's maybe less common. It will be age dependent again, so it's very hard to pin down. But what this means is this is more than just a disease that's fatal. This so the death rate is only one measure of its seriousness. The other measure is people with persistent symptoms that prevent them from going back to work and have severe consequences for their lives. So again, serious disease, still in the middle of trying to figure out how common that long COVID is. Now, what happened as well was science then begins to step up. We learn a huge amount about this virus very quickly. So it's a tremendous example of science delivering, I suppose. And it's in the coronavirus family. It penetrates epithelial cells in your lungs, for instance, through ACE2. That's the name of the receptor. In your lungs, the RNA virus, the RNA gets released. That will make proteins, and now we assemble our new viral particle, and then we get viral release. And it's a bit like SARS itself. and other coronaviruses. And we've learned a lot from SARS, actually, that we applied to this virus. All of this is basic information. But of course, the reason why it's important is it might give us clues to treat this and stop this virus from being as damaging as it currently is. And then, of course, the immunologists step up. A lot of information on the immune system and how it responds to the virus. You get a big peak in IgG, then antibody IgM comes up a bit later. The viral load goes down because, in the blue line there, because the immune system is clearing it. The big unknown is how long will immunity persist for, and we still don't know. It's probably going to be a normal distribution. For some people, it will last for a long time. For others, a bit shorter. It might be dependent on dose of virus. The age might be a factor here. And of course, that gives rise to the other big unknown is the risk of reinfection. And we still don't know. There are studies showing rare cases of reinfection. There could be other studies yet to come out that have reported higher incidence that haven't been reported yet. So it's still one of the unknowns. Can you get reinfected? Again, we predict, like any other biological trait, some people will be protected, some won't, and most are in the middle, which means you will see reinfection, but the disease will be milder. And that's what the common cold is like, to be honest. So it's still a big unknown. That unknown was the main reason why people who were saying, let's go for herd immunity, were wrong. Because there will be reinfection. You cannot create herd immunity if a virus can reinfect at any level. And of course, you pay the price of a lot of death and long COVID if you go for herd immunity. So that was never seen as a sensible thing. And there was a famous declaration. Not a single immunologist signed a declaration for that reason. Now, the other part of the immune system is the T cells. You get a strong T cell response. CD8, CD4s come out. But this is a pernicious virus. It kills off the T cells with severity. See this? So as the disease progresses, this virus will actively suppress T cells. And lymphopenia is a key feature of this disease. This will not happen with a vaccine. Because remember, vaccines are not the live virus. They're parts of the virus, you see, or they're inactivated viruses. And that means you won't see T cell depletion, meaning the vaccine will be stronger than natural immunity. And that's what we think. Now, again, it's a work in progress. It may not be as simple as that, but that's the current view, that vaccines are needed then to create herd immunity because they aren't the live virus, and they would allow a very strong immune response to happen that might sustain much longer than the natural infection. And that's a key part of the immunology of this virus. Now, how are we fighting it? Obviously, everyone wants to know the way out of this. And clearly, vaccines. I did this slide for a friend of mine, Linda Farlin, who did the illustrations in my kids' science book, did this for me. This was for RTE Junior. I gave a lecture on the immune system for primary school kids, and we made this slide. So vaccines, antibodies themselves, and of course, antibodies are driven by the vaccine, but you can use antibodies as therapies. Antiviral drugs, and there's several in development. And then my part, anti-inflammatories to stop the lungs being inflamed, for example. All four of these are full steam ahead. The vaccine business, as you know, is massive. Lots of antibody trials are happening. 2 antibodies got approved 2 weeks ago. Regeneron and Lilly's antibodies were approved for use. Antivirals, remdesivir is the lead there. That is not efficacious. There's some efficacy, but it's not the answer. And then anti-inflammatories, dexamethasone, you may have heard of that one. And there's more and more coming down the track. So it's a war then on these 4 fronts that's being fought. The other weapons we have, of course, are the things we're doing. The distancing and the face masks and the hand washing. And then the other front is testing. And that, of course, has let us down a bit. But still, that's another key weapon to use against this virus. So all of these combined give us a wonderful set of weapons to fight the virus. The vaccine is the atom bomb, if you want to use a war analogy. It is the most strongest, most effective way out of this is to use vaccines by far, as has happened in previous pandemics and diseases we well know about vaccines. If we don't get a vaccine, and there's still a risk of that in spite of all the good news, and I'll go into that in a minute, all this other stuff is happening as well. And this other stuff will help us tremendously. So it's a wonderful example of a war being fought through science on multiple fronts. Now, let's do a bit about vaccines. There are several types in development, over 200. There's the whole inactivated virus. There's subunits, that's a piece of the virus, the spike protein. The RNA vaccines, we're going to talk about those a lot, of course we are. And then what I call recombinant viral vectors, that's the AstraZeneca vaccine is a good example. So lots of different approaches. And they all might work. Some might work better than others. Some might work better in children versus adults. There's many aspects to this that make it complicated, but you've never seen the like of this frenzy of activity in terms of developing vaccines. And it's, again, a tremendous example of science and medicine stepping up. Now, Barclays Bank, I think it's about 2 months ago now, did a prediction that we think is all true. They said there will be 3 vaccines approved before Christmas. We've got one of them already with the MHRA approving the Pfizer vaccine. Moderna will probably be next, and maybe AstraZeneca, although they've had a tiny wrinkle in the past week. Next, Johnson & Johnson, Novavax, GSK, Sanofi are ones we're now looking at. Some of those may push forward. I think Johnson & Johnson may be sooner than this prediction was. This was done about 2 months ago. So ultimately, by the summer, we will have 8 or 9 vaccines approved to fight this virus. Tremendous performance and real hope because of all those vaccines. And then, of course, we saw the Pfizer-BioNTech. They were first to report, as 4 weeks ago now, they got 90% plus efficacy in that trial. That was so important because it's the first vaccine to show efficacy. It meant the enemy can be beaten with a vaccine. We didn't know that before then. And this huge efficacy, tremendous. Now, of course, it's a press release. It's statements like, it's bodes really well to get a hand on the epidemic. So we haven't seen the data. We're waiting for the data, but still, we assume the data is going to be good. And then, of course, on Monday, it's a moving story. We get that vaccine approved by the MHRA, and this is from the RTE website. Actually, UK Medicines approved first vaccine. It'll be rolled out early next week. Care home residents, followed by those 80 years of age, and healthcare workers are the first set to vaccinate. A lot of discussion about this, of course, who's going to get vaccinated first. So here we have the first vaccine approved for COVID-19. In 11 months, then you went from the first description of the code, the RNA code for the virus, and now a vaccine approved. Remarkable. Many questions. We won't spend time on them, and it's in the media all the time. But still, a real milestone was reached there. Moderna next, another RNA vaccine. They're claiming 94.5% efficacy. That looks like it'll be approved December the 17th in America. The Pfizer vaccine, by the way, will be approved on December the 10th by the FDA in all likelihood, and the MHRA approved it on Monday. So full steam ahead in terms of approvals. We're going to see more and more vaccine approval happening. We're confident now. Now, of course, things might fall over. There's unknowns here still. But by God, it's moving fast. And the speed worries people. Do not worry about the speed. It's only moving fast because an army is on this for each company. And the great analogy I use is if one person paints your house, it takes them a week. If 1,000 painted it, in an hour. That's what's happened here. It's people on the job doing the work. They've also cut through some of the bureaucracy, mercifully, that some of these regulatory agencies have. So we shouldn't be concerned about speed here. And now let's see what happens next in terms of rollout. In Ireland, we'll get access to the EU, as you all know, to the EMA. Now, moving on then, the second thing we might work with is BCG. And I wrote a review recently in Nature Reviews on BCG and COVID. This will give kind of an innate barrier to many infections, RSV, influenza, and maybe SARS-CoV-2. And it's a very safe vaccine. It's a vaccine for TB. It gives kind of a non-specific boost, and you get an armor going up to block anything really, not just TB. And again, there's 3 trials running. We should hear about those quite soon as well, probably in the new year, I reckon January, February time. If BCG works as a protector, tremendous. Add that to our list of weapons. Safe, easy to use, long history of safety and efficacy with TB. So again, another possibility as a kind of a vaccine, I suppose, but it's more the innate immune side that's being activated there. Now, lastly, then my own work, we're working on inflammation, and this is an inflammatory disease. All the markers are there: macrophages, lymphocytes, cytokines, words that trip off the taxi drivers' tongues now when I talk to them. So it's fantastic. All this scientific literacy in Ireland is brilliant. So it's an inflammatory condition. That's what you die of ultimately, is respiratory distress caused by the inflammatory process. One recent study that was interesting was it's not that different from sepsis, which can be caused by gram-negative bacteria. I think on ARDS, acute respiratory distress syndrome. This is a really good study in the Journal of Clinical Investigation. The cytokines are all very similar in all these different situations. And that raises an important question. Many people have tried to block cytokines or use immunosuppressive technologies for ARDS and failed. And this guy, his name is, Angela Rogers, she says, using these therapies in unaffected patients may be unwarranted. And we are seeing some failures now that are trying to target certain parts of the inflammatory process, because that's failed before. So it's an interesting question to see if these are going to work or not. It might be timing. We think it might be possible. Timing might come into it. And then looking a bit more deeply, here's the inflammatory bit. Many targets here. For example, a drug called gemcitabine targeting GM-CSF. That's advancing fast. There's many different anti-inflammatories in development. Of course, we have the antivirals. There's remdesivir. That shows a bit of efficacy. It won't be the answer, but it's something. And then, of course, antibodies as therapies, either monoclonals, single-chain antibodies, polyclonals, even convalescent plasma. And that shows some success, but not huge. So again, they act to mop up the virus. They're a therapeutic, And again, there's 45 of them now being trialed. 2 got approved, Regeneron and Lilly. So we'll see if they will work. And they will be good because they'll mop up the virus. They also might be used prophylactically. as well. If the virus now comes in, you have the antibodies on board. They've got half-life, and the biopharma business, you all know this in spades, Ahmed. The half-life is about 2 weeks. So you could use it as prophylactic as well as a possibility. And remember, we are getting better with treatments. I mean, here's a really good study in the New England Journal about a month and a half ago now. This is the survival rate. And look at this. In April, it's the blue line. By June, it's gone up here. So we're doubling survival times, or survival rates. And that's a really interesting thing, because we're getting to 75% survival now, and it's tremendous. Now, why is that? Well, it's things like dexamethasone. I worked on that as part of my PhD. That's a global anti-inflammatory, given at the right time, seems to have an efficacious effect. Things like proning, simple things like putting someone on their stomach. Clinical observations have been tremendous here, and that protocols being adapted in hospitals. And here's Dex. I mean, there we have the trial in New England Journal. There's the usual care with mortality. Put them on Dex. You're getting about a 20% effect here, we think, which means 1 in 5 are not dying who would have if they're given dexamethasone. It's become standard of care in Ireland and in many hospitals. Now, lastly, then, the other thing to say is a couple of things that are in development, partly from my own lab as well. I think called the NLRP3 inflammasome is very interesting. That is in macrophages. That's been implicated now in COVID-19, driving all the cytokines and all the various downstream damage we see in the epithelium. And that's an interesting target. And we ourselves have looked at this pathway. And I've worked in this for years, to be honest. We measured samples from St. James's Hospital, Niall Condon, great collaborator up there. And this was non-severe patients from James's and severe patients. Look at this. This was higher. IL-18 is a marker of NLRP3. And other people have seen this, of course. We've just shown this as well. So this is high in severe disease. Block that pathway, you may see a therapeutic effect. And there's 2 clinical trials running now to block NLRP3, which is tremendous. And Novartis are trying it, and a company called Olitech. These 2 trials are now running. They've tried to block IL-1, another output from this pathway. That failed. They've tried to block IL-6, another important cytokine. That kind of worked a bit, but it's still not fantastic. So these things are all a work in progress, and we're going to see what's going on. I think very importantly, if these things work in COVID and we change the protocol, the timing, it could work in ARDS or sepsis. We may see a spin out from this. And there's many examples we think where COVID may well be beaten. What we learn could be used in other diseases that are infectious or indeed inflammatory. You never know. Now, finally, itaconate. This is a molecule we've worked on in my lab now since 2017. It's a natural anti-inflammatory metabolite made by your own body. It comes off Krebs cycle, and it was on biochemistry, Krebs, and it suppresses inflammation. And we showed in our paper in 2018, this is a model of sepsis. We gave mice LPS, which drives ARDS in the lungs of the mice. And it's a bit like COVID. And look at this. If you don't treat them, there's a fatality rate. Give them itaconate and they survive for much longer. And then a lab in the US saw our paper working on Zika virus, another virus, and that can cause lethality. Gave them itaconate and they survived. The red line there. Now we're surviving a Zika-induced inflammatory pathology. And that paper, nice cartoon, there's itaconate. Look at that being sprayed on Zika virus. That looks a bit like COVID too, doesn't it? So that gave us inspiration back in February, March to work on itaconate in relation to COVID. And then a really good paper came out then again. This is it's back in June, July now, where they did a massive metabolomic screen of COVID-19 patients. And amazingly measured thousands of metabolites just to see what the change was. And look at this, itaconic acid was reduced in severity. See that word reduced? That might be because you're losing the anti-inflammatory effect and you get severe disease. So we thought that's another reason to believe itaconate might be important. And now we've got some experiments. This is a collaboration with Martin van Hemert in Leiden. He infected lung epithelial cells from human tissue with SARS-CoV-2, and they all die because a cytopathic virus will kill those cells. Itaconate prevented cell death. Now that's a really interesting effect, because it might be limiting the virus. It might be limiting the inflammatory events that kill the cell. So that's our first evidence of itaconate having a direct effect on SARS-CoV-2 in lung epithelial cells. And then even more excitingly, in Belgium, Lawrence Diesenberger, collaborating in Leuven, he's a hamster model of COVID-2. This replicates the human disease. Hamsters are actually the model they're all using now. He infected the hamsters with SARS-CoV-2, and the lungs were badly damaged. This is the histology score in the middle here. All these markers of damage in the lungs, including pneumonia and inflammation, and you get a score. And look at this, the infected mice, very damaged lungs, give them itaconate, and look at this, it suppressed the inflammation, we think. So here's an in vivo effect now of itaconate protecting these lungs from inflammatory injury. Now this is all a work in progress, N equals 1. We're now in the middle of doing more and more on this. So we think itaconate might be an option. Now, of course, how do we go from that into the clinic? of a company called Citrix, who are developing drugs based on itaconate. And they were developing them for inflammatory diseases, not for COVID-19. And they're very keen now. And the more data we get, it would support a potential clinical trial not in the not too distant future, amazingly. Now, remember, this may be used in other diseases as well, but still another go to treat this disease. And of course, the goal here is to get better than dexamethasone. That's a global anti-inflammatory. Another example, I may have seen this paper about 3 months ago. They used AI to read every paper on COVID, and it spat out the word bradykinin. And I worked on that in the 80s as well. That's an inflammatory factor. So again, we're seeing an awful lot of research developing anti-inflammatories in many different contexts that could prove useful to treat patients with COVID-19. Finally, where are we headed? Now, I've given you a whirlwind tour. There has to be some immunity building up. That's the way the immune system works. It'll take time. We can't depend on it as the strategy, but there will be some immunity, and that's great. Secondly, the vaccine, tremendous, even if only partially effective. We now know it's 90. I made this slide of it a month ago. Now we know it's 90% effective, tremendous efficacy there. We don't know if the vaccines stop transmission of the virus. That's an important thing yet to be shown. But they'll certainly, we hope, will stop people getting sick and dying in hospitals, and that'll take the fear away, tremendous, now, and bring our society back to the way it was. So that's where the line is. You vaccinate for yourself, but you also vaccinate for society because things begin to get back to normal. Therapies, I've just told you, great hope. Antibody-based ones are there. Let's see what happens next, and maybe prophylactics could be used. Bottom line, fear begins to dissipate anyway over the next 6 to 9 months. Governments begin to relax all the restrictions, and we begin to see a way back to normality. But remember, in the meantime, we got to all do it together. We've got to keep wearing the masks, keep washing your hands, keep distancing, because it's just beginning. These therapeutic approaches, these vaccines are going to take months to roll out, you see, properly. So, of course, what we call this is Vaccine Plus. But together we can definitely beat it if we keep going the way we are, and we row in behind each other. And Ireland's done a great job, in my opinion, with this virus. We've got the best 14-day rate now in Europe. Tremendous performance by the Irish people. Let's keep doing it. The cavalry are nearly here. Let's keep people alive until the cavalry fully arrive. And that's the hope for the future. And I will finish there, and thank you all very much.
Thanks a million, Luke. That was great. Great to see the work that's happening in terms of the virus. Next up, we have James Bogle. So James was the founder and director of the Bioprocess Institute, and has been around single-use technology longer than he'd probably admit. So Jim came highly recommended. You know who you are. So I'm going to hand over to Jim for his presentation.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. So just some intro slides on the Bioprocess Institute. We've been around since 2007. We are located in Rhode Island in the United States. We do some testing on multi-use as well as single-use. We do consulting really with helping people utilize their equipment in the proper fashion. Then we do training such as this for folks. And so our goal is really simple, is we just try to help our clients make better drugs. We support both end users and suppliers to the market. So I've been asked here to talk about single-use and single-use technologies. So I always like to start these with look at the industry and kind of see where we are and what's going on. And for some of us that have been in biopharm for years, I think the key thing is we've been using single-use for a while. When I started, we would actually take silicone tubing, put a capsule filter on it, and actually wrap it in brown craft paper and put it in an autoclave. Obviously, we've improved on that and come up with a lot of better ways to do this. So now we have gamma radiation, we have large scale, and our plants are coming less and less with the stainless steel. We even have large bag assemblies. We're greater than 2,000 liters. We have these integrated manifolds, and we have full process integration or platforms where we're actually making almost the entire drug process with single use. So it's here. But where is things and kind of how we got there? And I always like to look back and say how we got there, because especially now that I'm working with younger people and they kind of look at, why are you doing this? This doesn't make sense. If I was looking at connecting a bag and a connector, it's pretty simple. But there's some legacy things that have kind of gotten us here. And on the other side, we've learned a lot about this through biologics processing over the years. And I think it's coming out now with the COVID-19 treatments where some of these things make sense. I'm a process engineer. I feel it in my blood. And I think the first thing is the process is king or queen, and the components are there to support the process, and proper use, installation of them ensures our successful process. But when you look at the process, the cells or the proteins, they don't care if they're in single use or multi-use. They don't care if they're in stainless or polymers. Our role as process engineers and as manufacturing people is to keep the cells happy so they can grow and make their product. And it's really to look at the product in a portion, to look at the safety, identity, strength, quality, and purity, which the regulators tell us quite a lot. So food and medical device really led to where we are. Food started with their 3A and EHEG standards to look at sanitary design. Pharma adapted that to the active pharmaceutical ingredients. Some organizations like ISPE helped. Hospitals, though, we're looking always from the patient side. We've had operating rooms. We've had things to look at sterile administration through medical devices, and organizations like AAMI and ISO have contributed. And biopharm has pretty much come up with their own ways to look at aseptic, taking input from all of these and really looking at the multi-use and the single use. So when we look at this approach, it's really the same process, whether I'm growing cells, doing chromatography or filtration, and it's the same goal. We do not want to adulterate the product. Both types of systems can do this. And then there's just a different approach in how we look at this. And there's been some paradigm changes that have happened. The key thing for biologics and biopharmaceuticals is we want a closed process. If needed, we'll do cleaning and sterilization. In single use, we don't need to do that cleaning, so it's just the sterilization. And then there is a viral inactivation process that occurs too. These are the key elements when you look at it from a regulation, when you look at it from the patient, and making sure you have a clean process, what we have. So today in 2020, biopharm is catching up to medical device in many ways. And here's just some of the things. So historically, when you look back at medical devices, it kind of built through wars, unfortunately. So in the United States, we had the Civil War. In World War II, what we saw is some of the first single uses being used were serum kits. So these were actually kits that were used by the soldiers in the war, and they had flexible tubing in them. What were those flexible tubes? They were natural rubber tubes that were used to give IVs to troops in the field when they were injured and to give them penicillin and so on. This was really the beginning of medical devices in single use. In the Korean War, it perfected that they actually brought operating rooms out to the fighting theater and came up with ways to facilitate taking care of the patients there. In the Vietnam War, we actually started using blood bags and brought that out with polymers out to the field. In Afghanistan, almost the entire theater was all single use. So why did the single use become more apparent? And why do we see it now in operating rooms where we're looking now? Unfortunately, if you go to a hospital, you'll see almost everything is polymers and very little multi-use. The reason is risk reduction. Thinking about the patient and making sure that they're not going to get contaminated, just like we want our biological processes, single use really became the predominant thing in medical device. So we took that over to our industry. Looking at where single use is now in the industry and seeing things, Bioplan and Associates, Eric Langer and his group, and you can purchase this, and I recommend it to anybody who wants to look at the market share and so on of things. They did a survey of biopharmaceutical professionals in manufacturing and said, where are you using single use? And I don't know if you can read this slide, but it's 92% on the top, down to 43 in the bottom. So throughout the process, over 50% in everything, the folks are using single use today, 2020. Then over 14 years, the percentage has changed. Bioreactors, it has gone 63%, or most people today are using them, whereas in 2006, they weren't. So this is the big change, and it's here, and it's really part of the fabric. When you look at the question of, I expect 100% single-use disposable system within 5 years, over 60% of the people said yes. Some are working in them now. With 5 years, will 50% of my own facility be single-use? Again, over 60% of the people said that. So the main message here is single use is here. People are using it. There's a market share here. There's actually billions of dollars being spent. It's almost all research. Contract manufacturers are using it, contract research. Bioreactors and filtration almost exclusively single use. When you look at the sales, I looked at a few surveys. What we see is by 2025, sales of single use will be somewhere in the area of $20 to $30 billion. So there are clear advantages: the reduced risk of cross-contamination, enabling faster clinical trials, faster speed to market, and really allowing flexibility for multi-product and other things in this fashion. So we have this success, but there are some costs, and I don't want to basically minimize this here. There are some complaints that we see out there. There could be some contamination or cosmetic defects, or the biggest one we hear is leakage. I walk into plants almost every week, and someone will say, well, single-use leaks. And when you get to it, it's really what we find out is the root causes of this are more about poor manufacturing controls or some human error that's applied with that. And that's what we spend most of our time is helping people understand how to use the single use. And that, if you could take one thing back from this, one of the key things is, what are your procedures and how do you handle that? Because for the most part, these are designed to meet things. The results of those failures could be catastrophic. Loss of product, it could be in the millions of dollars. Loss of time, financial loss, and then there are just other ways that people can measure this. So the key is focus on how you use your single use, and it will be good to you. Just like, you know, any other rule of the farm, or when you take care of your car, if you maintain it and treat it right, it'll treat you right. So some people look at some of the regulations and standards. And so in the United States, the FDA has a standard for equipment shall be constructed so that it will not be reactive, additive, or absorptive. The Q7 has a similar document where it says equipment should be constructed that services that contact raw materials, intermediates, or APIs do not alter the quality. So the key thing is, again, the process is king. We want the equipment not to alter that. We also have in the CGMPs where we say that we want to keep current. We reference a lot of the guidelines and standards and so on out there, but they need to evolve. And I think this is another message I would give folks is your processes, your procedures need to evolve. So if you had something that worked on multi-use, you may need to modify it to work on single use. And we again talk about, you know, where we're treating the safety, identity, strength, quality, and purity of the product. So when we talk about safety, it's free of unknown side effects. And what do you do in your processing to ensure these things? Identity, that it is actually the drug there. It doesn't have other drugs mixed in. Strength and potency, that you have the right dose. You don't want to give a pediatric patient an adult dose. And then the quality, and make sure you meet the regulatory as well as your product specifications. Purity, we talk about chemical and physical contamination as well as microbial contamination. And these are all things that are important for our biofarm products. So when we look at standardization, and this is where the maturity of the industry is going, number one is patient safety. We reference these regulations that I mentioned. We look at them and see what we can do. We want to also make our processing better and look at ways that we can look at that. And then there's also an opportunity for comparison. When we work with suppliers, we try to compare their products to others and maybe show an enhancement or what one can do. So there are a lot of these letter to organizations that are out there for standardization, and you've all seen them. And what we do is try to help folks navigate through these areas and see how this fits in. But there are levels to them. And there's a lot of work with this. And I would pause here to say, if you want to get involved, we always need folks who are intimate with the organization, or maybe even just a good project manager to come and learn about the technical side. And so all the standards organizations do need assistance in addressing this in the proper way. So as I said before, medical devices have influenced us, so we have referenced some of their standards. Food and other bioprocesses, we've come together and we've kind of come up with our own area. And there's this road that we kind of get to standardization. Organizations such as the Bioprocess Systems Alliance, which focuses on single use, or the Bioforum Operations Group, which are mostly end users, look at the needs in the community. Some community groups like PDA and ISPE try to help things. And then we deal with consensus standards like ASME and ASTM to address this. And there's a hierarchy that we look at in these. And obviously the top are the regulations or the laws that we have. And then there are the compendia, these consensus standards, the more of the industry organizations, and then the community organizations. BPOG even, set a map for us back in 2016 to look at ways that we could work for a vision for single use. And this has helped the standard organizations actually see where to go. So again, these levels are here and they're just kind of in. Some of them are actually referenced in the laws. So sustainability is one thing to also think about with single use. How can we reuse, reduce, and recycle? And this is something that's more of an optic. There are a lot of studies that have been out that have really justified whether you do just a single-use plant versus multi-use when you think about the water used, or when you think about waste to energy, and you can get some harvesting there. The BPE standard, the ASME BPE standard, is going through an actual change to adopt single-use for its 2022 edition. And I thought I'd just share this with you to show how single-use has become commonplace here. So this started in 1997, really built on the food standards, came up with ways to look at the requirements, and historically has been adding things since 2009 on single use. And now what we're doing is in 2019, you see, we have a mandatory appendix that's for single use. And in 2022, we're actually going to break the book into two and have an entire single use section there. So this will help you reference specifics for single use, both from an end user or from a supplier arrangement to do that. So now I'm just going to summarize with some top 10 considerations. This is a short presentation, I realize, but just something for you to think about. If you'd like these and also want to contribute to your views on these, you could reference our website and let us know what you think of these, and we'd be more than glad to provide you copies of these if you wanted them. So top 10 reference documents, these are really what you need to look at and have on your shelf if you are working with single use day to day. So we have, the regulations, the ISPE, the PDA, TR66, the ASTM standard for aging, the ASTME standard for specification, design, and verification, the BPOB extractables portal, USP, the ISO 11137 sterilization, the BPSA quality test matrices and all of their technical guides, and then the ASME BPE. So these are documents I'd recommend you have on your shelf to look at. This is just a short list of the technical guides. You could go to BPSA for this. And the top 10 considerations when you're looking at them, first and foremost is last is qualified. Packaging, endotoxins are things that people are looking at more and more. Extractables, particulates, applications, and really the chemical compatibility, integrity, animal-derived free, bioburden control, and most importantly, biocompatibility. If you don't have that biocompatibility, you really wouldn't be considered for processing back to those regulations that we mentioned. The top 10 best practices for suppliers. You need a sustainability statement, documentation, support is a big thing. Industry experience, application knowledge and experience, a supply chain. How are you managing that? Your manufacturing controls, change management. How are you notifying the end users? And most importantly, a quality management system, which is referenced pretty much from our medical device folks. Top 10 best practices for implementation. What would you tell people? You need something about sustainability. What are you doing to take care of that? How you interface your operators, how you deploy your bags, documentation, inspection, testing, verification, integrity testing, verification, and then most importantly, your handling procedures and protocols. And then finally, the top 10s that we've seen in the industry, automation is big. Continuous processing is coming, cell and gene therapy miniaturization, manufacturing efficiencies. This wasn't even in our lexicon when I started in this industry, but now we've matured that this really is integrity, particulate nanotoxin, more and more people asking for that. Storage conditions, you see this with COVID-19 and the frozen applications, certification for ISO 13485, and single-use certification, and now the standardization. So where are we going? I think it's really, a question that you need to hear and the industry wants to hear from you. We need alignment. we need to really look at ways that we could go, and the patients need this. So we are here in the industry. We've set out to do things. And, in summary, I think, there are many benefits: closed systems, increased flexibility, cost savings, and single use does have some challenges, but it's an important place to go. So in conclusion, I'd like to thank you again for your time. And again, thank you for the opportunity.
Jim, thanks a million. That was great. Good overview of the single-use technologies that are close to a number of our hearts. So thanks a million for that. Looks like Mr. Rosenberski's recommendation was certainly worth it. So next we have Dr. Nina Bauer. So Nina is going to talk to us about cell and gene therapies. She's head of commercial gene editing and novel modalities at Merck. So Nina, over to you.
Thank you for the kind introduction and welcome everyone. My name is Nina Bauer. I am the head of commercial for gene editing and novel modalities at Merck. And I was invited today to talk to you about the exciting new world that is cell and gene therapy. I have structured my talk into 4 sub-chapters, starting off with an introduction into the industry that is cell and gene therapy, followed by a description of how these new modalities work, how they are made, and then I'm attempting a crystal ball gaze into what I think the future might hold. To start off with, I brought you some numbers that our industry body, the Alliance for Regenerative Medicine, recently published, and they have just declared 2020 to be the best year on record for cell and gene therapy financing. The year-to-date number for the end of Q3 was a cumulative $16 billion in investment. That is already more than the cumulative 2018 number of 14 billion, which was our previous year on record. This growth is primarily driven by public financing, both IPOs as well as follow-on financings. On the right-hand side here, you see a split of the subcategories that we find in our industry. So that is cell and gene therapy, but also tissue-based therapies. And you will notice that these numbers don't quite match up to the 16 billion. And that is that a lot of the companies active in this space will cover both gene therapy modalities as well as cell therapy modalities. But I mentioned 2018 as the current year on record. And I want to give you a brief snapshot of what happened in 2018. On the left here, you see a young girl. Her name is Emily Whitehead, and her name has become synonymous for a drug that we today know as Kymriah. Emily was diagnosed at the age of 6 with a very aggressive form of blood cancer, and her parents were told that she would most likely not survive this cancer. Briefly after, they learned about an experimental therapy that was in development at the University of Pennsylvania, which uses the patient's own immune system to treat cancer, in such that T cells, immune cells, are extracted from the patient. They're then manipulated in such a way that they recognize cancer cells. And the cells are then reinfused into the patient to execute their duty, i.e. to eradicate cells that they recognize as non-self, in this case, cancer cells. Kymriah is one of the first drugs of a class that we call CAR-Ts, and is today on the market and sold by Novartis. Another CAR-T is called Yescarta, which is very similar to Kymriah, was developed by Kite, who were subsequently acquired by Gilead. And then we also saw the approval of a gene therapy to treat a genetic form of blindness called Luxturna. This drug was developed by Spark, who were subsequently acquired by Roche. So not only did we see massive success on the clinical side and regulatory approvals, but also pretty significantly large pharma companies stepping into this space and becoming active. And this was also shown by the acquisition of Juno by a company called Celgene, who were subsequently acquired themselves in 2019 by Bristol Myers Squibb, as well as the acquisition of Avexis, an acquisition by Novartis. And to get back to 2020, we currently have 97 clinical trials in phase 3. And you can see here a split between what is expected to go through approvals in Europe as well as the US this year. And I want to highlight just a few. We see the CAR-Ts. So Breyanzi is Bristol Myers Squibb. This is the drug that they acquired through the acquisition of Juno. And then there's another big player in this industry, which is Bluebird Bio, who have both a gene therapy in the shape of Elicell, but also a CAR T with Idicel, both of which are also going through approvals in the US, as well as Breyanzi with BMS. And what is added to this is therapies that you saw in the previous slides undergoing further approval in additional geographies or for related indications. If we look at the cell therapy and cell and gene therapy clinical trial space, we see that immuno-oncology is leading the number here, or is leading the development here. Immuno-oncology is another word for the CAR Ts that we just talked about. Gene therapy is hot on its heels in number 2. And another thing that I wanted to highlight is on the bottom right here, you see that there are 16 trials that are actually focusing on COVID-19 and its complications. A lot of these trials are actually using mesenchymal stem cells who have immunomodulatory properties and can primarily address complications and boosting the immune system through these properties. So pretty interesting and significant numbers also on the development side as well as the financing side. Another thing that is of note is that with these innovations in cell and gene therapy, we also see a massive speeding up of the clinical timelines. So the clinical timelines for gene and cell therapy are almost half of what we are used to for the normal regular biologics timelines. And a lot of this is based on the fact that these novel therapies address orphan designations. So these are diseases that have very small numbers and hence usually are not addressed in the antibody space, but also indications that that don't really have any treatments today and hence achieve preferential treatment by the regulatory bodies and accelerated timelines. A brief snapshot, since we're in Ireland, we do see here a couple of players that are active here. External international companies investing in Ireland for manufacturing like Takeda, but also more homegrown organizations having their manufacturing and development work on the island. And we also see an emergence of enabling technologies in the shape of Avectas, who have developed a non-viral gene modification technology and are speeding to market. And we also have obviously NIBRT to enable the development of the workforce. So with that, I want to dive a little bit deeper into how do these new modalities work. I want to start off with a brief snapshot of differentiating the subtypes of cell therapy. You see here in the middle what we call autologous cell therapy. This means patient-derived. So we use the patient's own cells, grow them up or manipulate them and reinfuse them. So this is the CAR Ts, for example, that we talked about. Another category would be allogeneic cell therapies, where we use cells from a donor. So they're foreign to the patient, but have a therapeutic function in the patient. And most often, tissue is also allogeneic, i.e. it's derived from a donor and then transplanted as a tissue. On the gene therapy side, we differentiate between in vivo and ex vivo. In vivo is, we most often use a viral vector, AAV in particular, that is directly injected into the patient. But we can also use viral vectors that manipulate cells, and then we use the cells as a vehicle. Often this is in an autologous manner, so patient-derived cells get manipulated with viruses and then get reinfused. But we're also seeing the first allogeneic ex vivo therapies where donor cells are used. So more specifically, autologous on the left-hand side, we have seen the example of CAR T. So we use the cell's own T cells We manipulate them with a lentivirus, and then we reinfuse them into the patient. Or allogeneic, so donor-derived. This is most often based on a stem cell type. For example, mesenchymal stem cells or hematopoietic stem cells that are donor-derived, grown up in culture, expanded, and then infused into the patient. The key here is that in the cell therapy, the cell is the active agent. So that is the reagent that will actually do the curing and the therapeutic, has the therapeutic activity. On the viral side, we differentiate between ex vivo and in vivo, as we mentioned. Ex vivo most often uses lentivirus and then uses a cell as a vehicle. So hematopoietic stem cells being a prime example here. And by infusing hematopoietic stem cells that have been gene modified, we enable a systemic expression of the gene of interest. In contrast to that, more tissue-specific, more localized treatment is executed by directly injecting a virus into the tissue. This is often done using AAV and has a very regional, localized activity. So, for example, treatment of retinal diseases, etc. So the difference between the two is how they're made, in vivo or ex vivo, but also the systemic versus tissue-specific function. In terms of manufacturing, this will be probably quite familiar to many of you who are in the mAb space, because viral vector manufacturing is very similar to what you know from mAb manufacturing. You start with a seed train, you expand your cells to the desired volume, and then you transfect them with plasmids. You have the gene of interest based on one plasmid, and then you have plasmids that will express the packaging proteins that actually form the virus. You then grow these cells in a bioreactor, you enable the manufacturing of the virus itself, and after that it is a very typical downstream process of clarification, chromatography, TFF, and then sterile filtration. So at this point in time, it is still a very lengthy and complex process. We have an opportunity for standardization. And at this point, this would mean overcoming bottlenecks such as the open manipulation that we often have on the seed train. The limitation of the transfection, at the moment, the limitation is around 200 to 250 liters. And then this downstream process still incurs a lot of losses, which means that overall, with all of these bottlenecks and limitations, we still have a very high cost per batch. Cell therapy, on the other hand, is complex in its own right. I have taken the most complex process here as an example, which is the CAR T process. What I want to highlight is that different from anything else in the therapeutic space, these are living drugs. So the final product is a living cell which will do the curing or the treatment and have the therapeutically active task, if you will. These cells are fragile, and we're still dealing with very diverse types of cells that are applied and used in this space. But briefly, for a CAR T, we would take a blood draw. This is usually frozen and then shipped to a manufacturing site, upon which we need to remove the cryo material, wash the cells. They then get selected, so we select the T cells. After that, we execute the genetic modification, usually with a lentivirus. The cells get expanded, subsequently harvested, formulated, and frozen down again before they get shipped back to the clinical site for infusion. This industry, in contrast to the viral vector industry, doesn't have many parallels, as I mentioned, because of the fact that you need live cells. Manufacturing steals, begs, and borrows technologies from the blood industry and some from the mAb industry, none of which have been optimized for these living drugs. And so we see a lot of usage of centrifuges, filters, and counterflow, which have detrimental effects on the cells themselves, which means we have a lot of loss during the manufacturing process, ultimately also causing high cost of manufacturing, just like we have seen. So I brought one example where these two come together, and that is the manufacturing of a cell-based gene therapy for sickle cell disease. So we have the vehicle, which is the HSCs that we briefly talked about earlier. And I think I just want to highlight that getting these is relatively complex, and getting an adequate cell dose is one of the key challenges on the cell side. And then on the viral vector side, if we look at the patient numbers in the US alone, but also the prevalence in particularly sub-Saharan Africa, this means that on the viral vector side, we need to manufacture 100,000 liters of viral vector upstream volume for the US alone. And then these numbers obviously get elevated for Africa. And considering the still existing high cost for the vector alone, but also the complexity here, make this a very expensive yet highly effective treatment. So with this, I want to move on to the crystal ball, because what I tried to highlight to you is that we have high promise because we actually have curative treatments, but we're still in a phase of early development of these new manufacturing methods and technologies. And so where we find ourselves right now is in an era of innovation. There's a lot of development of novel made-for-purpose technologies. That is on the viral vector producer cell line end of things, where we have highly effective cell lines manufacturing high titers of these viruses, hopefully bringing down production time, but also cost. And also on the cell therapy side of things, manufacturing these cells. So this is a product that we have at MilliporeSigma or Merck, which replaces active filters and centrifugation by using acoustic waves. But also our competitors in this space are developing what we call GMP in a box, fully automated manufacturing technologies in the form of the Cocoon here, or the Prodigy by Miltenyi down there. And then, as I mentioned, Avectus earlier, this is a non-viral cell transfection technology which uses DNA rather than viruses. So another technology to highlight. And overcoming gene editing restrictions or limitations is also done by new technologies in the shape of CRISPR. So CRISPR is a gene editing technology which can be done in vivo as well as ex vivo, and has found initial application in blindness, in HIV and lung cancer, where using a CRISPR gene editing technology, you can either replace deficient genes, you can edit genes or remove genes that would enable infection, like in the case of HIV, or in the case of lung cancer or breast cancer, where you have cancer-causing genes, it can also be used to edit these genes and remove the defective genes that have the disease-causing effect. So very exciting time, I think. And to close out, I think what I have showed you is that there's very high level of curative promise. We have seen clinical efficacy with these curative treatments. We see that there's a lot of investment in innovation. So investment in the market, a big industry, a growing industry, but also on the manufacturing side, we have these cost pressures, which means that it feeds back into this innovation in order to overcome these. And the bottom line from my end is that it is not a question of, is this a brave new world? I would like to close and say that it is actually an exciting new world. And with that, thank you so much for your attention. I'm happy to answer questions in the chat. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a million, Nina. That was great. Cell and gene therapy certainly do seem to be one of the ways forward. So the final one of our presentations before we move into the afternoon workshops is from Mike Bransby. Mike is R&D Director of Repligen, and he's going to talk to us about TFDF filtration. Okay, Mike, over to you.
Greetings, and thank you for joining me for our Gene Therapy 2.0 technical seminar. My name is Mike Bransby, and I'm the R&D Director for Filtration, working primarily out of Repligen's Southern California office in Los Angeles. Our topic today is centered around increasing bioreactor productivity of lentiviral vectors for gene therapy applications, which was done in partnership with Oxford Biomedica, using a very new filtration technology called TFDF. This is just one application of this technology, and we don't have a lot of time together today, so I'm going to focus on the yield benefit and then describe in general terms that the technology is fast, requires a very small footprint, and is operational simple even at larger scales. If you'd like to learn more about how the technology works or other applications, I encourage you to contact your local Repligen sales representative or visit repligen.com. The title of the webinar is Increasing Lentiviral Vector Bioreactor Yield with Simplified Execution Using Tangential Flow Depth Filtration. As we survey the viral vector workflow, Repligen has developed and launched many solutions to help with different pain points. If you're looking for a faster or better way to complete your unit operation or analytics, give us a call. Today, we are focused on viral vector production and specifically the clarification steps, where there are some clear needs in the industry. I've been in the gene therapy area for over 15 years, and the harvest step has always been a great challenge. Can we get increased viral vector yield with gentle methods that are lentivirus compatible in a closed aseptic format? Hopefully, you'll see that we're addressing several of these needs with the new TFDF technology. Okay. The case for an increase in viral vector yield is supported by a model built and published by Renninger and others in December of last year. Their model incorporates the number of active clinical trials, average yields, and requirements per indication to create a plot of the number of batches required per year. The projected demand for viral vector is plotted in orange, while the supply, how much can be produced worldwide, is in blue. Two different models were created with different rates of capacity growth. But both models, however, conclude that total demand will exceed total capacity even this year. So if you look, the curve in the orange is going up almost exponentially. That is, the demand is great, but the capacity is flattening off. And so there's this big disparity. So you've heard about flattening the curve for COVID, which we all want to do, and it keeps going up and down. We want to keep the COVID curve flat, but we don't want to keep this curve flat. We want to get capacity supply to meet demand. We believe TFDF is a potential way to do that for your processing. Oxford Biomedica was the first to develop a commercial lentiviral-based gene therapy delivery system, and they have transitioned their adherent HEC-293 cells to suspension bioreactor in order to increase yield. Repligen is a leader in high-impact bioprocessing technologies, the latest of which is TFDF, or tangential flow depth filtration. TFDF is the first depth filter that runs in tangential mode. In order to accomplish this, the filter is tube-shaped and is not a dead-end filter. In this picture, we have a bioreactor that contains blue HEC-293 cells and orange lentivirus particles. The bioreactor feed is connected to the bottom of the tubular TFDF filter. Permeate, shown here in orange, travels through the wall of the tube, while retentate continues through the lumen and the end of the tube, and then is directed back to the bioreactor, not shown here. So you have the blue cells recirculating back into the reactor and the orange lentivirus particles coming out. An integrated system with pumps and software runs this automated process. This brings us to the two key questions raised when Repligen's TFDF technology met Oxford Biomedica's suspension culture. First, can TFDF improve the harvest unit operation over classic depth filtration? And second, because the cells are preserved, that is, they're continuing in the reactor, they're not getting stuck in the filter, can they be used to create more virus in a high productivity mode, which is also frequently referred to as batch perfusion? You can read about the detail of the work in the Cell and Gene Therapy Insight article published this year. The first experiment is a straightforward comparison of TFDF and depth filtration at the 5-liter scale using a therapeutic lentivirus. When normalized against bioreactor titer, depth filtration delivered a yield of approximately 70%. They're in the salmon color. TFDF in comparison delivered a yield greater than 90%. Clearly, the TFDF transmits the virus. But why the increase in the yield? Well, there are several reasons. The first is that the nominal pore size of the TFDF filter is 2 to 5 micron, meaning that while holding back the cells, the 100 or 120 nanometer size lentivirus particle has plenty of room to navigate the channel. Second, that the filter material, which is completely synthetic, primarily built of polypropylene, does not bind the product. Thirdly, because of its high capacity, a TFDF filter is more than 10 times smaller than a depth filter, and therefore it has very low holdup volume. Together, they more effectively separate the cells away from the product. So I want to show you a graph that brings out the advantages of TFDF filtration in a bit more detail. The x-axis of the plot is time, and then we have two different y-axes. The first is the pressure, and the second is the flux. TFDF typically delivers flux rates up to 10 times greater than depth filtration. In this example, flux starts at 750 LMH and remains stable at that value over the course of the entire run. On the left axis, let's look at TMP. In contrast to a dead-end depth filter, TFDF directs the great majority of the cells away from the filter rather than into the filter. The product and cells, therefore, do not compete for access to the same channels, and the system becomes very robust to fouling. TMP for the run starts at a very low value of 0.5 psi and increases 0.25 psi at the end. So it's really low. This is essentially no fouling of the filter. The last point here is time. With a flux of 750 LMH, the operation can be completed very quickly. In this example, 5 liters was clarified using a 50 square centimeter filter in less than 1 hour. To put that in perspective, the filter for 5 liters is about the area of the palm of your hand. The combined depth filter with tangential flow, the cells going back to reactor, not getting stuck, enables it to process very quickly and be that compact. Let's take it one step further. TFDF returns the cells to the bioreactor and does not foul, which begs the question, is this process gentle enough to reuse the cells? We're all in quarantine, well, still are, after 9 months, and lots of people are making sourdough bread. My wife is also on the bandwagon, and she keeps the starter in the fridge and feeds it every once in a while so she can do multiple batches of sourdough bread. So can lentivirus production be run in this high productivity kind of mode where you can get multiple batches out of the same cells? It's also referred to as batch perfusion to some. Well, the answer is yes. Using a 5-liter sub single-use bioreactor and an HIV GFP virus, a first harvest was executed at 750 LMH, delivering a yield greater than 90%. The fresh media was added to the bioreactor, cultivation was continued, and then a second harvest was executed once again at 750 LMH. Without optimization, the yield for the second harvest was 85%. So there's a little math here, so let's add up the numbers. If you combine the first and second harvest, then you obtain a harvest yield of 170%. If we then divide this by 75%, which was the yield from the depth filter, we see that using TFDF generates nearly 2.5 times more material. Granted, there are some additional steps are taken, such as adding more media, but the value of 2.5x should far outweigh that effort. From a technology level, that the low shear rate of TFDF preserves the integrity of the HEC 293 cells, even when operation at high flux, enabling altogether new lentivirus bioreactor applications. So earlier, I showed you a graph before of one harvest of pressures and flux versus time. So I want to show you the exact same graph here, but for the 2 harvests that we just described in the last slide. During harvest 1 at 700 LMH, TMP increases less than 1 PSI, again, essentially no fouling. Over the course of the second run, it rises a bit, but still only 2 PSI. Therefore, both harvests are completed with the same filter with a total of less than 3 PSI increase. So it's important for me to mention that the flow path that surrounds the filter is closed and gamma irradiated, which is a key enabler of these multiple harvests. We can essentially make the connection of the TFDF to the bioreactor and then process over extended time periods with negligible contamination or bioburden risk. So all the runs that we've looked at thus far were at the 5-liter scale. So are we able to show the same performance at larger scale? So we scaled the 5-liter tenfold up to a 50-liter scale reactor and found that the yield, the process time, and the filter fouling were very similar to the 5-liter scale. So yield, again, was greater than 90%, shown here in the bar graph. Flux was constant at over 750 LMH. And TMP ended below 1 PSI, and the operation was wrapped up in less than an hour. So the TFDF filter sizes are available at larger sizes, such that volumes of 200 liters and 500 liters, even up to 2,000 liters are feasible with the TFDF technology. So yes, it's scalable, which is also really will help you in your increase in your productivity. So the bigger we go in scale, the more challenging the operation becomes. Almost every process can be managed at small scale, not too difficult. It's at larger scales that where the rubber really meets the road and where TFDF really shines. Therefore, I just want to walk through what TFDF looks like if we were to scale another tenfold from 50 liters to 500 liters. We scale the TFDF process by adding more filtered tubes to the same enclosure. This means that the simplicity of TFDF carries from the 1 liter scale to the 50 liter scale to the 500 liter scale and beyond if needed. At each of these scales, you only have one device to unbox, install, and break down. Assembly and disassembly are completed in 20 minutes with only 3 connections using genderless aseptic connectors. All the pressure sensors, the magnetic pump head are already built into the flow path. In terms of space, the entire footprint of your skid and your filter is only about 10 square feet. This is because the filter mounts onto the skid with the pumps. It's really, really, really simple. And that simplicity scales. Also, there's no need to organize 20 parts during setup. There's no Wi-Fi flush. The filter ships dry, so it saves tons of very expensive water. There's no product flush at the end. There's no product mess spilling out during the breakdown. I've seen where you take apart, filters and you just have this mess of virus spilling out everywhere. There's no hardware dedicated to just holding the filters. That core concept of combined depth and tangential flow filtration create capacity and volumetric throughput that delivers more product much faster and in a much smaller footprint than classic depth filtration. Who couldn't use more product, extra time in their day, and extra room in the lab? It's obvious, right? So I'd love to dig deeper and go deeper into how the technology works and its other applications. But I'm going to have to wrap it up with this slide that simply describes the different components that work together to create the complete solution. It starts with the tubular depth filter in the blue there on the left. The first depth filter, let me emphasize, the first depth filter to act in tangential flow mode. We then take the TFDF filter, put it into a flow path that includes the filter, obviously. It has filter, it has tubing, clamps, pressure sensors, aseptic connectors, and the single-use pump head. So all of these put together, gamma rated, ready to use. The beauty is that at the small scale, you only have one device to unbox, install, and break down. And at large scale, you still only have one device to unbox, install, it's fast, just 3 connectors, putting it onto the skid, and to break down. Again, the ProConnect flow paths are all closed, gamma radiated, and they come as both stocked, off the shelf, and configurable models. You can configure the flow path, the tubing sizes, the aseptic connectors. The final component to the solution is the system, which includes automated process control logic specifically engineered for TFDF. TFDF systems, like the flow paths, scale from the lab to the pilot and then to large process scale. So just a quick acknowledgement to the several contributing authors to the Cell and Gene Therapy Insights publication. Just want to say thanks to Thomas Williams. These are from Oxford Biomedica. So Thomas Williams, Oliver Goodyear, Lee Davies, Carol Nevelman, Kyriakos Mitrofanous, James Miskin. They helped with in the publication of this paper. Finally, thank you for taking a few minutes to join us for this gene therapy showcase of Repligen technology. If you're interested in learning more about TFDF or exploring new applications, reach out to our, the salesperson or visit repligen.com/TFDF and you can get more information on our website. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mike, thanks a million for that. So that kind of concludes the 4 presentation type formats. So we're now moving into the roundtable workshops where we've brought a variety of people. You've seen them on the agenda and the speakers lists with specific areas of expertise to talk about what we kind of thought were some of the burning issues in the industry. So the first one is around future skills.
So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Andrew Lynch, who will be moderating this panel. So over to you, Andrew.
Thank you, Jonathan, for that gracious and kind introduction. I may say, Dr. Downey, that if it doesn't work out in biopharma, that certainly continuity announcing looms large in your future based on what we've seen this morning. As Jonathan says, my name is Andrew Lynch. I am the Chief Innovation Officer with Irish Manufacturing Research, IMR.ie. And it is my pleasure and indeed privilege to be hosting you for the first of 3 workshops this afternoon. We know from the European Union that a strategy that is evolving at that level is on a concept called twin transition. Twin transitions going from where we are now to where we need to be across 2 platforms, digitization and the green sustainable economy. And both of those topics, digitization and sustainability, follow on from this workshop this afternoon. But what we like to focus on here is the future skills needs, which of course underpins all of these transitions. And we need a strategy that's in place that the sector, indeed the country and the geopolitical region that we live in, is properly sustained by these future needs. I am joined by heavyweights, I must say, this afternoon across the industry here in Ireland and beyond. Heavy in the sense of their intellectual prowess rather than anything else. And I'd like to start by welcoming Darren Morrissey, who is, of course, the CEO of Nibert. Good afternoon, Darren. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Andrew.
It's great to see you. And I'll tell you, Darren, you're a bit of a hero to me because I've known you since your SFI days, but by God, you're looking for trouble. You take over the CEO-ship of Nibert in the middle of a pandemic that's properly focused international perspectives on your sector. How are you surviving, Darren? Is it going well?
Yeah, it's going very well. I mean, it was an interesting time to move roles right in the middle of lockdown. But thankfully, Nibert is going from strength to strength in terms of the training we're delivering. In terms of the market demand, it's held up extremely well. And I suppose if you reflect back to 10 plus years ago when IDA had the vision to set about building partnerships with the academic sector, Nibert was created at that point with the view to serving the needs of the biopharma industry and attracting in foreign direct investment. 10 years later, 10 billion euros worth of investment later, and many thousands of jobs, it's kind of worked. But we now stand on the cusp of looking forward and delighted to talk about future skills in that context.
Good. We're delighted to hear it. And I think, Darren, you must have been tickled pink this morning. I mean, everyone from Martin Shannon from the IDA to the plenary session with a lot of CEOs and so on, name checking specifically the impact Nibert has had as being one of the fundamental reasons why they're even coming to these shores. I mean, that says it all, as you say, in terms of where you're going. And we'll come back and we'll discuss that in more detail. I'm bouncing around to the members in the panel just to make sure the mics are working and I can introduce you. Paul Healy, Paul from SkillsNet Ireland. Paul, I'm a big fan on a personal basis, as you know. You're a bit of a Renaissance man yourself. You've got this whole background in financial services and education and management and all of these different disparate areas. You're clearly a person who believes in future learning and that all of us are the sum of many disparate parts. Tell me, how is SkillsNet Ireland resourcing itself and keeping itself going during a COVID period? Are you guys in a good place and still impactful?
Thanks, and good to hear from you, and great to be on the panel. This has been a year like none other. I know that's a cliche we're all using at this stage, but for an agency like ours that is enterprise-led to its core, that is prides itself on its responsiveness and agility, and we pride ourselves in our ability to, I suppose, be on the field on the strategic big issues of the day, both in thought leadership and in programmatic action. And that was really to the fore this year. We were, able to take very strategic positions in terms of supporting business with COVID-19, safe reopening of business, helping digitalization in businesses, as they transform to more online. And then, of course, dealing with the workforce consequences, Andrew, and the unfortunate hundreds of thousands of people that we've seen have lost their jobs or been laid off as a result of coronavirus. And, you know, in an industry-led way, we've been responding to that. Thousands of people will engage with us over the coming months and into 2021. And what we're trying to do there is not only upskill and reskill workers to areas where there's higher employment potential, sectors like the green economy, international financial services, technologies, and so on, but we're also working with employers to offer placements. So it's the upskilling, the rapid reskilling of people affected, offering them a work placement, and they're leading to really high conversion rates.
Good. And look, like I said, it's a fantastic model, Paul, what we've got in this country, and I think the panel here reflects quite a broad spectrum of interests and ways of attacking this. Barry Curry, you're an interesting character, my friend. SysDM, of course, Director of Project Management. I know you and the background you have in large-scale implementations, high-end stuff, hugely impactful. You must be seeing some transition within the biopharma sector in your time over the last 10 years, as Darren said earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Andrew. And what we're seeing is a big drive towards digital transformation and the use of electronic systems as opposed to the reliance on paper that currently, you know, exists all over the place, particularly in manufacturing. And what we've been doing is looking at the challenge over the last year of trying to manage projects remotely. I mean, a lot of our work is the design, implementation, and qualification of manufacturing systems within life sciences. And we've had to empower and enable and support and mentor our clients in that space. One of the projects we've been working on recently in conjunction with Trinity College is the development of the digital transformation course for manufacturing and life sciences. And again, with support from SkillNet as well, we were able to reach a network of people that there was a need there. Most of my work over the past 10 years was based on rescuing troubled projects and assisting clients when they had challenges with the regulatory bodies, both here in the US and the UK and Europe. So this course kind of brings it all together in terms of requirements gathering, but also the project management and execution of your verification of your systems, but very much focuses on the impact of technology in your business, not so much the technology itself, because there are a myriad of expertise out there that we couldn't match, but really how to get the benefits of that technology into your business and see that value all within a compliant environment, because it's not just about removing paper, it's about bringing your people on board, understanding the skills you need going forward. And I think a lost skill in there somewhere is, you know, project management. It's kind of something that people do in addition to their job. We're really trying to push that forward as a real profession as opposed to a skill, because that's where I see, you know, going forward, and we're supporting that through our work with our clients and the partnership with Trinity College.
It's great to see that, Barry. And like I said, it's another perspective on what we're going to be fleshing through in the next hour as part of this workshop. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Ramesh, who is, of course, the founder, director of AMWIT, SEAM. Ramesh, I know you well over many years. You're hugely respected in the industry, I guess, and the additive side of it. Tell me, you know, from a SEAM's perspective, is there a lot going on in biopharma for you in that sense, or is this more medical devices, or how do you engage with that? Give us a
actually, we are one of the centers, right? We work with diverse range of sectors, Andrew, right? And in fact, in the last couple of years, we do quite a lot of work for pharma and biopharma industries, right? And so in terms of biopharma industries, right, we have got two folds, right? One is we directly provide services, right? So for example, right, we provide a lot of CFD, computer simulation work, right? Either CFD for thermal management or simulation of leakages in sealed product packaging, that kind of thing. Or we are also help companies in the novel production equipment, in terms of high quality valves, design of high quality valves for their for the biopharma production systems. And also recently we are also working on a project like development of embedding sensors, right, and their associated tracking in the disposable liner systems for biopharma industries. So like that, we do quite a lot of work in the on the industry side, right? And we have been fortunate this year in the sense, though there have been lockdown throughout, right? Our center has been remained open throughout, because of requests from companies like Pfizer and MSD. They requested it to stay open to help them out, So that showed us, the company value what we do for them.
You are an essential service is what I'm hearing, Ramesh, and that's excellent. Thank you. And we know your microphone works at this point. Very good. Jeff Allen, Jeff, CEO, founder of Mercis Technologies, a cool new Irish Indigenous organization. You work with fantastic groups, including Nibert, I noticed, and lots of these big biopharma stuff in cool tech. But I'm just interested, before we start, Jeff, in terms of your Avatar Academy. I love the term, right? Really cool. Sticks in the mind, Avatar Academy. Where'd it come from? Tell me one of your daughters came up with it or something.
Fortunately, they're not that smart, but no, as we were developing the virtual reality training platform along with our colleagues in Nibert, we were shuffling around for something to name it just for interdepartment communications, and we wanted something that said technology but also education into one place. So that's the term we came up with. It reflects the avatar is typical the persona within the virtual space, and the academy allows for flexibility, whether it's an assembly or a process capture or whatever. It kind of covers a multitude.
It's a lovely one, and like with all marketing terms, it should say what it means and it should stick in your head. So well done on that one. Dr. Thomas Becker from Recce Farm, how are you, Thomas? You're very welcome. You are, of course, based out in my favorite region in Germany, in Bavaria, some fantastic beers and sausage and so on, and also spend a lot of time in the Cork part of Ireland. So you are high in my own personal estimation. Thomas, you're very welcome. How are you, sir?
Thank you very much for these warm words, and I'm happy to be on this panel, and I'm doing very fine today, yeah. And we don't not only have nice beer and sausage in Bavaria, we also have nice mountains and now also a lot of sunshine currently.
You're ahead of us on the sunshine, Thomas. Tell us, for those people who don't know of Recce Farm, what kind of a company is it? What do you guys do? Where are you based globally? And I know it's a large concern.
So yeah, thanks for that opportunity. So we are a worldwide acting contract development and manufacturing organization, being headquartered in Sweden, which having also plants all around the globe, more or less. Of course, focused in Europe. But also with presence, for instance, in India and in the US. So our plant here, especially in the south of Bavaria, very close to Munich, we mainly deal with lyophilization of liquid of sterile forms. So we do aseptic filling here. We can fill into vials and ampoules. But as I said, our core competence then is the lyophilization of those compounds. We can offer there a huge variety from development of lyocycles up to commercial production. We deal with small molecules, but also we have a lot of large molecules in our portfolios. And we are recently engaged also in the manufacturing of a COVID-19 vaccine, which is not yet on the very hot end or on the very top end of being already asking for some registration, but still in the clinical studies. But it looks very successfully. Of course, it's not, we don't own it, we just fill it, just in quotation marks. But the first results look very promising. It seemed to be quite a low dose application. And yeah, if you want to know a little bit more, you can find us on the webpage, or you can find more information there also on the webpage of the VFA, the Verband Forschende Arzneimittelunternehmen in Germany. So there you can find link to our homepage, but also to the articles and the nature of our cooperation in this part.
Thank you, Thomas, for that overview. I appreciate that, sir. Your function today with us, Thomas, I'm afraid, is to put an international perspective on all this Irish talk that you hear as part of this session. And we'll start the Irish talk, I think. Darren, if you wouldn't mind, I'll come back to you. Nibert, okay, you know, we could spend the full hour talking about what you guys do and what you've done and why you've been important. You're a relatively new CEO, new broom, new way of seeing things. You know, you must have a strategy forming in your mind at this point. And I guess that strategy must be based on what you're seeing as the future needs, I guess, for this sector. Can you walk us through where you see this thing going as a sector in a general sense, and in the context of what we've heard even in this morning's plenary sessions, for example, and the following presentations. Walk me through a little bit of your thought process there, and equally how you see an organization like NIBRT rising to that challenge, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's very much been front of mind for us. We're in the process, as it happens, of developing a new research strategy. So NIBRT, obviously, there's the T for training and the R for research. So we're in the process of developing that new research strategy to really support the training side of the business as well. The things that are, I suppose, emerging as, you know, big ticket items and big ticket areas of development that we need to be focused on are probably two things, and they merge and meet each other in the middle. One is the role of technology. So I've heard technology mentioned a lot. So the facility of the future, which is obviously going to be very much grounded in high tech, data, digital, and then veering into AI and robotics, and the application of that technology as well on the training side, which Jeff has mentioned, which is one of the areas that we're making collaborations on the VR side, and as you say, this Avatar Academy, which is fantastic. It's a great new initiative. But what we have in a broader sense in that biopharma 4.0 space is developed an innovation center in the last number of years, which actually the activity in was stalled by COVID a little. So 2021 is going to be a big year for us with that innovation center. It's spearheaded by a partnership with Boston Consulting Group. And then we also have a lot of heavy hitting clients, FDI and indigenous clients involved as well. So we'll be rolling out various training programs in that space for companies to come on board and engage in what the factory of the future beholds.
Darren, if I could cut across you there, my apologies. I always find this very interesting. So I like the model of, and indeed your own background would suggest that's how you'd be leaning as well. This concept of asking companies what they need, the engagement of heavy hitters and so on. Truthfully, and I know it's a very public forum, are you seeing high vision from these organizations? Is it derivative stuff they're looking for? Is it and do you feel at times that you, in the role you're in, both you serve personally and indeed NIBRT, that you have to present maybe more of a North Star to these people, or are you? Is it a mix of both? Do you think yourself, in a general sense?
It's a great question. I think it is a mix of both, in the sense that over the last probably 2 or 3 years, as recently as that, I believe that the big pharma and the regulators are very much coming up to speed on the space. I mean, when I worked myself directly in pharma 7 or 8 years ago, it was in discussion. But pharma, because of that regulatory environment, will always take time to adopt new technologies for reasons of regulatory constraint. However, now I see an energy there that probably hasn't been there before. And I see it that the likes of the vendors, the companies that manufacture the kit, are very much taking a lead in this space as well. And then obviously entities like NIBRT and engaging with the technology companies, the consulting groups and so on play a role. So I do think it's a kind of a blended approach that's happening. The North Star isn't driven by NIBRT, it's collective.
And do you feel, we'll say, as an organization, that you're trended very much towards what the industry wants? I mean, I'm interested in that there's a nexus there between the R and the T, and what I mean by that is, some of us, when we were doing research and so on, we were able to do research for research's sake, and we did that in order to educate ourselves as researchers, if you want. And there's a role that Ramesh, for example, would speak to, I'm sure, in terms of how we translate people from secondary system into third level systems where they can think for themselves. Does NIBRT have a part in that, or is NIBRT more industry focused almost post that? And how do you reconcile that internally, for example?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's an ongoing discussion. I think at any research center, are you bottom up or entirely applied? NIBRT, there is no doubt, is formed with an applied usage in mind, and our research is very often 9 times out of 10 informed directly by the challenges that industry are facing. So if you were to say to me, well, what are the big challenges that industry are facing? Increasingly, it is in the cell and gene advanced therapeutic manufacturing space. So that's certainly, if I was to say there's 2 areas, Biopharma 4.0 is one, and cell and gene therapy stroke ATMPs, advanced therapies, is another. We're certainly seeing, and again, I saw it on the previous presentation from Nina Bauer, representing some of the challenges that are there that need to be resolved in that area. And of course, it's an area that's a mile wide and a mile deep in terms of complexity. Yeah. So already we're seeing very interesting research partnerships on the research side of the house starting to bubble up, where companies come to us, engage with our excellent researchers, develop collaborative projects, and we're working on some of those already. Now that's also translating into our training side, where we have recently put up on our online academy, which is a new initiative from NIBRT, the NOAA Academy, gene therapy, cell therapy, and we're about to kick off a novel vaccines training program as well. So you can see there's a kind of an umbilical linkage between leading edge research that's driven by the challenges of the industry, and then how that feeds into the training portfolio as well.
And I suppose what you, just leave it on this, what you don't want to do is go down an avenue that companies don't follow you down on. And you have an ivory tower created that's not really impacting society, I guess.
Precisely. And I think that if you go back to the technology area 4 years ago, 5 years ago, that would have been the ivory tower, So I think Biopharma 4.0, it's of its time now. It wasn't of its time 5 years ago. So that's a very good example.
Brilliant stuff, Darren. Thank you. We'll come back to you. Paul Healy from SkillsNet. Paul, I guess, I mentioned earlier on in the introduction to yourself that personally this is something you obviously feel very strongly about as a human being, not just in your current role. But tell me a little bit about specifically biopharma and the engagement with that community for you, and these communities of learning that SkillsNet is so famous for. Tell us a little bit about your experience there.
Yeah, so look, just to comment about our organization. So, in the first instance, we're a government agency, and we were established 20 years ago to boost the innovation, the competitiveness of the enterprise sector, what you've heard from Darren already, and we do that through enhancing the skills of those who are already in employment. So that's fundamentally what we do. But I suppose what's distinct about it is the manner in which we do that. It's our operating model and our methods and the modalities that we use. So it's a specialized approach where we work alongside employers in a really collaborative process, Andrew, where we work principally with the major sectoral associations, employer bodies, and so on, working together to identify the big mega trends, the various different strands of technologies, new market opportunities, the competitive forces, and so on that are shaping that industry, and then determining what that means in terms of talent, in terms of future skills, and in terms of future of work. So again, it's fundamentally collaborative, but it's enterprise-led, and that notion, that philosophy is core to what we do. And you put a question already to the previous speaker to the extent of enterprise engagement and enterprise-led. We work as a demand-driven organization, as opposed distinct from the public education system or the higher education system, which is more supply side. We are driven in a demand basis by what industry needs.
Paul, if I cut across you there, industry needs, and it's a slightly similar question again. I mean, does industry really know what it needs? I love Darren's commentary around Biopharma 4.0. Whenever I hear 4.0, I'm alerted to the marketing side of it, in encompassing almost too much in very practical terms. Our people on the floor, if they're going to engage with digitalization, for example, need to be trained in concepts like standard deviation, for example. Now, how many companies are coming back with that kind of clarity to you and your organization, saying, look, I need a basic in statistics, I need basic in maths? That's not really probably coming through in the system, is it, do you think?
No, I think we need to bring clarity and honesty to that question, Andrew. And there is an embedded assumption that industry leads innovation. And I don't want to be controversial in what I say, but it's often our direct experience working with thousands of companies and industry bodies every year, that industry often lags innovation. So there is a role for actors outside of the industry or alongside of the industry to provoke and promote that type of innovation, and to get the industry itself to prompt industry to look at the next wave, whether that's a technological wave, a regulatory wave, a new market opportunity wave, what's happening in terms of workforce, what we see at the moment, and so on. And there's a role for the enterprise support agencies of state. There's a role for the SFIs and the NIBRTs and the whole research framework and research scaffolding of the state to promote that. But I suppose we have to challenge. I think you're right to do this. It's the second time you've done this on the call, and you're right to do it, Andrew. I think it's fair that we challenge the assumption that industry is always on the curve in terms of innovation. Often it's not, and there is a provocateur role, there is an instigator role for somebody, whether that is a state body, an institution, or whatever it may be, to have that dialogue, initiate those responses.
And tell us a little bit about your work with IBEC and the bioprocessing, biopharm chem skillnet. How's that going, or what's your experience of that relative to others, for example? How does it work? And if there are people listening to us this afternoon, how do they engage, I guess?
Okay, no, it's a good question. I'm happy to take that. So, we operate as a public-private partnership. And who are those partners? Our partners are the trade associations, the sectoral representative bodies. There's small SME groups, small clusters that we work with colleagues in Enterprise Ireland, IDA, and so on. And they include Biopharma Chem Ireland, which is, of course, the IBEC promoted industry body. And that's an established skillnet that's been promoted there. It's 16 years old this year, doing absolutely tremendous work, all of which importantly is led by a steering group. So there are 70 distinct skillnet networks. All of them have an industry-led steering group, 10, 15 people, all volunteers, by the way, who work on behalf of their sector, distilling what the needs are, having really good collaborative conversations. Some are CEOs of organizations, some are directors of HR, some are managers. They come from all different walks of life within the sector. But I suppose the important point in that is that these are industry people determining for themselves. So I'm looking, for example, at the steering group for the Biopharma Chem skillnet that's yet again promoted out of Matt Moran's organization. There's people on that from Pfizer, from Novartis, from Janssen, from Sanofi, Eli Lilly, GSK, and the list goes on. So these are huge experience, very credible people who have an insight on those major megatrends and issues and opportunities too, let's not forget, that are impacting the biopharma chem sector, and determining from that what the talent, what the training and so on is needed. And then we facilitate that in a collaborative and a cost sharing basis.
No, I like I said, I'm a massive fan of the model, and well done and continued success in that. And we'll be bringing you back in again. Ramesh, you have the duty of defending the entire academic infrastructure in Ireland. So welcome to the forum. I'm reminded of Mark Twain. Mark Twain used to very famously said that he wouldn't let schooling get in the way of his education. So tell me, in terms of the role of a third level institution, I guess there's a split, and I've been teasing this with the previous speakers around what industry needs versus what society needs and so on. WIT, what's your experience of this sector, I guess, and what are your thoughts on the role of the third level institution in that context?
Yeah, Andrew, actually, I feel the days of working on your own is a thing of the past, right? Whether it's an academic or the industries right now, they have to collaborate, and that's what is happening, right? If you see the landscape of the country, right? Even the SFI centers, if you see, right, they're all, now earlier they were all doing a lot of blue sky research. Now they're also moving towards applied research and all, right? So coming to your question on what we do in WIT, in the sense, right? If you say from the life sciences department in WIT, right, they offer a lot of courses, right, which are directed towards pharma and biopharma industries, right? One of the things which I would like to point out is that there is a new laboratory analytics apprenticeship program, apprenticeships program. Together, this has been done in partnership with the TUD, and industries, and it has been initiated by Biopharma Chem Ireland, Okay, and so in fact, WIT offers two certificate courses. One is a higher certificate in science, which is a laboratory technician course, and also an ordinary Bachelor of Science degree in laboratory analyst. Yeah. So that is a type of course which is very, very good. It's a hands-on laboratory apprenticeship course for pharmaceutical.
So let me just test that with Ramesh. You mentioned two things there. There's a science degree, and then there's this technician element to it, and so on. Now, do you feel industry partners want someone that can operate a specific machine, for example, or are we looking for more sentient human beings, people that can grow with the organization as its needs to change? And is there enough input, we'll say, from the industry side? I'm not picking industry now, but this is an industry forum we're on.
Yes.
Is there enough input there from industry into helping an academic institution like yourself to come up with the fit that matters?
Actually, this particular program only started last year, right? There's already a good takeover. There's a good uptake of industries, right? But the more it grows, I'm pretty sure there will be a lot more industries who would like to come and join. So, for example, right now this year or from 2021, right? We are going to offer the 3D printing hands-on training courses. Again, it's a purely an apprenticeship course, right? For industries, right? There is already around 20 members have already registered. We are looking for 32 people, yeah, for the course. We have not even advertised yet, yeah. Just through our contacts, there is already 20 members of the pharma industries, pharma and other industries. They have already registered, yeah. So these apprenticeships courses are hugely beneficial. Because these are all level 6 and level 7. Not only level 7, even for those engineers, right? They can upskill by coming to this kind of apprenticeship course, right? So it's a huge educational thing, so this kind of program.
Ramesh, I love it. I absolutely love it on a personal basis. And I do a lot of lecturing to third level institutions right throughout the country. And do you not feel, and it's, how do you feel the Irish react to the term apprenticeship, for example? And I'll be asking Thomas the same thing. It means something very different in Germany. Like, is there still a cultural issue for Irish mothers, for example, putting their sons and daughters through apprenticeships?
Okay, so that stigma is always there because nowadays, right, that a lot more people are going into third level, right? As you see in the last 10, 15 years, a lot of people have gone to third level. So industries know, they always, since we work with over 250 companies, right, they always say that they don't get any more technicians because people are all with their degrees and they don't want to come back and this thing, right? But it is very, very important, Andrew, from my perspective, right? This apprenticeship course is a huge importance for the industries, right? And these courses, right? For example, we have seen ourselves, right? These kind of apprenticeship courses, even the engineers come and do it because for their own upskilling purpose, yeah.
Look, like I said, the more we can get that out, I will return to that topic. Thank you, Ramesh. Barry Curry. Barry, how on earth can you stand over the need for a digital transformation course with yourselves and Trinity College? I'm looking at Nibert and the fantastic stuff they're doing, and I see Ramesh and Paul and his group in Skinnet. There surely can't be a need for yet another course, and how can you justify taking oxygen up in the air, basically, my friend?
Yeah, it's interesting listening to the discussion because what was mentioned there was around the adoption of technology and the technology itself. And as I said, in researching the course, we looked around the world at who was offering something in this space. Most of our ideas for the course came from a scenario I'd been in myself many times where, they seem to have all the pieces of the puzzle when going on a transformation journey, when implementing systems. But somehow it stumbled and hit roadblocks along the way. And did a lot of work into what were the roadblocks. We got a lot of feedback through surveys from different manufacturers. Primarily, the technology was not a challenge, and it was the adoption of the technology into the organization, the bringing the people on board with you. The biggest resounding piece of feedback we got was stakeholder management, managing the individual stakeholders within an organization that other decision makers, that they feel that their concerns and their needs and their fears were being addressed and managed. And there's a scenario I was in a couple of years back where we were rescuing projects, and one particular project in the UK, most of my work was I don't think I produced one document. It was face to face with people, and it wasn't unusual. And on a large manufacturing facility spread out, I spent 12 kilometers walking around the plant one day talking to people, and it was stakeholder management. So that combines everything everyone is speaking about here, but really getting to the nub of what is the quality director on a site's biggest fear. You know, what keeps the manufacturing director awake at night? How can you convince them to give you the downtime to make an improvement that will make their job easier, that will make their metrics better? And you can really only get that by these tactile engagements. Many of the other digital transformation courses out there focus purely on the technology and how the technology works and the benefits of that technology in a very focused sense. We try and say, you know, rather than trying to implement all the bells and whistles at once, let's try and slowly increase the footprint of the technology within your organization, get people used to using the technology in a very low risk but high impactful way by removing paper slowly, and then bringing everyone on board and then empowering them to choose their own future through various, you know, we delve into design thinking, we delve into agile approaches. Now, the first time we mentioned agile to a biopharm manufacturing facility, they just envisioned blonde guys in California going to work on a skateboard and running a business from Starbucks. We weren't allowed to use the word agile, but we adopted, we've chosen from certain elements of agile that have a profound impact on project management and how projects are delivered, while remaining compliant. And the first question we're always asked is, how can you do all this stuff and still be compliant with the regulations? And I say, is there anyone from regulatory affairs in the room? They say, no. Okay, let's get them in the room from day one. Let's build, like, compliance shouldn't come as a surprise to people, nor should the fact that you have to be, you know, compliant with these regulations. They need to be built into all your solutions, no matter what they are. And so it's really about people ensuring that every single department, every stakeholder has a representative at the table, and no decision is made in isolation, and you get a completely different response.
I'm glad you said that, because I was going to pull you up in terms of, you know, too often we approach technology and engagement of technology with the worker on the floor. Do you know what I mean? But there's a whole transition. I mean, you know, the factory manager is as big a muppet as the guy at the other side of it. You know, does he or she understand what the technology is and what it can do? Are they afraid of it? Are they, you know, how are they going to stand over this, particularly in a regulatory environment? Do you find in biopharma, for example, that we use regulation as an excuse not to do stuff?
Often. You know, the biggest thing I hate to hear is that, oh, we can't do that in case we're audited by the regulators, in case we're audited, right? And I kind of take it a step above that. No, you can't do that because this medicine is going to a patient that needs it. That's why the regulations exist, and take it back there. And when you're looking at, oh, you know, we'll never be able to do this, we'll never be able to qualify this. Well, you know, we have qualified very complex systems using these methods. We have been able to have the regulators inspect the systems. In fact, the UK regulator cited one of the systems we were involved in as best practice in terms of, you know, a purely risk-focused approach to compliance. And the UK now with Brexit are facing a massive challenge in that they'll now be exporting outside of the UK to everywhere that was previously. So it didn't need the amount of inspection it's going to need now and will need. And that has introduced a flood of requests from all over the UK on how can we not slow down our process? How can we keep our supply chains, you know, stocked? And back to the original question, it's every part of that supply chain, from your suppliers to your customers, are impacted by this, and you have to understand that. You have to sort of follow every thread and where it goes, and not just implement technology because it looks like the good option, but what value will this technology give us, and what problems will it give us as well, and how will we manage, because any new technology is going to introduce a challenge to manage.
It's very interesting, Barry, when you consider the context of what you've just said, following on from what we've heard from the rest of the panel up to this point. You know what I mean? We've got this massive sectoral challenge that Darren and the guys in Nibert are struggling with. Or sorry, I don't mean struggling, but sorry, they're grappling with. Mm-hmm. And Paul, in you know, people who are engaged in industry and the upskilling of those people there, Ramesh on the side of what the academic world must create within to these organizations, which is, whether we like it or not, tech focused. But there's an element of tech focus, I guess, that you're suggesting that's on the softer side, possibly, that we should be focusing on right through all of those mechanisms. Darren, you're nodding your head there.
Yeah, I know it's completely resonating for me, because in a presentation I made recently, I managed to get my hands on a job spec for a recent job that went up from one of the big biopharma companies out there, a biopharma automation engineer. And in this job spec, for the first time, I'm starting to see biopharma or big pharma companies get it and get the softer side on the tech front. So this is looking for someone to reporting into the head of engineering, who will bring the company on its journey in automation. I'm quoting directly from the thing here. A digital data analytics specialist, someone who's adept on the road, establishing a roadmap to Pharma 4.0, yada, yada, yada. But the very interesting kicker at the end of this is change management and transformation management, key part of this role. So, for starters, I think a biopharma automation engineer, if you went back 5 or 6 years ago, would not be, something that every company would have been striving for. Increasingly, they are, and the profiles are really interesting the way that they're framing it.
Yeah. It is, and in some cases, people have said it would have been an oxymoron really back in the day, that everything was locked in, locked down, you couldn't touch it. So it's interesting to see that. One of the things that COVID has done for us, I thought there was a lovely presentation earlier on. Luke O'Neill was saying that, if you get one person to paint your house, it takes a week. If you get 100 people to do it, it takes 10 minutes. Burning platforms are sort of putting 100 people painting our houses at this point. So it's very interesting. Barry, you must be heartened by that. Don't apply for that role. We need you where you are, but it's good to see that kind of role coming through. Yeah,
absolutely. I think the focus on the business side is huge. Can't emphasize that enough.
And I guess, even in our own role, we were working with multinationals in the medtech group, and what starts out as an ergonomics project often spawns into, an acceptability program. So I think that softer skill is something that we'll there. Ramesh, that must resonate with you, my friend, in terms of, if when I hear some of the programs that you were speaking to, I wonder how many of those modules have the softer element into it, and how could we incorporate that sort of skill in our graduates as they come through, do you think?
It's quite a lot nowadays. No, without software skills, right? It is nothing can missing. So now the data analytics and the software skills are becoming an essential part, right? So in that way, WIT is also offering. We have a very big group here. I think you might have all heard about it at TSSG, right? And so they offer a lot of modules which are directed towards pharma, like both in AI and also they have it's a course on HTIP, in computer sciences, directed towards pharma sector, And so it is increasingly becoming essential, for to develop thing. Even for example, if you take our 3D printing additive manufacturing, right? So there's a huge element of software skill which are required, and most of our programs are directed towards that as well, to increase the skills in that area. And by the way, I would like to add one thing is that the increasing need for this collaboration between industries So we just got our ISO 9001 certification yesterday, right? Because a lot of our industries, since we work with so many industries, and they were asking us, Ramesh, it would be great if the center becomes 9001 so that they can use our data and implement it straight away and this thing, right? So that's how I was telling, like nowadays, working on your own is becoming a thing of the past,
Good. Congratulations on that, Ramesh. I remember when you started off down there, so to know what you've built and created, you should be very proud of that, and well done. We're all in this with you. Thomas Becker, if we can unmute there, my friend, so we can hear your glowing voice. I have a query in terms of all that you've heard, this Irish-centric, self-congratulatory toned brilliance that we have here. Tell us how it's done. Tell us what the Germans are doing differently and what we should be adapting. What works well over there, and what do you think we're doing that could possibly be used in your jurisdiction, do you think?
Well, let me start with your second question. And when I hear all the good things and the great things that you do over there and that you have over there in Ireland, I'm really becoming jealous of not being located there with the company, because I think there's really a lot of great support that you can offer to the industry. And when I'm here, a few buzzwords that were mentioned by the earlier speakers, then this is exactly the skills that we needed and we experienced over there, that we need them in the last months. When we got engaged also in this COVID-19 vaccine manufacturing. where I mean agility is just simply key, stepping into a new area and trying to do something in a very, very short time frame, where you usually have months or better said even years to do a lot of things. And I mean, you need to see then and how you can get done things in a very short time. And of course, I mean, this sentence was you cited that if you have hundreds of people painting a house, then it takes minutes. But I mean, you can't have thousands of people painting a house. So there is also a limit on how many resources can you put on there. Yeah. And of course, I think that is very important. You also need to have the right skill resources to paint a house. So nothing against butchers, but if you have butchers and you want to paint a house, it may not be the perfect fit. I think that's also something which we experience here. On the other hand side, I think one thing that was also very important, what we recognized in the last months, is that people take opportunities to grow when there are opportunities out there. So when you challenge people and say that needs to be done, then they really, maybe sometimes they bring up new skills and which you haven't thought that they had before. And some really then also develop their skills, which you know that they have somehow, but you really see how powerful they can use that. So I think that is really something which we experienced here. What can you learn from Germany? What is other than Germany? I think we don't have that national institutes, that semi-governmental, semi-public institutes that support the industry. So industry it's more this traditional system of school, and maybe then afterwards university, and then going to the industry. What means that sometimes also when you go back to academics and academic education, it's not actually what industry might need. It's sometimes a little bit behind there. I mean, we are catching now, of course, up. There are a lot of chemistry, biotechnology, which are great in that area. Somehow, what they still do miss somehow is that pharmaceutical aspect of biotechnology applications. And on the other hand side, also, if you look into traditional pharmaceutical studies, it's still the curricula as it was 20, 30 years ago. And it's not adapting that new technology, also the new knowledges. And if there are some studies who are then called differently, then again, you have some difficulties to get these people into managerial roles or important roles like qualified persons due to regulations. So I think that is something where in the educational part where we are not yet there where we think or industry should be. So that means that we take young graduates and educate them on our own. We set up education programs within our companies. We have now just started an education program for qualified persons where they go through the different departments and get the knowledge and training there. So this is how we help ourselves. But also if you talk about apprenticeships, people coming from school and doing an apprenticeship here or have done an apprenticeship, then also sometimes we need so special techniques, for instance, with refrigeration techniques, refrigeration focused engineers, which you don't find on the market. So you get the people in with have a basic skill, but then there is still some work to do here in the company to get them there.
If I could test that, Thomas, a little bit, if you wouldn't mind. Some sectors come back and they're quite critical, shall we say, of what's coming out of colleges. And to your point, we almost have to take them and retrain them is often a mantra you hear. I mean, is it possible for someone with an arts degree, for example, to go in and do your training course on site and be proficient? Or is it the case that the science degrees that they're getting are giving them fundamental knowledge that allows them to be trained on site by you? Is there a mix there, do you think?
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely true what you say. I mean, the degree and what what they learn through their study enables them then to be further trained, yeah. But I think, and we heard that also from previous speakers, how industry and biopharmaceutical industry evolved. I think that the curricula in the colleges did not evolve in the same place. So they are still some years or decade behind that. And I think that would be highly appreciated, so that, I mean, of course, you will never find that perfect match, and there is always to need some fine tuning. But I think that the level of tuning that we need to do, that could be lowered. And I think the other point that was also mentioned by Ramesh about the soft skills, what I experience also in the German education, that these soft skills are not, they are not focused on. So that means that agility, also that way of thinking, maybe also that way of entrepreneurial thinking, of a business mindset, that is something which somehow is basic for, let me say, every part of the industry. But I think that is not so much also focused in the education. So I would wish that there would be some basic knowledge and some basic education, at least in every study as well.
And I think this comes, it's funny, it's coming back to something we spoke of with Darren earlier on around not wanting to go down a particular avenue that industry didn't follow you. I guess academia has got to be careful that its role is to present society with third and fourth level thinkers, rather than people who can use a particular machine, because that machine can be outdated, and it's slightly dangerous, you'd imagine, in terms of philosophy, I guess, from a societal perspective. In terms of the, I'm always interested in the apprenticeship program in Germany. I remember I was with a professor from Fraunhofer. We were at a meeting for a couple of days, and her eldest son got an apprenticeship, and she insisted that we all join her in the bar for a champagne toast. And, as a mother, she was so proud. And I would struggle to think of any Irish mother that would take me for a glass of champagne if her son came home looking for an apprenticeship. So, philosophically, you seem to have gotten something right there, because you can take that program in Germany from apprenticeship right up to professor level if you want. And people get off that train at whatever part makes most sense to them. I love the practical nature of it. Does it apply to the biopharma world? Are there apprenticeships in biopharma, for example, in the German system, or is that more of a generalization in industry?
No, I think that applies, of course, to pharmaceutical and biopharmaceutical industry as well. Yeah, and maybe if an Irish mother knows that her son or her daughter gets an apprenticeship, she might invite you to a pint of Guinness rather than a glass of champagne. I don't know. But I think going back again, yes, I think these apprenticeships are very valuable also. And I mean, we are as a company also engaged in educating people that come from schools, in offering apprenticeships in different regions. I think that is also what I mentioned earlier, saying we don't get that skill sets that we need out on the market, like engineers that are focused on refrigeration techniques, for instance. So we train them on our own, but we also have lab technicians who go through training programs. And then we have recently just one lady has finalized her apprenticeship 2 years ago, and now she's going back to the university to do the next step. And hopefully then she will return again and keep us in good mind and want to continue her career here. I think that is also definitely a great programs. And this is, I think, also maybe one strength of the German system, not to be only so pessimistic as I was at the beginning, but one strength of that German system that you can also develop in there and can make your way through that. And I think people who started with an apprenticeship, I unfortunately did not. So I'm a pure theoretical guy, so to say. I mean, people who learn that practical part as well, they also will have will have a lot of advantage also later in their professional career, of course. I think that's great.
Absolutely.
Your point, currently, not only the mothers will take a glass of champagne when their daughter or son gets an apprenticeship, but the companies will also open a bottle of champagne every now and then when they get an apprentice, because they are very rare. We didn't manage, for instance, to get the number of apprentices we wanted to have in this year, but we have already signed contracts for next year, and we are very happy that these people sign in. We are offering there also some practical courses that people can get familiarized with the company. See also, let me say, the soft factors that the company is offering to make us attractive, and beyond that, what is the pure career aspiration.
I'd agree.
We are also looking there 1 year ahead already, and we are happy that we already have secured some apprenticeship contracts for 2021.
Good. I love to hear this, Thomas. I think there's practical boots on the ground, and I, like you, well, not like you, but I find myself educated to a point that I'm utterly useless for almost everything at this point in my career. But it's wonderful to hear a German perspective. I want to finish on an upswing. It could get very depressing when we look at the huge amount of work we've got to do nationally in this sector. I mean, you know, when I hear Thomas and the work that he's doing in companies to encourage individuals to take that journey, I look at the work that Paul is doing in particular, this ongoing journey that we can create. And then when we have innovators like Barry creating additive programs that go in there, Ramesh and Darren looking at the research and putting people into this. I want to talk to Jeff Allen from Merces and finish with you, Jeff, if I may. You better unmute your microphone there before you go any further, because if we can't hear you, we can't be looking at you. It's very difficult, I think, to create sexy, you know, on technology. But my God, you guys have done it. Tell me a little bit, if you can, in a verbal, around what this Avatar Academy is and why it's so impressive for this, but why so many companies, including Nibert and yourselves, are engaged with. Tell me about it. What is it and how does it work?
Well, I think the attraction is the standardization and the codification of processes, which are very, very prevalent within biopharmaceutical. You know, a little around 2 years ago, we got, with the DTIF system that's working in Ireland, we got introduced to Darren's organization, Nibert. And effectively, we found a place where we could deploy. We take gaming technology, computer gaming technology, which is hugely successful in its own right in entertainment-focused world, and we've given it an industrial application at the high-level, high-value manufacturing space, which is at the pinnacle of that is biopharmaceutical. You know, and
what exactly is it? I mean, like, is it you put on a VR? It's virtual reality, I guess, Jeff. You put on a VR headset and it transports you to a virtual world that's basically inside a biopharma processing plant. Is that how it works?
Effectively, our team goes in and captures and recreates the laboratory and all of the equipment that's inside it. And then we use a head-mounted display, it's called, and the user can put it on and they can appear in that world. So they can then virtually use and train on the equipment that they can learn the processes. Now, we capture the processes in a step-by-step guide.
Are they watching a video, Jeff, or are they able to engage with the...
No. It's fully immersive, so they're fully engaged. They can... Human beings typically learn by observing and then experimenting. So it allows those people to go into very often clean room environments where there'd be a cost in that gowning up and gowning down with PPE, and it removes all that cost, and it allows people to put them in on a virtual training scenario to practice until they're the educator can say that this person is competent enough to put into the live scenario. And it gives the operator the confidence and to realize their own standard in the skill, and that they're not frightened the first day. I know some of the stuff we did with Nibert was using liquid nitrogen in flask. And one of the feedback we got from some people who were testing our software was, oh, yeah, the first day I did that, it was frightening. So you're removing that element of risk, and you're generating a level of competency with the novice technician that lets them gain more and more of an insight of what's expected of them when they're put into a live fire exercise. So
and I guess Darren, if I can unmute you there, my friend, this of course is going to replace the entire NIBRT organization. There's no need for a footprint down there. I can see a whole transition from UCD's campus down to Athlone, etc., etc. I'm only messing. What do you think of it, Darren?
Well,
you're obviously
I'll tell you. I mean, it's not a replacement for the real thing. However, it certainly is a good stand-in in certain circumstances. So, I mean, for anyone who wants to have a look at what this is all about, very simple thing. Go onto the NIBRT LinkedIn page, or for that matter, the NIBRT website. But the LinkedIn page is more, and third or fourth story down is a demo, and it takes 2 minutes. Click on it, and you learn exactly what it's about. But the beauty for us is that it actually it breaks the Irish border for us. Actually, we're able to deliver online training and VR related training to people anywhere around the world, and that is something that's been growing for us over the last number of years, but accelerated by COVID. So I'd encourage anybody to do that. It's worth a look. And if I could just sneak a brazen plug as well. Yesterday we launched our 2021 training curriculum, and that's up on that same LinkedIn site. If people look for NIBRT on LinkedIn, the training curriculum features everything from the in-person right through to the online and so on, including Avantor as well. So it's if people are looking for links to the training, you get it there.
Super. I love that. I love that, Darren. If you don't ask, you won't get. There's cock love enough. I apologize. Barry Curry, that training program you were talking about, digital transformation, that running again the new year, and where do people find out more about it?
Yeah, if you just go on to Trinity College website, Tangent, the business school.
Yes.
And you'll get all the details there, or contact me directly on LinkedIn.
We can do that. Ramesh, you had your finger up there. You want to tell me something quickly?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So in terms of this, I think you raised a question about whether the pharma industries do require the apprenticeships or something like that, right?
Yes.
I'll just tell you, right, in fact, WIT is running this MSc postgraduate diploma in analytical science with quality management, right? And it has got nearly all certificate courses, like certificate in advanced chromatography techniques or spectroscopy techniques, material characterization techniques, and so forth, right? And these are all level 9 certificates, right? And there's a huge demand thing, right? So to answer your question, right, yes, pharma industries do need these kind of things, and there is a demand, yeah.
Good. I like to hear it. Paul Healy, where do people get in contact with you if they want to get more of the goodness that's coming out of SkillNet? We get on. Don't tell me that they've got to log on to the IBEC website now, for God's sake. You must have something there that we can connect to.
Yeah, well, IBEC are one of 70 organizations that we work with. So our wings are broader, and thanks for teeing that up, Andrew. In any given year, there are 8,000 programs delivered nationally through the SkillNet model, 8,000. And they stretch right from industry-led funded PhDs down to CPD and everything in between. The easiest one-stop shop is skillnetireland.ie. There's a directory of all of the programs and all of the industry bodies and their skill nets, and a very simple search functionality will bring you on to the type of program that you need.
Paul, I've just seen the reason why you are at the top end of your game, boy. That's the way. See, that is an elevator pitch for the rest of you if you're wondering what it looks like. Jeffrey Allen, very quickly, what's your website, buddy? You've got 30 seconds.
Okay, well, we trade under Merces.io, and also avataracademy.io will give a dedicated website to the work that we've done hand in hand with the guys up in NIBRT and what we can do with biopharma. So,
ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure having you defer your lunch break in order to listen to us talking to you about the future skills need in biopharma. There are fantastic workshops to follow us on digitization and circularity and sustainability. None of them will quite reach the levels that we did in terms of entertainment and value, but they are nonetheless well worth your time for the afternoon. Pooja, if I could ask you to take over, we are 30 seconds over our time, which is more or less where we came in. And thank you to my panel, Jeffrey, Barry, Darren, Thomas, Ramesh, and Paul.
Okay, thanks everybody on the skills panel. As expected, it was an energetic discussion and some good thoughts there. So our next panel are ready to go live, and it's the game changers in biopharma and the sustainability challenge. So David McCormick is moderating the panel, so I'm gonna hand over to the guys and let them get cracking, albeit a little bit later, but we just slipped a little bit during the day.
Thanks, Jonathan. Good afternoon, everyone, and you're very welcome to this fireside chat around sustainability and the biopharma industry. As Jonathan said, my name is David McCormick. I'm the Director of Sustainable Manufacturing Research at IMR, and I will be the moderator for this discussion. I'm joined today by our three panelists, so let's get the introductions underway. So I'm going to hand over to each one of them. I'll start with you, Timmy. Can you give us an introduction to yourself, please?
Hello, everyone. My name is Timmy Carey. I'm EHS lead with BioMarine, a biopharmaceutical company located in Cork in the US. We're a fairly newish company, only 20 years old this year, with 7 products on the market. And I've been involved in sustainability and environmental chemistry since my early 20s.
Thanks, Timmy. Inder, you're next on my screen here.
Hi, my name is Inder. I'm ex-head of Nestle Sustainability. I now work independently helping companies to develop strategies for sustainability and looking at mitigation factors going forward. So it's basically focusing on sustainability strategies.
Thanks, Inder. And then finally, Daniel.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel Howell. So I work for SteriSafety, basically contract sterilizer and testing. I manage basically the UK laboratories as well as our radiation technology center. Basically everything to get a product to validation and maintain your validation in sterile. And most recently being engaged in lots of probably larger global projects around sustainability in each technology and the labs themselves.
Great, thanks guys. So I'm just going to give a quick overview of the format. So I have a couple of topics that I put to the panel for discussion. We are running 2 polls on sustainability throughout the day, and you can still interact with them, but we'll use them polls over the course of the session to have a further discussion on. And if you have any questions, just type them into the chat, please. Thanks. Okay, so to get started, and if you were obviously present at the earlier sessions, and I'm sure you would see that biopharmaceuticals present enormous opportunities, both economically and for the society and human well-being at a global scale. But with the transition towards sustainability and particular alignment with 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, there's now expectations on businesses to contribute to sustainable development in more transformative ways as opposed to current approaches to corporate sustainability programs. So my first question to the panel is, what do you think the role of biopharma companies is in contributing to long-term environmental sustainability in a significant and meaningful way? So let's start with Timmy on this one.
Well, I think as an industry, we've got a huge role in the leadership aspect, because given the scale of problems facing the planet and humanity at large, this can't be left to any single entity or body. And given the level of innovation across the industry, there's a lot of things we can do. I was making a few notes last night. As an industry, we use a lot of natural products. We don't have that many chemicals in a lot of our processes. There's increasing efforts constantly, and particularly with regional regulations, to try and eliminate CMRs, carcinogens, mutagens, reproductive toxins, and to try to make the processes more clean. Trying to phase out F-gases in the longer term for environmental sustainability, for having good energy programs, 50,001 and lots of others, trying to reduce our carbon footprints, trying to embed sustainability into our supply chains and reusable packaging. And even with the advent of likes of gene therapies in the future for some of our medicines, they may be single use to the patient instead of multiple medications over lifespan. And the whole use of single-use plastics as against fixed plant. There's there's tons of different facets where we can play a leading leadership role in improving sustainability.
And Timmy, in relation to BioMarin itself, is there a couple of examples where you've pushed the sustainability agenda on the site in Ireland?
Yeah, I think like every year we'd have a number of targets as part of our 50,001 program, David. Like a couple of years ago, we built a new wastewater treatment plant, and we went for a balanced tank approach for our waste. And historically, you'd have small batches of waste coming off your process. You neutralize it with acid or waste, you use a lot of chemicals. With the balanced tank approach, you let your buffers pre-neutralize, so you use no chemicals, practically no energy. And it has the same effect with a lot less footprint. I had a quick look last night in some of our key energy projects last year, and just HVAC enthalpy last year was the equivalent saving of 145 tons of CO2. Hot water condensing efficiency boiler upgrades, 204 metric ton of CO2 saved. HVAC supply, 50. Solar panels, another 30 metric ton of CO2 eliminated last year. And even while COVID has been obviously terrible this year for humanity at large, it has allowed us to look at our sustainability and made a bit of a shift, maybe 5 or 6 years ahead of where we thought we'd be working from home. And recently we did a quick calculation about just the savings alone from petrol and diesel this year from our own staff. And we're a modest sized company of 500 people. And at 50% occupancy equates to the same carbon footprint as heating nearly 150 homes for a year. So that there's always new targets to aim for and to try to drive new efficiencies.
Thanks, Timmy. And I suppose I wonder is that the new plan forward now that the COVID has actually shown that the working from home can be as efficient in certain scenarios and more organizations will probably incorporate this going forward sooner than that would be expected.
Agreed. I discussed this topic only in the last 3 weeks with a large number of bioprocessing plants across the country, and most are thinking ahead to our future flexible working plans and enhancing same and less carbon footprint, less time in traffic, and better quality of life for our staff. So there should be some real positives to be gained out of it, David.
Thanks, Timmy. Just to bring you in, Daniel. So your company is a contract manufacturing agency. So you would integrate into a lot of the supply chains for the biopharmaceuticals. So how does sustainability affect your side? How do you approach sustainability?
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think it really depends on the exact technology. And like you said, we're basically part of anyone that's going through in either bioburden reduction or sterilization. We're going to be part of that manufacturing process. And I think over the last really 5 years, there's probably been a bit of a shift, definitely in our industry, about obviously the sterility assurance, but there's been a very historical approach about what we call over processing, which is very typical, particularly in a technology like ethylene oxide and commonly in all the radiation technologies as well, where really historically it didn't really matter about using a little bit of extra ethylene oxide, and so there would always be a very significant approach in over processing, lots of ethylene oxide in there, very long cycles. And then you do get disadvantages of that as well in terms of not only your supply chain, it means you're going to have a longer process, but immediately I think when we started really looking into it and trying to engage with our customers as part of that process, it's just about looking at actually, I think, what the product needs. And I think it's about not always just following, I suppose, the easiest process, what you've done in the past, but really working with customers, getting them to look specifically into the microbiological process, and I would say doing an appropriate sterility validation. And you'd be I think surprised massively about the reduction you can make. I think typically we find that most EO processes are probably almost 1.5 to 2 times as much as you would actually require to achieve 10⁻⁶ in sterility. And in radiation, and we've got some interesting data in terms of the radiation processing. I was saying there's really been a little bit of a shift in the industry to move away from what we would call over processing, which it really comes back from a very conservative approach in achieving sterilization or bioburden reduction, where the only focus is on, I suppose, achieving a sterility process or a bioburden reduction process. And how much you overachieve that, people historically didn't, I suppose, necessarily care about the output of that. But there is a lot of byproduct to every sterilization process. So what we would call is really about processing appropriately rather than necessarily over processing every time. As long as you achieve your goals, whether that's a sterile claim, if that's 10 to the -6 or perhaps less, then you can do that by really looking at the data, definitely working with your contract sterilizer or your microbiology lab, and really setting that up in a much leaner fashion. And I suppose there's benefits throughout the entire process. So, I mean, the obvious and immediate ones, and some examples there, if you look at, for example, an ethylene oxide process, and we noticed that really in terms of the way those cycles are set up and the amount of ethylene oxide used to achieve the sterility process, in most cases, you could easily have customers using 1.5 to 2 times the amount that's actually required for that process, which is an immediate, I think you can see effect not only on the gases used, but then the actual length of that cycle. And then there's really a knock-on effect from there, because the longer your cycle is, you have to hold that inventory. You could make that a 7-day process when ultimately it could maybe be down to 3, 4 days. Those days then are sat in your supply chain, sat in your inventory, warehousing costs, etc. Really for no benefits apart from probably the over processing piece. I mean, there's some of the more direct effects, and we see similar with then other sterilization modalities such as radiation. And I think if you do, I would say sterilization, you'll probably hit 25 kilogray a lot. It's the magic number. It's the golden dose. You know, that's the one you need. But ultimately, for, I would say, majority of products, that would be far too much. Radiation, pretty much everyone uses it as their minimum dose. And we did an internal study not so long ago where we looked at, based on the work we have in the micro lab, we looked at the products and how much bioburden they hold, and then theoretically how much dose they actually need. And over 90% of those doses could have probably be reduced by at least 5 kilogray. Which is quite damning at the point, and we still get it now. And I think it's really now just more about us opening that conversation, particularly where there's historical processes and historical products. People like to do things the same. This is what we did with the last product. We'd do the next one the same, and I think it's just a matter of us. We feel like a responsibility to say that's fine. We understand why. Have you ever thought about actually you could probably achieve the same process and the same goals with a lower dose or maybe less. Yeah, we have specific programs around that, and really it's just about engaging with the customers on that. It not only helps us achieve our sustainability goals, but then hopefully with the actual end-to-end process, really helping everyone achieve their sustainability goals and getting product to the market.
Thanks, Daniel. It sounds absolutely that the historic processes have factors of safeties, etc., built into them, and it's now a time to maybe start challenging the SOPs to optimize, and as you said, maybe put in some more lean practices across the manufacturing cycle. Inder, just to bring you into the conversation, so you're now working in consultancy. So can you provide us with a view maybe on a kind of a global sector-wide, what the biopharma sector could be doing to embrace sustainability going forward?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think biopharma's I came from the food, fast-moving goods sort of environment where sustainability was sort of put in quite early because of the challenges we had. Listening to the conversations and reading around, I think there's still a lot of low-hanging fruits that can be achieved by companies in-house. I think they're still going through that process where they can do tremendous work internally. But going forward in terms of sustainability, I think there's lots of issues that are coming up. Climate change is one. Every organization will have to contribute and collaborate and work towards climate change. Otherwise, you're not going to have businesses in the future. And if you are in areas where water is a big issue, too much or too little, not the right quantity, not the right quality, that's going to be a major factor. And what I've seen lately is with the net zero approach, water somehow has come down the agenda where it really should be in line with net zero, because without water, none of your businesses will work. And without water, medication is very difficult to take. So as the UN recently came up, there's going to be millions of people that are going to be deprived of good, clean water. So that's this area. The other area is supply chains. I think working holistically on sustainability strategies along the whole supply chain, rather than just focusing on your tier 1 supplier. You need to go to your tier 2, tier 3. Where are your products coming from? Where are your resources, raw materials coming from? And then on the other side of the supply chain is consumers. The new generation coming in has a totally different perspective to sustainability as the current generation, and more demands will be made on companies to show their credentials. I think they will have to be transparent. They will have to show the good and bad and the ugly and the hard to reach places. It's better to be honest than try to hide things. And we have seen cases like Boohoo, Primark, VW, that have been caught up with saying one thing on their sustainability strategy, how ethical they are, and yet doing something totally opposite. So I think ethics and trust is going to be a major issue. If your consumers and your customers must have trust in you. And finally, finance. I think all sustainability work requires finance. And recently, BlackRock, Larry Fink came out with his verdict on it. Companies that implement good ESG strategies and policies will move forward and will get financed. Companies that don't will not. So ESG is going to be a quite major factor, and I would recommend companies looking at ESG ratings and at a holistic approach rather than being very narrow in things. So, get a good understanding of mitigation, but on a holistic approach, and focusing on the things that really matter to you as well. I've seen a lot of companies that talk about sustainable development goals and how wonderful they are doing all 17. It's impossible. It's impossible. You can focus in, most of you will be focused on SDG 3 and focus on it well and do it well and have a great narrative on it. So you give confidence to finances, your consumers and customers. But don't try to greenwash people because you will get caught out. There's some fantastic NGOs out there that will be waiting to catch you out. So the approach is be holistic, be true, be ethical, but have your business purpose clearly stated as to where you are going, but work along the whole supply chain and consumers and also the whole life cycle of the product. Environmental pollution by the pharma industry will become a big highlight in the next 3 to 5 years. And already we've seen NGOs raising big issues on the COVID mask. They're finding them on beaches, they're finding them on everywhere. So environmental pollution, the more chemical pollution will become a major issue. And chemical leasing might be an approach for that. That's something the experts can discuss.
Thanks, Inder. And look, you've brought us into a nice kind of segue with some of the topics you've touched on. Going to, I'm just going to delve into the poll, the first of the polls that we've been running throughout the day, and obviously it's keep running throughout the session. So, our question was, which are the macro trends are likely going to have the greatest impact on the biopharma companies? So we had employee awareness and values, environmental legislation, climate change and the net zero transmission, investor expectations, and as Inder mentioned, the ESG, so your environmental, social governance, which is now becoming increasingly applied to the investment analysis. There's customer expectations, the twin transition, which is the green and digital economy, which is going to be on the cornerstone of Europe's ambition to be the first climate neutral economy, sustainable development goals, and the corporate social responsibilities. So just currently at the results, we have some interesting ones. So employee awareness and values is no votes, so it's not going to, and corporate social responsibility is also no votes. So one of the big three are environmental legislation, obviously, the twin transition, so the green and digital economy, and investor expectations. So maybe if I bring Timmy back in and just to expand a bit further on investor expectations and give some dialogue around that with the ESGs.
Yeah, well, I'd agree very much with Inder in that public expectation is huge, and investors. And typically, I know Horizon did a survey last year of millennial expectations, and 81% of millennials expect companies to have a good CSR record and good commitments and to be proud of the company they work for, which is a really nice aspiration. And the same holds true for Generation Z coming after. And when you consider that of the close to 7 billion people in the world, 1.8 billion are millennials, it tells its own story about how perceptions and how things are changing. On the investor side, the same holds true. On shareholder meetings, it's coming up the list of agendas more and more in recent years. And Inder alluded to BlackRock. Like BlackRock and Larry Fink and what they've achieved is remarkable. You know, they have an investment fund of in excess of $7 trillion, and they will only invest in companies with good ethical records. And they've invested in a large number of biopharmaceutical plants. And they're key investors in same. So I think it's a great trend, and it really helps us when people put their funding behind companies that have good ethical records or make feedback if they feel that the real commitment to ESG isn't there. And I think, David, while it may not have got many votes yet on the employee front, it is kind of really important in that it's seen by many companies now as a key important driver for talent retention. In that, I know myself included, I don't want to work for a company that has a bad ESG or CSR record and to have it on my CV. And I think that trend is increasingly there with people coming into the workforce into the future. So I think this is going to gain more and more expectation, hopefully, over the next couple of years.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Timmy, and I've obviously talking to a number of companies around positions and interviews, and a lot of the people coming on board now are actually asking what the sustainability program is within the company, and to the likes of that effect. Daniel, just to loop you in on it, environmental legislation, how do you see that impacting your business and the businesses going forward?
Yeah, no, and it's a good question, and I mean it's something that really, in some instances, particularly where with a lot of the, I would say, relatively dangerous sterilant gases, and they're dangerous for a reason because they kill microorganisms, but they're not good for the environment or people either for the exact same reason. And I think one thing that we notice, which is not only vastly different across Europe, but then definitely when you go outside of Europe, if you look at, for example, the environmental legislation around EO in two ways, really, in terms of the occupational exposure. So that's one thing as well. After processing, there are small levels of ppms of EO left on products, which is obviously handled through then the process before it's sent back either to the customer or back to the manufacturer. And that's a limit that is different per country. That, as well as then you talk about, then there's also levels of what you emit to the environment, and then levels for patient safety. So really, you've got three different pieces that you could look at just with EO alone. There's some global legislation, but ultimately a lot of that then comes down from country to country. What they might put, for example, as an occupational exposure limit, and especially with us with facilities all around Europe and Americas, we find that they can be vastly different, 5-10 times different in that number. But I mean, the one thing that's clear is they're only going one way, and that's down. They're not going up. They're all going to converge most likely at some point, and it will be at the lowest value. I think that's clear. How long it takes to get there is one thing. So I mean, one thing that we are aware of, and that again, really as part of this, we try to drive all our processes to, is we want to be ahead of that. You don't want to be legislated out, right? You don't want to do it because you have to. You want to do it because you should. It's the right thing to do. Being ahead of the game and getting there before it becomes law is really our aim with a lot of things like that. And again, because we're doing it in some countries, we know it's possible. Yeah, there can be additional cost to it, but even from that perspective, you look at occupational exposure. Why would we say that this employee is allowed this much when this employee is allowed twice as much? They both work for our company. They're valued the same. If there's a level that's seen as safe in one country, we would try to harmonize that. So for sure, I think, and that's going increasingly, and even simple things such as EO itself, ethylene oxide itself, being classed as a as a carcinogen, a mutanogen, where previously it wasn't. Again, that changes the view very much and the legislation around things. So yeah, I think it's very much something you need to be aware of with all parts of your process, definitely when it comes to chemicals, because you need to be ahead of the game. And the last thing anyone wants is for something to be legislated out.
I think that's a very key point, Daniel, is to be aware of what's coming down the tracks and to kind of take first move advantage to put yourself in a position that, again, you're not legislated out of it. In there, just to bring you back in, the twin transition has come up very, very highly in the scoring here. So the digital and green economies. Have you any thoughts or any insights on that? How that will be game changing for the biopharma industry going forward?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I'm just doing some work on big data on supply chains and how that's going to change supply chains in the future. I'll give you a good example in where I come from in Kenya, in Africa. Money is now transferred by mobile phones. It's M-Pesa, if anyone's been on Kenyan holiday. So the small holder and the middleman can be left out, and the small holder can see what the prices are on the market and sell accordingly and get the money on M-Pesa. So as more and more technology, and especially AI technology, comes in, what we'll find is the change along supply chains and information will be much, much more truer. Right now, there's a lot of corruption that gets in the way. And corruption is a major, major factor in sustainability. I think anyone who thinks it's not should really reconsider. The deforestation, all this is all part of corruption. And I think big data and data will help to sort of alleviate some of this. So someone, like working in the big corporates I've worked at, one of the hardest things was to see what was happening on tier 5. But with data and AI and new technologies coming in, I think it'll make it much easier and better. And I've just been doing some work with some suppliers looking at that and how they can manage money across suppliers, where transactions are true and pure. You have a third party that can manage it. And so the digital economy will play a major part, and it will empower, hopefully for the good, the small stakeholders at the end, and the middlemen who do all the corruption and all the bits that go on. We can see a reduction in that. I'm not saying it'll eliminate it, but it will start. Data, I think empowering is really good, but it's how do you get digitization across the world when poverty exists and people are struggling to get food and water on the plate. So, but I think it's a great step, and companies that have really embarked on it are seeing some really positive results in terms of supply chain management.
Thanks, Inder. And obviously, there's potentially the role of blockchain to secure data.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean.
Yeah, secure data as
blockchains and big data. Yeah.
Just Timmy, on the digital side and the digital transformation, is there stuff going on in BioMarin? Are you on a digital journey?
Yeah, I think all industry is, when you see the power of data analytics and the good it can bring, for lots of different reasons, for process analytics, for tons of, and even when you see the analytics available nowadays from an environmental protection perspective, it's like years ahead from when I first went into. When I first left college, and computers were just starting to become the norm. But like we've come from a time where people would report their metrics quarterly or monthly to their agencies. Now it's real-time reporting, data analytics online, which shows companies have to have a good record. That's the way everything is trending. There's massive, and Tinder's point, you can help eliminate issues in the supply chain and make things more efficient. There's tons of possibilities. Like, we're really getting into it, and with I suppose with Industry 4.0 and where we're heading with data analytics, the Power BI, Pi, there's just massive possibilities, and it's really exciting to be part of it.
Absolutely. Look, I think the they go hand in hand. That it's called twin transition for a reason. So digitization, it will be one of the key enablers and drivers of a green economy. Just Daniel, on the data analytics and the analytics side of it, going back to your process optimization and stuff, does your company invest in that side of it to build in that analytics to, I suppose, prove out what you're saying, that you can reduce X, Y, and Z?
Yeah, no. So yes, I mean, it could be as easy as looking back at historical data, but even just on that, actually, I mean, a very good point in terms of where you look at with data, even the release of a process. Historically, that could be, and surprisingly, you'd imagine not so long ago, even like 3-4 years ago, it could be that after a cycle has finished, that cycle is printed out onto paper. You check every single parameter, and then you check a BI to see if that BI has basically survived or not the process before you can release a cycle. These days, you have the live parameters being fed into an electronic system, which automatically checks all parameters are in specification and releases the product via parametric release. Not only are you not having you saving time and efficiency, you're not printing a piece of paper, you're not waiting for biological indicators to grow either. I mean, it can be, and that's a simple thing. It's always been allowed for it could be for over 10 years within the standard, but people don't take it up because they're used to, I think, what they're used to. I mean, and from our perspective, it's small changes in data, a little bit of extra data to capture, monitor, and control. But I think when you do that, it can be massively powerful. And I think a lot of it is to, like what Indu is saying, it's about just knowing where you are. It's not always about, I think, just being somewhere already and being at the top and showing off. But I think if you have a full awareness and you have all that data available to you of where you are right now, just have that available, have that open. And just through having, I think, the awareness and exposure to it, it'll drive more change. And it's really more, I think, like lead indicator rather than lag indicator, waiting 1 month or quarterly and then doing a report and seeing this is where we are, but the month's gone, the quarter's gone. So if there was anything you could do, it's probably already happened. So again, I think it can be massively changed. And I think probably one of the simplest things, which has probably drove me crazy for a while in my company, is things like signatures. Historically, and it's really only changed, I would say, quite fast, even since the process of working from home a lot more. Our process before would always be the wet signatures only on documents. So, you're always printing something out, signing it, rescanning it, then that piece of paper gets filed away until the next person prints it. So you could go through a document that needs 10 signatures and it could have to be printed off 10 different times and scanned again. And now really through the process of people working from home, it's kind of accelerated, bringing in electronic signatures, which again is basic stuff, but it can be a big change. It saves me a lot of time, never mind paper. So things like that, I think, and sometimes it takes, I suppose, a point in time to drive a change through, but when they do, I think it makes a big difference and you don't go backwards. Absolutely, that's actually a good insight. I'd say I used to work in a pharmaceutical company, and the signing every document, I'd say it actually saves, it's a quite significant saving now, the digital signature. Also, some of the stuff that we see is a lot of the data streams that you would have on the site are looked at it in isolation, but now with the answers of big data and mining, you can group all of this together and you can get better insights going forward. Okay, I'm conscious of time, guys, so I'm trying to keep us to 45 minutes if we can. I know we had some technical difficulties, but just to change tack slightly and just start talking about going to our second poll, which is around the circular economy. So what we've asked was, I suppose just from a explanation perspective, the circular economy, obviously in contrast to our current take, make, waste linear model, it's a regenerative by its design, and it also aims to gradually decouple growth from the consumption of finite resources. And it does this by obviously introducing feedback loops throughout the value chain and enabling the reuse and recirculation of the resources. So in the poll, we asked which of these circular strategies offer the best potential to decarbonize the biopharma industry. So we had design for circularity, obviously modular design, or design for disassemble of products, product as a service, the
the ownership of the product, which that stays with the manufacturer, a reuse, a shared model, so collaborative consumption, asset sharing, remanufacturing, taking back the component and upgrading them, and then offering them back out with the same similar warranties, repair and refurbishment, take back schemes, reverse logistics, the concept of industrial symbiosis, where one factory's waste is another factory's input, and then obviously recycling. So the results are top of the poll. Joint top is obviously recycling and continue recycling, but also the design for circularity. So designing products in a circular nature. So obviously they can be disassembled, and the key critical finite elements can be recuperated back in. Timmy, do you want to have a talk about circular economy in relation? Do you want to explore it a bit more in circular economy and the biopharma sector? So how do you see the biopharma sector transitioning from a linear to circular business model?
Yeah, there's tons of opportunities with it, David, but I suppose just to put it in context, like development life cycle for a drug product for small molecule historically used to be about 15 years, and in recent years for biologics that could be 5 or 6. And it's about changing the models that this is built in before we lock down our products and get them qualified, because we obviously have to take the viewpoints of the European Medicines Agencies and other groups as regards leachables, lots of other things, to make sure that the changes we do for the right reason are balanced, and that we have to maintain our patient protection as well. But we've lots of opportunities within the supply chain. We've lots of opportunities trying to eliminate chemicals at source. Even a recent one that what's topical in the industry is obviously plastics and single-use plastics, trying to eliminate them for very good reasons when you see what's happening in the oceans. But you know, historically, you build your buildings or large-scale buildings, a large capex investment, lots of stainless steel pipe work. You need lots of CIP chemicals to clean your pipelines, your products, lots of steam in place. But with single-use plastics, there is a lot of studies emerging that that even allowing for the fact that your single-use plastic will have to be taken afterwards and it will have to probably be destroyed by incineration, your carbon footprint is still potentially lower when you offset the CIP chemicals, the SIP chemicals, the fact you have to build lesser plants, and other aspects. So like the science is probably catching up a little bit with the industry, but we have loads of opportunities to continue improving and to benchmark. And even in the biosector in Ireland, it's fantastic to see, you know, there's whole sustainability strands building out in the biopharma industry to benchmark off each other and to continue to learn as the industry develops. Like, you know, people need to consider 20 years ago, there was 3 biologics plants in an Irish context, and now it's grown to 20, 30, that the scale of the growth of the industry is huge, and there's a great willingness to learn off each other and not just to try and, you know, do a good initiative in our own company, but to help other companies out and to everyone, you know, come along the journey together.
Thanks, Timmy, and yeah, you've raised a debate that's going to obviously go on for a number of while in the single-use plastics and the LCA of the single-use plastics, and obviously with any LCAs, it's the boundary setting of when you're carrying out that LCA. In there, can I just bring you in on, and you touched on supply chains and making supply chains circular, and you're talking about tier 1 and tier 5. How do you see that working in the biopharma industry?
I think it's raw materials, how raw materials get from tier 5 to tier 1 and tracking those. And, you know, we spoke about technology. And one of the key issues, I just wanted to go back before. I'm a strong believer at product design stage, you design in sustainability and you design out waste. Yeah, I'm not one who says let's deal with it at end of cycle, right? Because that has unintentional consequences which no one wants. And so this unintended consequences can have big impacts. Yeah, so they wanted us to produce the same weight bottle and not lightweight it, where we were saying, whereas the whole, the environmental lobby was saying you've got to reduce your plastics. Yeah, so this circular economy has to be really, and Tim's absolutely right on this, collaboration is the key, and it's collaboration with a wide stakeholder. And if you do not collaborate with wide stakeholders, what you get is a circular economy that doesn't reduce the absolute amount, but becomes relatively bigger. Does that make sense? So what's happening is, in terms of circular economy, we're not actually reducing anything in absolute terms. We're just making things are getting bigger, but in terms of relative terms, it looks less. So it seems as if you are reducing water use, you're reducing plastic use, but the absolute use of water and plastics is actually increasing. So there has to be an intellectual and a high-level collaboration approach in industry and within the industry. If you go alone, you will have problems. So for me, talking to 1 to tier 5, you already have your competitors or your peers within your industry will be purchasing from similar suppliers, but it's getting together with them and getting an approach and targets agreed as an industry rather than just as an individual organization. And that is really important. So if you can get voluntary targets, voluntary approach to circular, there'll be less of these unintended consequences because you'll be talking together and moving together in the same approach. That lesson should be learned from various mistakes made by the food and drinks industry. And it's because the pharma industry is coming behind it, and as Daniel said, legislation will kick in. I have no doubt within the next 5 years, EU, especially with green chemicals and green medication, will kick in with huge amounts of legislation, because right now, in terms of legislation, in terms of the pharma industry, people in society are number 1 priority and environment comes a bit below. But what will happen, the people in society will stay there, environment will shoot up along with people's safety and FSC. And so that will happen over the years. And that's why I think, my answer is a bit strange in that I'm saying collaboration is the key to good circular approach rather than go alone. Go alone, you will make mistakes, you will find yourself isolated, and unintended consequences will occur. So I'm sure you've got some great industry institutes that have projects. The Ellen MacArthur did some great work on plastic, and they have a good approach to it. So my thing is, and also the other thing you need to build in is resilience within all of this. COVID has taught us one thing: if you don't build in resilience within your strategies, you will suffer. And your supply chains, we've seen a lot of companies now talking about inshore rather than offshore. So what they're doing is, especially in America, they're inshoring their supplies. You're seeing manufacturing getting away from China and bringing it closer to other things, because politics, economics, the whole social political affair doesn't allow resilience. So look at resilience also within your circular approach. That will make a huge difference how you take it on board. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, you're right. COVID-19 has definitely shown up a couple of supply chain resilient issues, and the circular economy is certainly one way of tackling that resilience by maybe potentially industrial symbiosis with local supply chains, bringing it closer to you. But you did make the point, and as is Timmy, is collaboration is fundamental to a circular economy. There is no company that can become fully circular in isolation. It has to collaborate to do this stuff. And I suppose bringing Daniel then in, you are kind of a sub manufacturing company. So is it on your agenda to look into circular economy, even on your process design, your product design, etc.?
Yeah, so I said that's probably I would say probably one of the biggest shifts. I think previously, and obviously we work very closely with our customers. We are, I suppose, ultimately when it comes to, I suppose, putting a sterile product on the market, we usually are the SMEs, depending on how large the company is, I would say, that's coming in. So obviously, although the manufacturer who owns the product is ultimately responsible, I still feel we have a responsibility to make sure we work with them to make sure we can harmonize that process as much as possible and at least outline the options. And yes, some aspects of that incur more cost than others, but at least if you can outline the benefits and disadvantages and see if there's a collaboration there. And that's really where we're trying to move to as well. We have a kind of an ethos of kind of one team, one goal generally within the company, which is usually historically about employees, departments. And really we're trying to bring the customer now into that loop, so that from an end-to-end perspective, and definitely in terms of product design, I couldn't agree more with what Indo is saying when they talk about designing something in from the beginning. There's nothing worse from our perspective when a product gets to our point, I would say, within the manufacturing process, and the customer hands something over and says, this needs to be sterile. And it could be the smallest little things, and they could have spent 5, 10, 15 years in development of that. And you just think that would have made literally no difference to the use or the effect of the patient, but makes a huge difference in this process now. And can make something massively inefficient and hugely up-rev the amount of resources really that have to go into that. And you end up with a very, we would say, a compromised process, which ultimately costs everyone more, either in time or resources. And so, yeah, one thing we would always say, really, definitely at product design stage, think about the end-to-end at every stage of that manufacturing, even if you're not doing it. If it's subcontracted out, ask the question. I think most people would be more than willing to be involved. And then really it's just about that feedback loop as well. And like you said, it's all about collaboration. I think from the lab's perspective, the amount of testing that we would do on customers' products that would be tested to destruction, and the number of them that want it back, minimal. And I would think that the raw resources in there must be of some value, rather than just going to nowhere. And yet there's very little customers that would take any tested destruction back. Yeah, it's been taken apart, it's been tested, it's been exposed to various media, but the raw polymers in the plastics are generally unaffected, just a little bit cut up. So things like that, again, it's just about feeding that back. And we're just trying to really, like you said, bring that more into a discussion from the beginning and try to collaborate with the customers on that.
Very good. So look, I agree with, I suppose, all three of you, that there's plenty of opportunities in the biopharma sector to transition to a circular economy, and it will be a journey, and it will require collaboration going forward. So guys, we're just gone a minute over 45 minutes, so I think we'll end the session there. So I'd like to thank all three of you for your contributions this afternoon. So thanks Timmy, Daniel, and Inder. And then thank obviously everyone else for joining us today. So I think we'll end our session today, and goodbye to everybody. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thanks a million to the previous panel. Great discussion around sustainability. So our third and final panel discussion is coming up. The panel are here ready with me. It's around the digital biopharma opportunity, moderated by Siobhan Fleming from Siemens. So I will let the guys get cracking and get out of their way.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. So welcome everyone, and welcome to the panelists. I'd just like to start by saying 2020 really has been an extraordinary year, even more so for those of us who work in the biopharmaceutical industry. The COVID-19 pandemic has made everybody just more aware and more informed of what's involved in developing and identifying drugs and vaccines. I mean, could you have imagined back in January 2020 that you would be having conversations with family and friends about the processes involved and the steps to approval? It would almost have been unthinkable. What the pandemic has also emphasized is the real race against time that's involved in getting life-saving treatments and vaccines to where they're needed, and the impact then of shortages or delays in getting those to the patient. Throughout this year, the world has been looking to the biopharma industry for solutions, for testing, for therapies, and of course, for vaccines. So we've known that how fast the industry responds and is seen to respond to the crisis will shape the outcome both of the pandemic, but also the reputation of the industry. And I think that will stand for decades to come. Traditionally, the development cycle for drugs and vaccines has been around 12 years, spanning discovery, preclinical development, clinical trials, and regulatory approval through to manufacturing and distribution. However, the scale of this pandemic is unprecedented in modern pharmaceutical history, and it has demanded new approaches from the industry to win the race against time. We're now able to offer huge congratulations to the scientists and engineers at Pfizer, BioNTech and Moderna for the innovative and effective mRNA COVID vaccines that they've managed to produce in record time, 8 months. This is a milestone for vaccine development, and it really seems to be a true leap forward in disease prevention. Today, I'm excited to introduce a panel of experts from right across the biopharmaceutical value chain to tell us more about how digital transformation is changing their business, what has made this huge vaccine milestone possible, and how we can take these learnings to transform the industry and improve patient outcomes into the future. So I'm going to start with a round of introductions. Maybe Emily, I'll go to you first. Can you tell us about yourself, your work, and what digital transformation means for you?
Sure, Siobhan. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Emily Mitchell. I'm an executive director within the biometrics department at PRA Health Sciences. I have been in the industry for 15 years with the majority of my background in data management, and have been focusing in how data and technology strategy is going to be evolutionized, partially because of this global pandemic, but also where we have been seeing clinical trials moving forward with the move from the traditional brick and mortar site approach to now more of a decentralized and digital outcome approach of collection of data.
Thanks, Emily. David?
Hi, everyone. David Kelleher, Chief Medical Officer for Pharma Spectra. So my background is pharmaceuticals. I was a global medical director, and also I worked as a pharmacist for many years. So digital transformation means really having access to data and connecting. And I think it's really important that patients as well as healthcare professionals are connected. I think this year's been one of those years where really it's been forced on everyone to find different ways and clearly use technology. And I think the discussion today should be a really rich one, but I think that for me is the connectivity and also making sure that people have access to technology to improve patient outcomes.
Barry, we'll go to you next.
Hi, Siobhan. Thanks for the invitation. Barry Curry is my name, Principal Consultant Project Management Specialist with System E. Basically over 20 years in industry, bringing manufacturers on the journey from the use of paper for the manufacturing processes to digital electronic batch records and everything in between. I guess digital transformation for me is streamlining the availability of data for everybody's use in the supply chain, right through to the patient, and ensuring that no time is wasted in gathering, storing, or interpreting that data.
Thanks, Barry. Paul, let's go to you next.
Dobson, I'm the head of data at Relita. So I come from a biochemistry background, but I've been in artificial intelligence for the best part of 20 years. And I think everyone else has covered the topics. I think David's point, access to data, is really what we do at Relita. It's we have a number of analytical technologies for monitoring titer, for analyzing cells. We're increasingly moving them to be at-line technologies for process monitoring.
Okay, thanks, Paul. And Peter, finally, last but not least.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for inviting me today. My name is Peter Levison. I'm Executive Director for Business Development for Pool Biotech. Pool are a global solutions provider to the biotech, biopharmaceutical industry, offering equipment and consumables, both stainless steel and single use, for everything from cell culture through downstream processing right through to bulk drug substance. And for us, we see tremendous growth. It's probably going to be double digit across all modalities within the sector. That's forecast for the next several years. And really, it's all about intensifying processes. And whilst many of the unit operations probably will remain broadly similar to what they are today, to speed it all up, you need to get as much of the critical path as possible. And data and information is one key consideration if we're ever going to move to real-time release. So.
Okay, that's what I love about the panel today. It's all the way from R&D and drug discovery through to trials and process development and manufacturing issues, supply chain, and not forgetting the patient, because I think finally the patient is coming back to being at the center and the focus of everything. So I think I'd like to start with maybe looking at the drivers and what, maybe I'll start with you, Barry. The last vaccine that was brought to market took about 8 years to develop, but Pfizer and BioNTech have been able to bring this from discovery to approval in 8 months. What do you think has made this huge leap in vaccine development possible?
Thanks for the nice, easy questions to start, Siobhan. I guess, without knowing anything about the science, I'm more on the systems and the project side. From reading up about this and talking to people involved, they had to think completely differently and approach it completely differently. And for the first time ever, there seems to be a lot of tasks happening concurrently that previously would have been in series. Now they were, they all claim they put their best people on it. They put a lot of people on it, but it involved ripping up the usual rule book and really going for this in a sense of for the sake of people's health, which is, it's fantastic to see. That, like you said, customer client focus from the very beginning. They not forgotten, but ignored how they've done it in the past and literally focus on what do we need to do now to release this as quickly as we can. What barriers do we need to remove? And I guess I think it's changed the way people think about everything, because a number of things have changed, even in the way that the different companies have collaborated together. And it's worked so well, and just to deliver this in the time frame is just incredible. And they say, it's being in the industry, it's incredible to watch from outside, and people again talking to me about this, and again, I'm not a scientist, but to see how you can rethink the way you do things. And we see this all the time when we look at large capital projects in particular, and you'd see the usual sort of 3,000 line Gantt chart. Well, it looks like that was just ripped up, and they absolutely went for it with their best resources and the best of intentions for the right reasons.
And what do you think the impact of working concurrently was, or how has that been possible where it wasn't possible before?
I think, they engaged the regulations, it appears, regulators right from the beginning, and had the regulators involved in the process, and there seems to be a lot of interim reviews rather than wait until the very end for filing when all the work was done. I think the regulators were heavily engaged and highly supportive from what I understand. And that appears to be key. As well as that, I think, to get so many people on the clinical trials as early as possible seems to be a huge factor.
Okay, I think mentioning clinical trials might be a good time to bring Emily into the discussion. Emily, I know when we spoke, you said you had done some work on COVID data, but I'm wondering, how does the patient focus translate into the work in general that you're doing in drug discovery and clinical trials?
So I think a lot of what we've been doing is trying to remove the burden of clinical trials and participating in clinical trials. And I think where we have seen this impacted by the pandemic is the fact that patients going to a site to receive treatment because of the pandemic is no longer possible. So now how do we remove that burden, or is there even the need for that? So Siobhan, when you and I had talked earlier, we talked about in the US, there's a large prevalence of data already available, and can we use that data to help make decisions on where that clinical trial pathway is going to go moving forward? Can we build synthetic arms and therefore reduce the actual number of patients who are being put at exposure risk to COVID, or the burden of traveling, and decrease those numbers in general? I think a lot of this, in collaboration with the regulatory authorities, as Barry, you mentioned, has really pushed the envelope here and made everybody think outside the box of what traditional clinical trials have looked like, and moved it more towards the patient focus and making sure that the patient is really the center of how we're approaching and how we're bringing medicines to market.
Thanks, Emily. David, you've done a lot of work with cross-functional teams, and I think that plays into doing things concurrently. And a lot of your work has been patient-focused. How has that experience been?
Well, I think, and of course related to the clinical trials and how you've had to adapt along clinical trials, particularly this year. Of course, patients enrolling in clinical trials, of course, they get access to the best care usually, which is one major benefit.
but also it is quite difficult participating in a clinical trial because, of course, you've got to get to the trial site and you've got all the follow-up. I think what's been interesting, particularly over the last 5 years before I joined Pharma Spectra, which focuses on data publications and abstracts and providing those to the pharmaceutical industry. Before that, I was with a strategic and creative agency, BBH, which has traditionally been focused on Jeans ads and Audi ads and Tesco and British Airways, but we started a health business within the creative agency. And I think the real benefit there was to get a lot of consumer insights into patient journey development and also into HCP journey development. So we're able to not only, of course, map out the ups and downs of the patient journey, but also try to integrate insights that we have from the consumer brand world. And what that does is that it not only enables us to have a more holistic understanding of the patient, because the patients, of course, are consumers, just like doctors are people as well, and also the user experience aspects of the things that we're trying to do. So if there's a patient support program, for example, when someone is starting a new medication, trying to make that very simple and very seamless. And actually what we need to do is to really compare the experience people might have with a frequent flyer program or a brand that they experience. So that's a very high bar to reach. But I think the learnings are that just making it easier and simpler for patients actually is a real challenge. And I think having user experience experts and strategists from across digital agencies and other sectors is really helpful. So I think for me, having worked in pharmaceuticals for a long time with Sanofi and then going into that type of agency world, it was just good to have a lot of different perspectives. And I think a lot of the panel members and a lot of the audience will also have really valuable experiences there. So getting cross-functional, lots of different ideas into and onto a problem, and particularly when you're trying to get a patient support program, which usually support programs are difficult to develop, and make it easy and really try to get education across in a really simple and seamless way.
Thanks, David. Peter, if I could come to you next, and I know you're at the other end of the chain and you're in the manufacturing space. By the time you come to manufacturing, there's an enormous amount of valuable data that exists from your R&D through process development and so on. What are the barriers, do you think, to accessing the value that's in that data?
Well, I think the methodology that's used to go from the lab bench, if you like, into process development. I don't feel that there's probably a lot of data issues there, because you can get to that fairly quickly, and you are building a body of data as you move more into the clinical phases and so on. But I think that's really more where the challenge lies, because as we are starting to automate processes more and try to intensify them more, so you can get things done faster. There is a finite amount of time it takes to do cell culture. There is a finite amount of time it takes to do purification, and you can speed it up through continuous approaches, but there's still a sort of critical amount of time that it's very hard to reduce. But what is important is to be able to monitor the critical process parameters, which are currently done, and they're probably fairly physical measurements that you make, but to be able to measure them much more frequently, preferably at-line or inline measurement. You've got to be able to, again, analyze the data, make decisions from the data, either which could be impacting the process or potentially having to quarantine product. But then you can potentially shorten the time it takes to get the product from, if you like, the cell culture into a patient. And that's where I see most of the data needs in the area that I'm involved.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Well, all that's being said, I can nearly see Paul jumping off his chair, ready to talk about the link between biology and data. Paul, is it possible to get all of the data that all of the people along the value chain are looking at, and what are the benefits if we can do that?
Yeah, in terms of, so Peter talks about the critical parameters that we measure and how they relate to the critical quality attributes. And if you look at a lot of the analytical technologies that we use now, they are, as Peter says, not at line, they're offline, and they have a bit of a lag in generating the data, and there's a cost associated with generating the data. So a phrase that people talk about a lot now, industrial Internet of Things, can that actually plug the gap? It's not going to be the panacea on its own. We're not going to throw away what we do with the current process analytical technologies, but is there a gap for small sensors that can actually gather more information about the processes? And Peter made another very important point as well, which is about the frequency of sampling. So if I can take Peter's point and maybe put it on the theoretical basis, from a signal processing point of view, there is a sampling rate that you have to hit to be able to reconstruct the underlying process that's going on there. If you undersample your data, undersample your process, you've got discrete data points that are too infrequent, you can't actually reconstruct the trend that you're interested in. So you're missing some of the behavior from your process. So Peter's absolutely right to say, like, about sampling at line at higher frequency. The question is, can the IoT sensors plug that gap? If you look at IoT sensors, they tend to be physics and simple chemistry, temperature, pH, lactate, that sort of thing. They're not measuring. We do work in CHO and stem cell manufacturing. So here you've got attributes that aren't being measured that are fundamental, the heart of the process. They are the cell itself. There's very little that's measured about the cell. So VelitaCell have at-line technologies in development for monitoring biomolecules and even other proteins in the process you might want to know about, host cell proteins that are contaminants, or you might want to look at specific things about your product protein. So we have a whole portfolio looking at various different critical quality attributes. And on the stem cell side, we have Cell AI is our program for taking label-free images, and they're easily acquired. There's no staining involved there. And we use deep learning to extract information about the state of the cell, which is critical quality attribute for a stem cell. But actually, there's a lot of things that are going to be very hard to measure for a long time. So a lot of the process analytical technologies we use now, how are we going to speed those up? You've got two strategies. You've either got to come up with a fundamentally different way of measuring that exact thing that you're after, or you've got to come up with a way of inferring that from lots of cheap measurements that you can make. So if you look at current bioprocesses relative to other manufacturing processes, they're heavily under-instrumented at the moment. We're not measuring enough stuff, and we're certainly not measuring frequently enough to actually get a really detailed picture of what's going on inside. And that's why we're stuck in this state of set point controllers and really quite crude things. To realize what Peter's talking about in terms of process intensification, we really have to get more instruments onto the process.
Thanks, Paul. We've gotten a bit deep into the process. I think maybe, Peter, if I do come back to you just for a second, and Paul touched on this, and I think you did as well. You know, one of the issues and the challenges that we know is coming with the mRNA vaccines is the need for cold chain, and that also comes to things like cell therapies that you mentioned, Paul. They have a short shelf life, and getting them to the patient as quickly as possible is paramount. How can we improve the manufacturing and the supply chain to patient benefit? Maybe if I give that to you, Peter.
Well, I guess the ideal would be to only develop molecules which are stable at room temperature. If you can remove the root cause, then you can address the supply issue. And yes, the Pfizer-BioNTech candidate vaccine, the current thinking is it has to be stored at -70. The AstraZeneca candidate vaccine is one that can be stored at normal refrigeration conditions. Is it possible to develop a a messenger RNA vaccine that's stable at room temperature? Well, presumably it is. Do we know how to do it today? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. I'm not familiar enough with that level of molecular biology. But I think, you know, people, it's very easy to start at the lab bench without really thinking about the consequences of the supply chain and what you've got to actually measure. And I think there's a good case to sort of go backwards and think, well, you know, if you were to start at the end of this is what I want the product to be, this is how I would like to be able to measure it. Is it possible to get back into the discovery science and understand more about the fundamental biology, so you can, if you like, make the product more manufacturable and more shippable.
Which probably feeds back to thinking and starting with the customer first, I think. I'll throw this out. Are biopharma companies averse to change, or are they open to change? Do you think that the changes and the developments we've seen through the COVID crisis are here to stay? I'll leave that open to anyone.
I mean, I think as regards the COVID response, the collaborations that have taken place, certainly within the UK, which I'm fairly familiar with the various vaccine task forces, with bringing together consortia literally over a matter of days, and just everybody, because they've got a common goal, has really enabled things to happen very quickly. As you started, you know, what we've seen is kind of unprecedented, but I look at it now, it has set a precedent, and it's probably set a very good precedent for the future. And you know, people, you know, have really cooperated and worked very fast across, you know, the entire organizations, you know, and outside of the pharma companies, but into the clinical space with the regulators, with the health services, etc., you know, with governments. So, you know, I think I don't think that the products are made any differently from the way they would have been made before. We've just managed to streamline the whole process by doing so much in parallel and taking risks. You know, there's been a lot of manufacture at risk, but these are risks that sometimes you have to take, and hopefully they will pay off for quite a number of potential suppliers, and have a knock-on effect to the global population.
Anybody else?
I think I would add, sorry, go ahead, Emily.
No, you can go, please.
It's more downstream, I think, but the pandemic, I think, has clearly catapulted companies into transformation in terms of the digital engagement, in terms of the way they think about engagement of healthcare professionals, engagement of patients, and internally as well, I think. Of course, everyone knows a lot been written around working from home, of course, and then, of course, pharmaceutical companies with their sales reps or medical science liaisons, difficulties or the impossibility of meeting face-to-face. So that, I think, whilst this has been on the agenda for most top companies for a very long time, and several companies have made real advances in terms of digital transformation and digitization, I think the last 6 months really has accelerated things. And of course, companies are having advisory boards digitally. And then, of course, they're realizing that although it took a while, the first few months of the year, the change to telehealth and doctor consultations and telemedicine now has become such a new way, and ultimately, probably in a lot of cases, we've seen in the US in particular, 11,000 consultations per week, now 1.3 million consultations per week by video. And I think that really creates opportunities, and not all consultations by video would be appropriate, but certainly it's provided opportunities, and I think really triggered the need for new thinking around how companies can not only engage healthcare professionals and also do, of course, clinical trials and get advice and advance their programs, but also opportunities for how they can improve adherence, for example, with patients, because previously there were barriers to getting to see the doctor. But now I think there's a real opportunity to break the back of this poor adherence that we have seen, 50% of patients ceasing to take their medication within a year. So I think these opportunities, and I think the changes that have been made, I think there'll be a domino effect internally. Speaking with a lot of companies, this is high on the agenda, if not number one on the agenda, with lots of CEOs in reporting season talking about this. But I think the benefits, although this has been a really difficult, terrible year, I think that we will see over the next couple of years, hopefully, we've already got some early publications showing improved adherence by use of telehealth. So I think big opportunities and changes are being embraced, I think, and also catapulted within companies at the moment. So I think that is really exciting across the board, certainly when it comes to the commercial side.
And I don't think it's just in the companies, it's in the regulatory agencies as well. They have been coming to the table and helping to collaborate on best approaches. Peter, you brought up the supply chain issue. There's technology that is out there that can help engage from the moment that the molecule is ready to being able to bring the patient back in, so that there's a smaller lag time than what there used to be, where you were having to do phone calls and wait and then make another phone call, and the back and forth conversations of scheduling, where now it's much more automated. Things are pushed through technology that is out there. And I think we've seen the digital age really helping to drive forward a lot of those items. And Barry, to your point, we're ripping up the rule books and throwing them out. The 3,000 line MS projects are no longer going to be in existence, because we need to think outside of the box and come up with ways that we can be more agile in the approaches, but doing it in that automated methodology, utilizing the technologies that we have at hand and pushing all partners at the same time to accept that, not just companies, but agencies as well.
Emily, you had a nice story about wearables, I think, and not everybody is familiar with the concept of bringing wearables. And I know, David, this is probably very, very in tune with what you're doing as well, but wearables, I think, are being applied both for patient adherence, but they're also being applied, Emily, you told me, in clinical trials for data collection.
Yes, so one of the biggest examples is the 6-minute walk test has been a traditional endpoint that we measure, completely clinical based. You need to have a set distance available for the patient to walk in a controlled temperature with no coaxing, and then you see how long the patient walks. Well, now the challenge and the push is, given that we're not having patients going to sites or having the ability for them to do this at their own home in a controlled environment, do we need to use the 6-minute walk test, or can we start looking at their motility in general, utilizing things like Fitbits or Apple Watches or actigraphy trackers to be able to see how the patient goes from baseline to any other point along the curve within the clinical trial, to see ultimately, can you still deduce the same information that you would from a 6-minute walk test using something that's not as much of a burden. A patient wears a watch anyhow. Now you're replacing that watch with something a little more digital that's gathering a large volume of data that we can then use and help drive that digital endpoint, moving away from more of a paper-based or a in-clinic based approach.
That's really good. Barry, could I come to you and just ask, through the work that you do in industry and the work that you're now doing with your course at Trinity College Dublin, do you see a strong desire for adoption? What are the barriers? Are management at site level supportive of these initiatives?
Yeah, I think the main barriers is really fairly unknown. So, the industry's been so used to a certain way of doing things for, since this began, basically. And it might be slow and cumbersome and expensive, but it works. And what they've been forced to look at now, I mean, when you look at 2,500 people on site, now we're operating the same facility with the same capacity and output with 300 people on site. So only the people with a direct contact with the product that need to be there are there, and everyone else is working remotely. And that's triggered a huge need to transfer anything that was previously on paper to electronic. That would have never happened if it wasn't for the situation around the world for the last 7 months. Would have never happened. And the biggest challenge that we have, and it was part of a discussion earlier, was around the management of the decision makers through the digital transformation process. So, you know, the manufacturing director and quality director on the site, they're the ones who are going to be impacted most by this. Bringing in people from everywhere upstream and downstream into the supply chain when you're considering transferring to digital. It's not just about the manufacturing process, the equipment. It's what are you going to use the data for? How will the data enable you to make better decisions quicker? How will it give you more transparency on your process rather than just blindly implementing systems? And if you look at the past sort of 20 years in life science manufacturing, particularly 20 years ago, there was a big, after the 1997 regulations were announced, there was a huge amount of activity in implementing systems, but users ended up having to break the corners off their processes to make it fit systems. And in many ways, it introduced some challenges. So the focus now is very much on the users. Like, what does the business need to run compliantly? And what will it continue to need to run compliantly? So when you talk about digital transformation, it's not just one project that's going to happen now. It's going to be a continuous journey where businesses are going to have to constantly adapt. People are going to have to constantly adapt to changing market requirements, you know, the acceleration of a need for some product, as we saw over the last few months. But I think that the biggest challenge remains, and we surveyed a lot of manufacturers and we surveyed a lot of people intending to attend the course in particular, and it was all around stakeholder management was their biggest challenge, was bringing their people, bringing their senior leadership on board. Everyone knows what has to be done, but they're kind of not exactly pushing it to the back, but they're kind of, you know, a bit skeptical, and bringing people on that journey is a huge focus, certainly of ours over the past few years, that what are their biggest fears and challenges? How do we build that into the solution? So when day one of your new system without your paper records, what will your job look like? And what problems will it solve for you? What value will it give you? One thing that has come to the fore is the availability of information. And when people see what reports are available to them instantly, they have a completely different perspective on their business, on their processes, and their risks. And when they can see something that's recorded, it's not just a perception. When you see raw data, you can't deny it, and you have to address it and deal with it. And that's a very powerful thing as well, you know. But equally, the response from the regulatory bodies has been quite positive in both accepting, you know, records for review and inspection, but also encouraging the use of them and encouraging the manufacturers to engage in the technology. And they have been consulting and supporting that, which is positive, because they're on a journey themselves, you know.
One of the things that occurs to me as we talk about the data that's being produced, because all of you work in such different areas, and as I've mentioned a couple of times, all the way along the value chain of the pharmaceutical product. How are we going to get all of those silos of data collated? And I think, Paul, maybe I'll come to you on this. Is how do we make sure that as we implement these new systems, that the data from them will be compatible, will be able to be combined, because data silos have been such a problem in the past and continue to be a problem.
There's a body of work that I first came across when I was working in systems biology, because there you have very large sort of multi-omics data sets and models and all sorts of things you're trying to coordinate into big projects. And so the data capture is a big thing there. And the work that lots of colleagues of mine were involved in that really helped me on the way was about the definition of standards for capturing data. And I don't mean it in that detailed way of we'll all sit down and agree to write it in this format, in this spreadsheet. The principles behind it, the FAIR principles. So the FAIR principles for data capture, FAIR stands for findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And these are kind of, when you come to designing your company's data capture systems and practices, these are principles that should guide that design process. So that what you're really trying to do is build something like on the process side or on the CLD side, you're trying to build something like a LIMS system. But LIMS systems tended to be quite rigid, and the FAIR principles are supposed to guide you towards making something that's much more loosely coupled together and ends up being more flexible, so you can express more things in there. And so what you end up with is you leave a legacy of useful data. And that's really the ultimate goal of the FAIR principles, is that what you leave behind should be useful. It shouldn't die when you leave the project or when the project ends. It has to have a life beyond that. So you have to articulate it in certain ways. And if you're looking at how you're capturing your data and they don't adhere to the FAIR principles, then you haven't done that. And it's going to be problematic for whoever has to deal with that data next. We've been very human-centric in the discussion so far, but I think there's a point to be made about the FAIR principles. If you adhere to them, you should also think about the user as being a machine, a computer, a query language. Because what we're talking about with silos and data lakes, and we're talking about very large organizations generating huge amounts of data every minute of the day. If you want to query that data to ask very semantically complex questions, you're going to have to use a computer to do that. So the questions we've talked about with media suppliers and going through the supply chain, you could potentially ask that question, looking at right from the effect of some practice change in one of your suppliers in your supply chain, right through to looking at what it does to a critical quality attribute on your product. It's very hard to ask that question now, and we deal a lot with media suppliers and media quality control groups, and they're so human heavy because they're trying to answer complex questions. Actually, if you had that data captured, you could articulate that in a semantically complex query that the computer can start asking these questions for you in a way that the humans might understand the subtleties a lot more, but the computer can deal with the scale a lot more. So it's these embedding these practices. I think it's very interesting that people were talking about how this year has changed how the industry has worked in terms of parallelizing activity, but also being very collaborative and working with the regulators. A lot of these systems that we need to design to embed the FAIR principles, perhaps we shouldn't be doing it at a company level. We should be doing it as an industry body. There should be something cross-company to do this. There's a lot of benefits to that in terms of having the regulator as part of the process, having the ability for people to move around, and people move between companies all the time. It would actually be beneficial to be able to have people that can actually know what the new system is. You can have companies that come in and build on that system and build new tooling for the system. Whereas if you do it all in a piecemeal way, company by company, it becomes rather messy and you can't really build it up into something more powerful. So I would be very interested in seeing how the industry is going to build on this year and the collaborative spirit that's been sort of brought about by COVID, to see if we can actually push some more of these collaborative efforts, particularly around the FAIR principles.
Thanks, Paul. Anybody want to add anything to that?
I mean, I think a point that Paul made a bit earlier on, which comes down to the measurements that you actually do, because the data comes from the measurement system, and I think it is quite wide acceptance that you need to be measuring an awful lot of parameters in real time. I don't know, sub-second frequency, let's say. So an awfully large amount of data. If you do a process, and let's say a process operation takes 8 hours, you have to be absolutely assured that the data is accurate and precise for the duration of the process. And then if you get to other processes, perfusion processes, which could last for, say, 60 or 90 days even, then again, the data has to be accurate and precise. Now, if you're measuring things in line so that the sensor or the detector is in the fluid path, is it possible to make one that's guaranteed to be accurate and precise for the duration of its use? Because you can't put a calibration solution into the middle of a biologic process flow. You contaminate it. So I think there's some real materials science and materials chemistry that needs to be done alongside all of this, because if you get the enabling building blocks, then you will be able to get data which is accurate and precise, and people will believe in it. And I think those are the challenges that certainly on the supply side are areas that have to be addressed and are being looked at all the time.
So possibly something to do in parallel is look at how we create the data, but as well as how we collate all of that data once it's been generated. I think if we take a step back and look at Emily, I might come back to you, and your role in PRA healthcare is around data and digital strategies. How did you go about changing mindsets if that was needed in the company, or what advice would you have for somebody who is setting out on a digital journey, and how could you articulate the benefits and sell them on it if there are objections, let's say?
Somebody's got to be the guinea pig, right? That you need to have that first person to break the ground. And we had a big meeting within our company, and I remember there was one of the top 5 pharmas there, and they said, we don't want to be the first, we don't want to be the second, we'll be the third. And it's finding those collaborative partners that are looking to be the first, and really breaking the mold. We've done pilot studies within our own organization that has taken the technologies that we're looking to use on clinical trials and run them within our organization. Small populations, but being the end user, being the patient that is using those technologies to try and make sure that it is going to fit into a clinical trial space, and then showing clients, look, we're willing to take on the risk, we're willing to partner with you, and then showing that the data and the volume of data, but also the integrity of the data is there. I think that's one of the other fears is you hear around, for instance, the wearable market. Well, how are you ensuring that it's actually the patient wearing it and not their dog? There's ways that you can see that, and the trend analysis that you can do, applying that machine learning so that you can take the large volume of data and have the machines make the decisions or identify the signals that are potentially inaccurate data, fraudulent data, so that we can continue to help support the sponsor's ability to trust the data. And I think that's really where we need to go, is having the wherewithal to push our clients to move towards more of the digital aspect, by showing them that we've done it ourselves and that there is still the validity behind all of the data there, that you don't need to necessarily have somebody sitting there reviewing source documents, or measuring how many steps a person takes within a hallway versus something that can be done in more of a digital remote fashion.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. Barry, have you covered any of this with the people that you're working with in your course? Did you come across a lot of the objections, and how are you advising your students to overcome them?
Yeah, again, it's about, someone mentioned something earlier about testing and taking some risks, in a sort of controlled way. So as with anything new, it's going to need to be tested. It's going to need a pilot program, and choosing an element of the process or an element of manufacturing or in the factory itself that is, low risk but high impact. So in other words, you can see results quickly, you can see benefits quickly, but that the risk is low, and that gives people confidence that the solution works in a controlled way, and it facilitates the next part of the discussion in increasing the footprint of digital in the organization. But very much, also getting people's contribution to the solution. So you have a scenario in life sciences manufacturing where there are hundreds of processes in each facility, and the experts in those processes aren't external consultants. They're the people who are actually running the business on a daily basis. So very practical sort of deep testing, using the people that know the business, getting them to build and advise on the solutions in a controlled way, and then building on that slowly. I think the digital programs tend to get into trouble or fail when people try to do too much at once. And they can tend to stifle and people lose confidence. Whereas if you build slowly, you can build that confidence and robustness into the solutions and bring the people with you, you know.
How are we going to transform the business so that we're transforming both in the plant and outside of the plant, so along the supply chain and through to the patient? Are people at the plant level starting to think about those two ends?
I think we're certainly seeing it, and they have to. And one of the things that we've seen a lot is that you're not just you're dealing with a whole supply chain from suppliers, you know, warehousing, manufacturing, quality, right through to delivery into the patient. And remember, if you look at something like serialization, one of the, you know, big drivers behind product serialization is anti-counterfeiting, patient safety. Obviously, they go hand in hand. We'll eventually get to a stage where we'll be able to trace, you know, and we can do it at the moment. You know, it's there in pockets, like ingredients, right through to patient, full traceability. And the technology is there, the infrastructure is there. The legislation is a bit fractured at the moment, but it's getting there. And as you know, access to networks, access to information, access to technology improves, I think it will become commonplace shortly. So when a medicine's being dispensed to a patient, the life cycle of that medicine, it can be available to whomever needs it at any time, you know.
Would anyone like to be brave and say where they think the industry will be in 5 or 10 years' time? Make a prediction.
I could come in on the cell therapy side. So we do a lot of work with mesenchymal stem cells with Galway for osteoarthritis. And we have people embedded there. And cell therapy is an interesting one because it's emerging. The manufacturing processes aren't fully defined yet. I mean, there are some, but there are big challenges that some of the stem cell therapies are administered. So basically, you take the cells from the patient and you expand them, and then you go back to the patient. And that imposes some big changes on how you manufacture. And it relates to the cold chain issue that we were talking about before. There is very little prospect of us taking patients' cells in North America, flying them across the Atlantic to expand them in Ireland, and then flying them back again. That's just not going to happen. The cold chain won't sustain that. It would cost a fortune. So we've been working on the premise that we need to have automated cell expansion, miniature factories, effectively, on skids in clinical centers of excellence, which is fundamentally different. So these are going to need to be highly automated. Last year I was in Boston in the Dana-Farber Center, and there are little facilities there for expanding patient cells, but there's one room per patient, and there's a lot of people working in those rooms, maintaining them, working on those rooms, not directly in there. That needs automating, and that needs automating for two reasons. One is there's a cost associated with having highly trained process operators per patient. And the other is there's a need to improve the reproducibility, particularly when you're thinking about patient-specific expansion. You can't have the same process for everyone. So there needs to be a lot more feedback loops built into those processes. So we believe that there's scope to be building miniature cell expansion machines that are largely standalone devices that the clinician loads with the prep cells pretty much, and then gets these cells out at the end that have QC data associated with them that they can then go back to the patient. That is fundamentally different to how biologics are produced.
But again, patient focused and bringing it to where the patient needs it, controlling the cost and making it, you know, relatively affordable. And yeah, with the patient at the center of it. So you're talking about mini factories, mini portable factories. Yeah, which again feeds back to David's experience around, you know, really thinking about the patient and making it a more consumer type experience. And it's not about the experience, it's about the outcome, obviously. But the impact that we've seen from what consumers are demanding is feeding through to what's happening in science. in the pharmaceutical industry.
Yeah, and I think the encouraging thing, Peter was talking through the easy question you gave him earlier about what's happened with vaccines this year. And I think what we find with medical conferences in particular, when data or when a study is presented, often those outcomes, if it's designed and rigorous studies, and of course peer-reviewed publications, and getting those data into how we prescribe, is that with the new technologies, and hopefully we'll also see less barriers to patients getting follow-up consultations and getting their prescriptions filled, which is a barrier. Hopefully we're going to see those outcomes, and we'll see this holy grail. I think it is a holy grail for pharmaceutical companies, is actually improving these adherence rates. And so a lot of money, of course, spent on studies, and of course real world evidence is key as well. And that's something that we're very focused on, because we're providing up to 1.5 million abstracts from conferences to companies every year. So they have the access to those data. Sometimes 50% of the data before the actual conferences are held. And I think being able to improve that value exchange with healthcare professionals so that they have access to that data, they're talking about that data, and then we're able to actually make sure that new data that can improve outcomes and better use and quality use of medicines can, of course, then translate into patients getting the best care from the latest evidence. So I think that's really exciting. I think there's lots of changes and there's lots of opportunities that are being taken up, which are not only tech related. I think it's access to data and information exchange, which is really, really exciting. And hopefully we're going to see better adherence. We're going to see better outcomes, and of course improved quality of life. And I think that's a central journey, really important to ultimately improving patient care at the end.
Thanks, David. I think for me, the crisis has really been, innovation has either a pull or a push. For me, the crisis has been a big pull for innovation. A crisis is the biggest. It's at the furthest end of the pull list of things that can happen. I think having a common mission has been really important, and I think for me that's the one thing that I hope we manage to retain out of the crisis, is that we in the industry have and keep this at the centre of mind, that there's a common mission which is around patient outcomes and patient health and improving people's lives. There are a number of other highly contagious viruses that we don't have vaccines for yet. Things like AIDS and dengue fever and malaria, for example. So, these are three potential vaccines or places to apply vaccines that really could change the developing world in particular and change the world for a lot of people. I'd like to thank you all for joining me today and joining the panel. So Barry, David, Emily, Paul, Peter, is there anything you'd like to say in conclusion before we close out?
No, thank you very much indeed.
No? Okay, thank you all so much.
Thank you, Siobhan.
Okay, thanks, guys. Excuse me. Thanks to all the panel members. That brings an end to the afternoon workshops. So we have a presentation by Professor Jerry Byrne around just outlining some of the attractiveness of Ireland from a foreign direct investment perspective. So we'll roll into that now.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here to give this talk in relation to the global example of foreign direct investment on the topic of innovation and R&D, and in particular, looking at some developments and the Irish ecosystem for FDI and for SMEs. We're from GB Innovation Limited, and David and Sri are my colleagues here at GB Innovation. Now, just a little bit of background to ourselves, or to the content. First of all, we're looking at the Ireland as an innovation hub for RD&I management. We're looking at the skilled workforce. The company RD&I support infrastructure in Ireland, and then a little bit on the technology development piece as relevant for the pharmaceutical bioprocessing sector. I'm going to look in particular at a convergence between biology and the science and engineering, the Industry 4.0, and then closing off with some aspects of the management of RD&I. Now, just before we start, GB Innovation is a company in Dublin, here in the Nova Centre, and what we were in the business of RD&I management, and we professionalise the undertaking and management of RD&I in enterprises, organisations, and deployment of a structured, systematic software toolkit called a ReadyWatch platform. And what we propagate is the alignment to internationally best practice. So there are organisations shown here, like for example ISO now have an international standard 56002 on innovation management. That's an important one. We're aligned also to the OECD in terms of R&D, to the so-called Frescati manual, and also to the Oslo manual on innovation. And then, important for R&D obviously is the organisations like the Patent Office, the European Patent Office, and then the support in Ireland, the IBA and Enterprise Ireland. Now, just to talk a little about the R&D management and the innovation management, this slide here is a simplistic slide, but it's giving an indication that project management, total quality management, operations management, these are mature areas, but the innovation management is an area that's now moved on to the S-curve, and then the R&D management may be lagging behind that. But this is an important perspective for R&D management, and it has to be highly efficient, lean, and it has to work very well for organizations and companies. Now, what we are looking ahead, we refer to this Industry 4.0, digitalization and cyber physical system directions. And what we can see is convergence of different disciplines and technologies, and these provide new opportunities. And that also applies to addressing the complexities, the new complexities in RD&I management. So just moving on into Ireland for a moment there, this is a nice slide which shows the impacts that R&D can have on companies. And here we can see that the sales, well, first of all, we see two curves, and the bottom curve is non-research active companies, and the top curve is research active. And here we can see that by being research active, it can have significant impact on the sales and on the exports for both the R&D active and the non-R&D active. So certainly the case is very strong for R&D, being R&D active. And Enterprise Ireland, the CEO, some quotations here that you can get a 23% higher turnover for those who innovate, and the innovation management system is key. And then the capacity, capability, and connectivity, companies must commit to those because they're necessary for the R&D side. And then finally, that innovation is not a cost for the company, but it's a benefit. Now, just the ecosystem piece, difficult in a short 15-minute presentation to describe, but there is in Ireland many players. and there's very high quality players in Ireland as well. We believe in Ireland as an island nation that we have to be international, have an international perspective as well. So I just show some logos here of the university system that I would be very familiar with as a professor of engineering at University College Dublin. You've got the Institutes of Technology and the technological universities working at a medium TRL level and very important for company development. Research technology organizations. We've got significant organizations like NIBRD here in the country, and then Irish Manufacturing Research is an RTO as well. That moved on automatically there. We also have support for companies like the IRDG and Enterprise Ireland, and then Science Foundation Ireland and the IDA, and then internationally, just show there Fraunhofer, which is a German organization and which is Europe's largest applied research organization. So there's a really strong infrastructure, well integrated in Ireland. In looking at that for just a couple of moments, Ireland has a well-connected ecosystem. We show that here on this slide here in the different areas. We're working to close off now on Innovation 2020, the government initiative, and moving now to another phase, which will be the Innovation 2027 initiative. And the government are currently working on that. And then we can see when we look at this here that Ireland performs very well and punches well above its weight. And we see where we're first and seconds and so on, immunology, agriculture and science, third in the world in nanotechnology, and also fifth for material science. So very strong R&D and very strong science base in Ireland here. It's an attractive landscape. It's a country that's very beautiful. And it is, you can see from this slide here that there's some statistics that we're the second most competitive country in the EU and the seventh most competitive economy in the world. So we're very well up there. As I said, we're punching above our weight, and we can see the different, some of the different research and development and innovation organizations around the map of the country. Important to say, training is a key part of that, coming through the universities, the Institutes of Technology, and through organizations which provide skill training, like IBEC, and you can see something on the statistics of the number of the people that are being trained. Now, Science Foundation Ireland is also a very central organisation for the research activities down at the lower technology readiness level in particular. We have 16 research centres in Ireland covering a spectrum of different activities, and these centres are maturing now very well. There's a significant investment going in on an annual basis, and interestingly, these are basic research centres, but they also have very strong ties and they work very closely with industry and support the industry development. So that's an important part of the ecosystem as well. Just on the educational side, there is a highly educated workforce. It's an English-speaking country on the periphery of Europe, or in Europe on the periphery, and it ranks in top 10 globally as an education system that meets the needs of a competitive economy. So we're very focused on the competitive economy piece, and you see there almost a third of the students are enrolled in STEM courses. Now, in terms of supports for companies in Ireland, I believe that Ireland is really strong in this area. The Industrial Development Authority that we heard earlier from in the conference, they have good support systems in place in terms of R&D grant aid. Enterprise Ireland then, let's say, more focused on the SME sector. Disruptive Technologies Innovation Fund is a major one, and significant government investment going in to support the overall industrial infrastructure and businesses in Ireland. There's also an R&D tax credit to offset the expenditure in R&D, which is also very attractive in the country here. And then finally, in terms of IP and patents, there's a knowledge development box, which is also very attractive. So there's a very nice, attractive ecosystem for companies here in the country. Now, I would just like to move on for the next part of my talk and I'd like to talk about some development. So I suppose I'm looking at it through the eyes of engineering, but what we can see is that there's significant convergence that's happening. So we will have seen digitalization converging with classical engineering and classical manufacturing, and cyber-physical and communications converging there as well. And now what we're seeing is another wave, frontier that we can see coming out of Industry 4.0, which is about 10 years old now. Is the area of biology and science and engineering converging much more strongly aspects of science. So we see new developments in chemistry and new materials, new products using new biomaterials, new developments in the area of biotechnology. And then the question is, really, is this a breaking frontier of Industry 4.0? In fact, in some quarters, also in the EU, there's discussions around it being Industry 5.0. That's some very significant development, and I'm not going to get into the detail of this, but we do see that coming in also is the question of beyond the inspiration that we can get from the biological and natural world, we also have integration into our systems, but then very importantly through ICT-enabled intelligent paradigms, we can get to a level of intelligence that we could never get to before. So the systems having learning capabilities, self-learning, decision-making and reasoning capabilities. So an exciting time, and in terms of manufacturing, we have, as I said, a number of SMI centres in this area, like iForm and like Confirm. So the biologicalization in manufacturing is showing clearly that this is a breaking frontier, and it will be very important also for the pharma and the biotech sector here in the country. This represents a study that I am directly involved with at between 8 different countries, in fact, looking at this exciting development of the biologicalization in manufacturing. And so the levels of biologicalization, in fact, there's a major paradigm shift happening in advanced manufacturing. There is the evidence of convergence. There's outstanding opportunities for innovation and new market opportunities in the next stages of development here from the convergence perspective. There's also the capability of having enhanced performance of manufacturing systems, critically important for competitiveness from the perspective of sustainability and the green agenda. And finally, the human. The relationship of the human into the manufacturing system is changing and will continue to change the relationship between the human and the physical manufacturing side. And this convergence will propagate that change. Just to mention the key aspect also is the ethical questions that arise when convergences of this nature happen. Just I'd like to thank you for your time for this presentation. Just to note again that we're from a company called GB Innovation Limited, and we've developed this digital platform to support R&D activities called ReadyWatch. And that digital platform is a cloud-based one. And we do believe that there is important developments happening on the management of R&D, and that's what our company is supporting and propagating and developing. And so, just to conclude, Ireland is a global example for foreign direct investment, and the R&D perspective and innovation is really important. It's an international hub for R&D&I management. Ireland is a highly international country. We have to be, I suppose, because we're a small nation, and our people have been, I suppose, moving internationally, not just for decades, but for centuries. We do see a highly skilled workforce. We've got some of the best scientists, some of the best engineers in the world. And the company R&D&I support infrastructure that we have developed and matured is now very, very strong by any standards within Europe or beyond. Rapid technology development is taking place as relevant for the pharmaceutical and for the bioprocessing sector. And there's good R&D background research taking place in the research organizations, but also in the industrial side. Digitalized R&D management, R&D&I management, is very important for the future. to ensure that we are highly competitive also in our R&D activities as we move in the digitalization era and in the era of cyber-physical systems. And then finally, newer developments as convergences between different disciplines happen. Those disciplines are science, engineering, biology, so the science areas, but not just that. It's very important that the social sciences be incorporated into this next phase of development. So with that, I really enjoyed talking to you, and I hope you enjoyed the conference. And I'd just like to thank you for listening, but in particular, I'd like to thank the Artisan and Dr. Jonathan Downey for his introduction into this conference. Thank you very much, and I'll conclude with that.
Thanks a million, Jerry, and thanks for your kind words at the end. You only did that because you knew I had an open mic after you did, but no, listen, very informative, as I knew it would be, and it kind of squares the circle on the day nicely. If anybody has any feedback or any depending on the feedback, we may make this an annual event, but this is the inaugural one. So look, on that note, thanks a million to everybody.
I hope you all had an enjoyable and informative day. All that remains for me to say is thank you all for coming today, and please stay safe until we meet again in the real world. We all have been living life and interacting with people and brands in many new ways. It has never been more important for businesses to stay connected. Premier Events has been building strong relationships for over 25 years in the UK and Ireland. We understand your business. We have come to regard many of our clients as colleagues and even friends. We have worked hard at building strong communities and relationships through our live exhibitions, awards and media products. And now, Premier Studios has the technology and expertise to help you to remind your customers that you're thinking of them, that you care, and are open for business. We provide a multi-camera setup with skillful editing, combined with a large variety of green screen backdrops and virtual sets. Just a few ways we can channel your message to customers and communities involved in manufacturing, construction, tech, health, sustainability, retail, and much more. Let us bring your brands to life, allow your products to be seen and your services to be discovered. Premier Studios is ready to connect you wherever you are.